This happened when I was in college 4 years ago. I went to a university that was very close to the ocean on the East Coast. I made friends with some people one weekend, and one guy in the group of people I met invited us to go out on his boat with him sometime. He described his boat to many people and was very proud to have it. It sounded like a very expensive sailboat by the way he described it. I'm not really familiar with ocean vehicles myself, and haven't ever been on one other than a cruise ship when I was only 11 years old. This guy said his parents had bought it for him. That made sense because he was known to be a spoiled rich kid, I guess. He was a nice guy though, and the thought of cruising around some Sunday afternoon and drinking some beer sounded quite appealing. After that conversation, I saw him around in school, but I didn't really talk to him much. That is, until one day, he approached me in the library and asked me if I still wanted to go sailing. I said sure. That sounded like a lot of fun. He told me the following day he was going to go out on the water, and it would be a perfect opportunity. After a lengthy conversation about how sailing works and him assuring me that it was safe and that he knew what he was doing, I told him I would meet him at the docks the next morning. That night, my roommate asked me what I was doing for the weekend. I told him I made some plans to go sailing. He freaked out on me and told me he really wished that he could go as well. My roommate and I were really good friends, and honestly, it sounded like way more fun if he was to join us. So I invited him to go as well. I was pretty sure the other guy would be cool with this, since he'd invited other people before. The next morning, my roommate and I grabbed some coffee, then went and grabbed some beers from the store to bring along with us on our voyage. We ate some breakfast, then headed over to the docks to meet the guy. We were pretty excited. When we got there, we followed the directions he'd given me and found his boat pretty much right away. It was a huge orange and white sailboat. We stood on the dock next to it admiring it when the guy popped his head up from somewhere inside. He immediately showed a look of concern on his face. He jumped off the side of the boat and onto the dock right next to us. He looked at my roommate, then at myself, and asked, "Who's this?" I told him he was my roommate and he was a cool guy. He'd asked if he could come along, so I told him I didn't think the guy would mind. The guy looked very annoyed, and it was awkward for about a minute or so. The guy kept looking back and forth between us and the boat. He took his hat off and rubbed his head, like he was really stressed out. Eventually he sighed and said it was fine. A few hours later, we were on the boat drinking and having fun. The water was pretty smooth sailing, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The guy who invited us had acted off the whole time, though. I figured it was because he was annoyed I'd brought my roommate. After drinking 3 or 4 beers, I felt the courage to ask the guy what was wrong. If he was still pissed off, I'd brought my friend with me. He responded with something along the lines of, "It just kinda ruined my plans, you know?" My roommate chimed in and asked what his plans were. I could tell my roommate thought it was funny. It sounded like the guy really wanted to be alone with me. The guy just looked at him deadpan and said, "Well, because you're here, now I can't kill him." This took me off guard completely. I felt a surge of fear and unbelievable relief hit me at the same time. My roommate and this guy started cracking up. My roommate brushed it off as a joke. I didn't know what to think, though. Was this guy serious? He certainly looked dead serious to me. Had I just narrowly avoided being killed, or was his sense of humor just that weird? I believe I got my answer when I went down below deck an hour later to grab another beer from the fridge. Right next to the fridge was this brown swinging door that led to a private bedroom. I was feeling the beer pretty good at this point. Without thinking, I pushed the door open to have a look. Lying at the foot of the bed was this big cinder block, tied around some yellow rope. There was some tape and what looked like a recorder of some sort as well. After seeing that, I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted off this boat as soon as possible. I wanted to go back up and confront the guy. I decided against it though, because I had no idea what this guy was capable of. What seemed like hours and hours more of being with this psycho. We finally made it back to the dock. We said our goodbyes, and on the way back I told my roommate about what I'd seen down there. He couldn't believe it. I'm pretty sure my roommate saved my life that day. I'm not even kidding you. I never saw that guy that invited us on campus ever again after. What he planned for that night, I don't really want to know. Hey guys, before this first story gets started, I wanted to go ahead and let you know that there is some animal cruelty and animal death in this first story. So if you're not comfortable with that sort of thing, you can go ahead and take a look in the comments or the description below, and there will be a timestamp for you to skip ahead to the second story. So go ahead and do that if you're not comfortable with that sort of thing. Thanks for the understanding. When I was 16, I got my first job at a local fast food restaurant. Of course, since I was in school during the day, I had to work a second shift job. I was hoping that by working, I would be able to save up some money to buy my own car. Until then, however, I had to walk home to the restaurant when I got off work. It really wasn't that bad, since the restaurant was in the town I lived in anyway. The walk was maybe a little over half an hour or so. The only bad thing about it really was that I had to walk past this lightly wooded area that always gave me the creeps. It was pretty dark as well and not fenced off, which made it even freakier to me. Both of my parents worked early in the morning, and even if they didn't, they likely wouldn't have come to pick me up anyway, since it was such a short walk. One Friday night in the middle of summer, I had just gotten out of work. It was around midnight, since the store had closed at 11 p.m. I got everything cleaned up and began my walk home. It was a really nice night out actually, as I was walking along the town street. The sky was extremely clear, and I found myself constantly looking up at the constellations. They were particularly bright tonight. I was looking forward to arriving home and taking a long shower, then maybe playing some video games before going to bed. I did begin to get a little apprehensive though, as I walked by that wooded area. It was right by a road that led away from the main town road and off to a housing area that I lived in. It wasn't even that far to go really. It bugged me though because there were no street lamps at all in that area. It got very dark very quickly, and I wouldn't get light again until I turned onto the next street where the houses were. I made the turn onto that dark wooded street and tried my best to pace myself as I walked along. Hurrying surely wasn't going to help me. For some reason, I found I always got a lot more frightened whenever I tried to run or hurry. Not sure why. I guess if someone saw me running, I would have been quite humiliated. 16-year-olds really shouldn't be so scared that they try to run down the street, though. That's what I told myself. It wasn't like anyone would have seen me anyway being so late at night, but for some reason right now, I still felt like I was being watched. "Hey, kid!" I heard a voice off to the side of me call out. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It took everything I had in me not to just take off running down the road. Turning around though, I looked and didn't see anyone there at all. All I could see was a bunch of wooded area and trees. As I was trying to look a bit closer, a man suddenly stepped out from behind one of them. I kid you not, he was dressed exactly like a ringmaster from a circus. He was wearing a black top hat and a red jacket with white pants on. He was very neat for having just been in the woods, and he had this big smile plastered across his face. Hey there," I responded. I shuffled on my feet, not really knowing what to do. "Come over here, kid," the man called to me. "I want to show you something." I didn't really want to go anywhere near this guy. He didn't make any moves toward me, but he was really creepy. Sorry, I'd best be on my way home now," I told him, and started to walk a little quicker down the street. "Come on, kid, it'll only take a second. I want to show you something real cool." Now, I know that everyone reading this will just think it would have been stupid for me to not keep walking, but I'd never really been good at conflict, and I didn't know how to feel in awkward situations either. I motioned again I was just gonna walk home. Once again, the man gestured for me to come to him and indicated he really wanted to show me something. And against my better judgment, I found myself turning over towards the man. I figured if I just waited there, I could tell what he was up to without getting too close to him. He noticed that I had walked slightly towards him, and his already wide grin grew even wider. I didn't plan on going any further than this though, just close enough to see what it was he was supposedly trying to show me. I wanted to stay as far away as possible. I stopped a fair bit of the way across the street from the guy. "Come on, kid, come closer. I need to show you something." "I think you can show me from where I'm standing," I told him. I was being foolhardy, I admit, but I could still draw the line between foolhardy and completely dumb. The man looked very disappointed, but his smile only faltered a little bit. It didn't fade completely. "Alright, well, I suppose that's close enough. I'll go get it." The man walked back behind the tree line and was out of sight for a moment. I thought about just leaving while he was back there, but I just stood there, afraid to move. The man was only gone for a moment, but when he came back from behind the tree, he had something vile in his hand. It looked like he had sewn the top half of a dead chihuahua onto the bottom half of a fish, and he didn't do a good job at it either. It was covered in dried blood, and one of the dog's eyes was hanging out of its socket. The man smiled at me. "I found a Fiji mermaid." I took off and ran my butt off. I didn't stop until I got home. Rather than save it for a car, I used my money to buy a bicycle so I could ride home instead. I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday of the year without question. I love everything about it. I love the ghost stories, monsters, scary movies, and I love graveyards as well. At least, I used to love them. Back in high school, I had an experience that soured me just a bit on cemeteries. During October, I used to always play games of hide and seek with my friends. Well, we didn't call it hide and seek though. We called it Ghost in the Graveyard. We broke into the local cemetery and played behind the gravestones. The person who was it was obviously the ghost, and he would start out in the center of the graveyard. There was a large monument there that was placed on the grave of one of the richer people in town who had died quite some time ago. We had no idea who he was, but he must have been loaded because that was a huge monument. The others would spread out and hide behind the gravestones in the graveyard. We used the entire cemetery, so there was plenty of room for us to hide. This meant that one round of the game could last for a really long time. When the ghost found you and he had to actually see you, first you had to run back to the monument in order to be safe. If you were caught though, you didn't become it necessarily. We said that you died and sat out the next round. The people who made it back to base would go again. This would of course continue until everyone died, and the last person to die got to pick who would be the ghost for the next round. I was 16, and we were playing the game on Halloween night. It was a very cold night out. It was so cold I had to wear a jacket and even a thick pair of gloves. I was actually in a bit of a good mood, because there was this girl named Angela who was tagging along with us. As you might have guessed, I was really interested in Angela, so I was trying to show off a bit. You know, running as fast as I can. During the early rounds, I even jumped over some high gravestones, trying to show off clearing them easily. I would strut around the base, rubbing it in the nose of the ghost that he could never catch me. Looking back, I was acting like a complete dumbass, but I was really hoping to get somewhere with Angela. After about 4 rounds of the game, only me and one of the guys were left uncaught. Angela had gotten killed in the first round, so she just remained on base and watched me easily escape the ghost each time. There was no doubt in my young mind, by the end of this night that girl would want me bad. Well, during the 5th round, I went way out into the graveyard. I wanted to last as long as possible to really show off my hiding prowess. so I went over a hill past some trees and found this small tomb. It was a wonderful hiding place. The only bad thing about hiding there was that it was so cold outside. I was having some trouble keeping myself warmed up, even through my jacket and gloves. I was just standing there shivering. It took nearly 15 minutes before I finally heard the ghost approaching me. He was not quiet at all, and the ground was covered in dry leaves, so I could hear him as he was getting nearer to me. Now I know what you're thinking reading this. You think I was not hearing the ghost and it was actually someone else. But that's not what was going on. I heard the ghost talking and trying to coax me out of my hiding place, and I knew that voice. It was the voice of my buddy, who had failed to grab me all the previous rounds. I tried moving into a position in which I could sprint more easily once he found me. Unfortunately, my movement caused a shuffling in the leaves, and I heard the noise of my buddy's feet stop. I cursed my mind for giving away my position. I heard the footsteps begin again, and they were coming right towards me. My buddy was whistling at this point. I couldn't just run though, because the ghost had to actually spot you before you could go away. And that was why the element of surprise was so important in this game. I heard my breathing speed up, and I braced myself to jolt past right when he found me. Now he was getting closer. I heard him. I put my hands up and got into a starting position. He was almost upon me. I leaned forward in anticipation. My buddy, the ghost, came around the side of the tomb, looked right past me, then turned around and ran away. Needless to say, I was completely confused. Slowly, I turned around, and I saw the most hideous woman I'd ever seen, sitting right behind the tomb right next to me. Who knows how long she had been there, watching me. She had this dirty red hair, and her face was covered with I don't know what. Must have been herpes or something. It was nasty. She leaned in and whispered into my ear, "Hey, sexy." She grabbed my foot as I tried to bolt away. Screaming, I begged for the ghost to come back and help me, but he was not about to turn around. The lady had an extremely firm grip on my shoe. She was surprisingly strong. I tried to shrug her off, but before I could even do much, she grabbed the back of my pants. She got a handful of my belt, the waistband of my jeans, and even the waistband of my boxers. She was crying at me, mumbling a bunch of words I couldn't even understand. I tried to pull away from her, but her grip was just way too strong. I tried to kick her, but when I looked back, I could see her holding this little fillet knife. I nearly fished myself. Having no other option to escape this nasty person who wanted God knows what, I undid my belt and zipper. She pulled my jeans and boxers down to my ankles. She had such a good hold on them they came right off easily. I felt her cut my leg with a knife, and then she whispered that she was going to cut it all off. I freaked out and kicked her in the face. My pants and my underwear came off in her grip, naked from the waist down, and with only one shoe. I didn't give a f***. I ran away as fast as I could. It hurt like hell on my feet, of course, and I was absolutely freezing as I ran back to the base. When I arrived, everyone was shocked to see me naked from the waist down. I was so scared, though, I didn't even think to cover myself up at first. Remember how I told you it was very cold outside? Well, by the time I'd actually gotten covered up, everyone, including Angela, had seen the effects of the cold, and it's something I have not lived down to this very day. From then on, my nickname was LD. L stands for little, and you can imagine what the D stands for. I didn't see that woman ever again, but that didn't matter. She did her damage that night. I'm a 28-year-old woman who tried out OnlyFans for a short period of time. Yeah, I know, but my husband and I thought it would be fun to spice things up and make a little bit of money at the same time together. I signed up using a nickname, of course, and didn't put my location. No personal information on any of the sites, so I didn't really think it was a big deal. Plus, I only did it for a few months anyway. I'm not really huge into social media, so navigating Reddit and Twitter and all that was a bit of a struggle for me. My parents were always overly cautious on social media and always imparted on me the dangers inherent to it. I wasn't allowed on it very much either. Because of this, I was really sheltered from a lot of the coming of age, so to speak, stories of the kids from our generation talking to strangers online. Eventually, I found a niche subreddit to try and promote myself and get reactions to my OnlyFans. I had posted some fantasies and things on there, so I could try and do a little bit of promoting. Little did I know I would attract some very bad things. I had only posted a few times on that subreddit, and I had my DMs off. I only replied to a couple of comments before getting pretty bored. I didn't really like being on there, to be honest. Reddit can be a very depressing place. I wasn't really liking the way I was being treated on there, and I wasn't getting any traction anyway. I deleted my Reddit, my Twitter, and our OnlyFans. Months go by, and I was feeling a bit better. I thought maybe I had perhaps jumped the gun on deleting everything, when all of a sudden I got a text message one day. It was from an area code that I live in, asking for me by my full legal first name. Needless to say, I was very confused. I asked who this was. It turns out it was someone who followed me on Reddit and OnlyFans. Here's what his text said. "Hi, it's me, R. I put in so many hours to try and find you. I paid for all your OnlyFans. When you deleted it, I felt like a part of me died inside. I think about you every day." I had no idea how the hell this guy found me. I called my husband, but all he really could do was tell me to be careful and to block this guy. I said okay and did just that. About an hour later, he sent me another message from a different number, listing off my dad's name, my uncle, my husband, and many other people I knew. He then said, "All these people are connected to your number. I'm going to message all of them until you respond. I need you." At this time, I was screenshotting all of this. I was sending it to my husband. As you can imagine, he was really pissed off. He was not one to sit back and let people harass me. He called the number and threatened the guy to leave me alone. Another text came in right after, saying, "You could just talk to me and have some fun. You know, make some money instead of having your husband get all mad." At this point, I was hysterical. I was terrified and also mad at myself for posting any of that at all. I wasn't responding to anything he was saying, and I blocked each number as they came in. He still kept making new ones to send all these texts. My husband was trying to figure out if we knew who this was. I did have some guys subscribe to my OnlyFans that I had gone to school with, so we thought maybe it was one of them trying to mess with me. This guy kept insisting he needed to talk to me, and my husband kept trying to tell him he had the wrong girl, that I wasn't even on OnlyFans, trying to make him question himself. This guy knew exactly who I was, though. He knew all my information. He sent my husband screenshots of my personal Facebook and my private Instagram. I even go by a completely different name on there. My husband threatened he was going to call the police. The man replied he hadn't even done anything wrong or made any threats, so there was nothing they would do. I was literally at home shaking as my husband sent me these screenshots of their messages. I begged him to stop talking to him, but he thought if he could get this guy to say something personal, maybe we could track him down and call the police or something. The guy just wouldn't stop, though. He kept messaging everyone saying he wanted to meet up with us and to not be so uptight. I finally had enough and called the non-emergency line to talk to a detective about the situation. I was terrified. My husband owns a personal business, and the guy told us he had Googled that name and found the business address, then traced that to find our personal address as well. Of course, the detective couldn't do much. He did contact the guy and warn him, and had an open report if anything were to happen. I know this might not seem as terrifying to some of you, but it goes to show you how dangerous the internet is. I didn't think I could be tracked down just by a few pictures with all my information hidden, but the internet can definitely be a scary place. All of you out there, be safe and careful, and make sure to use a VPN. As for you, if you happen to hear this, you're a real creep, and I would never want to meet up with you in a million years. Just for some background, I'm a male and currently 25. I'm still living within 15 miles of my old home. This happened when I was about 8 or 9 or so, making my sister around 5 or 6. We lived in a quiet neighborhood that, once I grew up, I found was actually a lower income part of town. We had some wonderful neighbors though, and it was thanks to these neighbors that a lot of potentially negative situations were avoided. At the time, my dad was working an 8-to-8 job, and my mother was a secretary at a hospital. That meant during the day, she was often at work as well. Usually my sister and I had a babysitter, but once I reached around 9 years old, I was old enough to look out for us without one. Now, mind you, this was in the 90s, which certainly were not safe, but were much safer than they are now. We also had the previously mentioned neighbors as well, who did a very good job of keeping an eye on us and our house. This particular incident was one of the very first times I was charged to babysit my sister. She was in her high chair eating whatever Mom had left for us when I got a knock on our front door. Now that was quite strange, since we never got visitors on a regular basis, other than the boy across the street who would want us to come out and play every now and then. Usually though, he'd yell my name while knocking. I was young and naive though, so I decided to open the door and see who it was. There was a locked screen door just beyond that anyway, and I'd left that closed and locked. What was the worst that could happen? Outside, I noticed there was a middle-aged man. I can hardly even remember his facial features or even his body type. I just remember his yellow shirt and dirty jeans. "Can I help you?" I asked innocently. No alarm bells going off yet.
"Oh, hey there. Are your parents home?"
Alright, that was the first alarm. My parents had taught me not to trust strangers. I still didn't quite fully grasp the potential danger here yet, though. My mom went to the store. She'll be back any minute now. A weird half-lie. I could have said she was there but in the shower, or she was laying down upstairs or something. I'm glad I didn't tell him she wouldn't be back for quite a few hours, though. Looking back, it's quite scary how naive I was.
"Well, that's no problem. Hey, so, look, my dog went missing, and I think it went into your backyard. You mind if I come in and we can go check it out together?"
I may have been dumb, but I was not that dumb. There was no way in hell I was letting this stranger into my house, especially with my little sister there as well. She was my first priority. Sure, I also didn't want any harm to fall on me, but she was my baby sister, and it was my job to keep her safe right now. I should have closed the door right then and there, but once again, I went with a less safe but still not totally dumb route. "Well, maybe the gate's unlocked. If you want to go check the backyard, I guess you can try." I promptly closed the door in his face. Now, of course, I was very curious if there was actually a stray dog in my backyard. Dogs are great after all. Even with that weird guy being around, I was pretty interested to see how his search in the backyard would go. I decided to go check the back window and see if there actually was something back there, and if the man would catch it. At this point, I'm sure you've figured out that there was no dog. When I looked out the back window, I could see almost the entire yard, including the gate. The man was not there either. This was mere moments after I'd closed the door on him, so maybe I should give him a bit more time to come around. I waited for a few minutes, but he never showed up. After about 5 minutes, there was another knock on my door. This time, I was much more wary. I didn't like this guy. I was pretty tired of this whole ordeal. I kept the chain on the door and cracked it open. "So, you find your dog?" I remember his tone was quite desperate, as well as a bit annoyed now.
"No, I looked all over the yard and I couldn't find him. I have a picture in my car if you want to take it, just in case you see him around."
No more. I didn't understand the concept of it, but I certainly understood I was not going to go anywhere outside the house with this stranger. I told him he could just leave it in the mailbox if he really had one, and we'd keep a close eye out, once again slamming the door in his face. What follows is what really creeps me out to this day. Looking back, I'm freaked out I came that close to exposing my sister and myself to danger, but this really scared the shit out of me. Suddenly, there was more knocking on my door, but not the screen door separating the front door itself. Like I mentioned previously, the screen door had been locked. I wasn't sure how he'd opened it, but it freaked me the fuck out. I took my sister to my bedroom and crept back out to the kitchen, where I could see out onto the front yard. I saw the man quickly running back to his car, while my saint of a next-door neighbor, Joan, stood on her front lawn, watching him very intently. It took a long time for me to all add it up, and honestly, I forgot about it for a while. When I finally remembered it all, I couldn't really believe that actually happened to me. I never told my parents, and I'm still debating on actually telling them now. I don't want to unnecessarily upset them with something they can't change. Maybe it's an important story to tell my two younger sisters just as a life lesson. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, it turns out he had ripped the corner of the screen door and unlocked it that way. My dad had thought it was wear and tear or us kids being kids, but in the end, we found out it was sabotage. My husband and I, on paper, look like two people that would never be together. He's got wild, long hair, covered in tattoos with a long beard, and plays guitar in a local rock band. I, on the other hand, am a nurse with no tattoos, no piercings, and I don't enjoy rock music at all. But love is quite funny that way, and you can't help who you fall for. That defines our relationship perfectly. Every year, a tattoo convention comes through our town, and since we started dating, he's been asking me to go every time. I've always been able to get out of it every year, but the last year I couldn't really find an excuse. I finally decided to just go to the convention with him. Right away, this place was completely not my scene. It was loud, and the people there were, let's just say, aggressive. He was in his full glory, though, and ended up seeing one of his oldest friends that he had lost touch with. It turns out the guy had become a tattoo artist in another state, and just so happened to have a booth at this convention. Long story short, he agreed to tattoo my husband for free. My husband wanted to show it off later at the evening in the tattoo competition that they held every year. Well, I wasn't just gonna sit at the booth for 4 hours while my husband was getting his new tattoo done. I decided to just walk around and pretend like I belonged here. I'm not even gonna lie though, I really had no idea what was going on at all. I did end up meeting some really cool people though, and seeing some awesome tattoos. The artist I liked handed me cards and I put them in my bag so I could show my husband later how amazing some of these artists were. At some point during the night, I was starting to get a bit warm, so I went outside to get some air. While I was sitting on the stone wall outside, I noticed this woman running under the tree line that was directly across from me, nervously jogging through the parking lot. I watched this woman because she looked really freaked out, and I was genuinely worried for her safety. A minute later, she was already gone. Nobody ever came out of the forest behind her or anything, so I assume maybe the woman was just partying extra hard, if you know what I mean. After a few minutes, I went back into the venue and checked on my husband, who was about 50% done with his tattoo. I sat around for a while, then started to walk around the scene again. As I walked around the convention, I noticed this side door that was open. It led to a dark hallway, it seemed. As I got closer, I noticed something a little further down it. I saw the girl I had just seen outside. She was sitting on the ground in that back room and looked borderline unconscious. I went over to see if she needed help. When I got close though, she jumped up and hit me with a large blunt object. I'm pretty sure it was some sort of pipe. I fell to the ground, and the woman got right in my face and just screamed at me. I stayed down, pretending like I was actually hurt. She ran out of the dark hall and into the convention center. I got up a few seconds later and started making my way back to my husband and his friend's booth. I was clenched over in pain, but I guess nobody really noticed, probably because they figured I'd just gotten a big tattoo or something. When I got back to them, I finally started to freak out. I was able to keep my composure until that moment, but once my husband saw the pain I was in, the waterworks started in full force. They put the tattoo on hold and immediately notified the security the venue had hired for the event. The security then notified the police as well. When they showed up, I told them all about the interaction with that woman. Unfortunately, the description of that woman was nearly identical to every single other woman that was at this event. Thankfully, the venue did have some cameras, and they were able to pull up the feed and find the woman relatively easily. It was haunting watching the footage back. It was like the clearest day. You could see the woman strike me on the head. In the same footage, after she hit me, she ran to the parking lot and tried to open numerous car doors. She was walking down the line of parked cars, pulling on every handle. Finally, she found a car with the door unlocked. She opened the door and just sat there in the back seat. She wasn't hiding or anything either. She was just sitting there in the back seat, like a passenger of the vehicle. The police and security checked the live feed, and sure enough, the woman was still in that person's car. They ran out and detained the woman immediately. She seemed to put up very little struggle when they were arresting her. They did find a knife in her back pocket. I'm glad I found out like that and never had to find out the hard way about that knife. It gives me chills. What if she intended on using that knife for the owner of the vehicle? They notified the driver of that vehicle, and more disturbingly, the owner had never seen that woman before. She was indeed just trying to find any unlocked car. It was clear this woman was not in the right state of mind. I'm not sure what happened to her. I hope she got the help she clearly needed, because I don't think she was evil or malicious or anything. I just think she had some demons that got the better of her that night. Thankfully, nobody besides me got hurt that evening, and if I didn't take that shot to the head, someone else may have gotten far more seriously injured than I. Back in 2016, I believe, Dragon Ball Super was coming to America with the English dub. As a lifelong Dragon Ball fan, I was thrilled leading up to its release. The cast and crew of the American version were touring all over the United States. I got tickets to one of the anime conventions they were going to be appearing at. I was so pumped up to meet the voices behind many of my childhood heroes. The convention itself was a general anime convention, and it had a countless number of things to do, but Dragon Ball was definitely the main focus of the event. At least, it felt that way to me. The lines to meet the cast were, of course, super long, and the rooms where they were speaking and answering questions were packed to the brim. As ridiculous as it may sound, it was almost like being at a rock concert. People were screaming and yelling with excitement, myself included. Being that my friends don't really like anime and never really got into Dragon Ball growing up, I attended this convention all by myself. I didn't mind being alone though. There were so many like-minded people in attendance that I would have rather just been there alone in general. If my non-anime friends were there, I feel like I would have felt the need to babysit them the whole time, instead of just letting loose and being myself. At some point in the afternoon, I met a girl and I was instantly head over heels for her. Believe it or not only was she a super Dragon Ball fan like me, but she was dressed like one of the characters from the show, Bulma. If anybody out there is a fan of Dragon Ball, I'm sure you'll know the outfit I'm talking about. The woman at the convention had her exact outfit on, the blue hair, all of that. She told me her name was Jessie. We hit it off and spent the remainder of the convention together. I actually have a picture of me, her, and Sean Shamel, who was the voice actor of Goku on the English dub of the show. Around 9 p.m. or so, she asked me if I wanted to head back to her place, which she said was only about 20 minutes away from the venue. As you can imagine, it took very little convincing to get me to go with her. I was planning on just driving home anyway, so to me this was an awesome way to continue an already amazing night. We got to her house, and I hate to say this, but I felt a little bit uncomfortable. She did not live in a nice neighborhood at all. All the houses were beat up and almost falling apart. Many of the houses on that street were boarded up and condemned even. I was happy that I'd driven my own car and followed her, because the more I looked at these houses, the more I felt like I was ready to just drive home that evening, in case the night didn't go so well. We parked in front of this big brick house that was completely concealed in darkness. I parked on the street in front of the house. She pulled into the driveway and waved for me to follow her to the back door, which I did. We walked in the back door of the house. I remember being completely shocked that anybody could actually live there. This place looked like it had been abandoned for years. I mean, there were even plants growing in some parts. I think I was blinded by my infatuation with this new girl, Jessie. I didn't see any of the red flags around me. Before I could even open my mouth to say anything, she spoke up first and said she needed to use the bathroom. She would be right back out though. I thought it was weird that she didn't bring me into the living room or offer me a seat or anything. I was just standing in this small room with trash everywhere. In this brief moment alone, I was finally starting to come to my senses. I was becoming more aware that something was weird about this. My alarm bells went off just a little bit too late though. I felt a strike to the back of my head, and I fell to the ground. I tried to immediately jump back up, but before I could get to my feet, some guy in a hooded sweatshirt kicked me back down to the ground and demanded I give him my wallet. I handed it over without struggle on my end. My life was far more important than anything in that wallet. The large man shouted to Jessie that he had the wallet. She ran out from the other room, now just wearing a normal shirt and black leggings. They ran out of the house, and I heard the car drive away. I remained on the ground for a little while, in absolute shock of what just happened. I eventually ran to my car and called the police. As I drove away, I was thankful these idiots didn't rob my phone or my car keys from me. I was able to give the police a detailed description of Jessie, since I had a picture of us from the convention. I even remembered the color, make, and model of her car, since I'd followed behind her. It didn't take long. The police were able to track both of them down. Thank God they were both detained. I realized how lucky I was, because it could have ended much worse than it did. It doesn't change the fact that it was still one of the scariest moments of my life. When I was laying on the ground and that man was kicking me, I'd never been more scared before. And that was the last convention of any kind I'd ever gone to. After this nightmare of an evening, I'll probably never attend another one ever again. Before we start, when this happened, I was an 11-year-old male in 5th grade. For some background, my bus stop is right across the street from my house, and also a few streets away from the tennis club, of which I am a member. Okay, now to the story itself. I was getting ready for school and walked out to my bus stop. No one else was there, so I figured they'd all probably already gotten rides to school. My parents had been letting me go alone to the bus stop for about a year now, but after this incident, I don't really want to anymore. I was standing outside just kind of looking around, when about 100 yards away, I saw something quite odd. I shook it off though, since I couldn't quite tell what it was. I looked again a bit later, trying to observe it even closer. That was when I noticed that staring at me 100 yards away was a clown head. tilted, and just plain creepy looking. I'll also mention that this was in the direction of the tennis club. I ran back to my house right away, and when I say ran, I mean I could have won a gold medal in the Olympics with how fast I was running. I ran to my mom, panting and crying. When I reached the front porch, I could see that whoever that was had run off towards the tennis club. Luckily, my mom walked out with me and stayed there. I had tennis lessons after school, and believe me, I did not want to go at all. I was afraid the clown would be at the tennis courts. Tennis was pretty great, though. I had almost forgotten about the incident earlier, except when leaving the club, I saw that very same clown hiding at the edge of the woods, next to the outdoor tennis courts. I didn't tell my mom at the time. I figured she wouldn't really believe me. I mean, who would? Fast forward 2 weeks. My mom was taking a walk while I was home alone. When I happened to peek outside because I had a weird feeling, I saw a clown walking up and down my street. He was walking the length of my house and side yard over and over, and looked like he was planning something. I shook it off, even though I was honestly really scared. About 40 seconds later, I heard a knock at the door. Just one knock, though. I saw the clown walk back out onto the road. He then walked up the hill and disappeared out of sight. I called my mom and told her about everything. In just 5 minutes, she was already home, and I was screaming and crying. I was very happy when she arrived, but I was still very scared as well. I told everyone, my principal, even the school officer got involved, but they found nothing. Later that night, after the knock on the door, I told my dad as well. Of course, he didn't believe me, and I hadn't expected him to, but my mom convinced him to listen to my story. I've never stayed home alone since, and I'm still very scared of that mystery clown. I told my friends at the bus stop about this too, just in case they were in danger as well. We even started a crime watch in the neighborhood because of this. I still walk out without my parents every now and then, but only when my friends are also at the bus stop as well. It's ironic that today I've gone into psychology as a profession. When I was a kid, the biggest source of fear I had were stories about insane asylums and escaped mental patients. Today, I deal with psychiatry patients and psychiatric wards in hospitals. The scary world of the criminally insane that children believe in is not really true, but you never could have told me that as a pre-teenager. Now, my dad and my older brother were the type who'd like to try and scare me as much as possible. I don't think they ever truly meant me any harm. They were just the type who enjoyed scaring people late at night and thought that was very normal. I remember such things as the time when my brother bought a Freddy Krueger glove and hid underneath my bed, then extended his hand out from underneath to grab me. That almost made me wet the bed. There was also that time we were watching Child's Play, and he threw one of my baby dolls at me halfway through the film. By far the worst one for my brother that I can remember, though, was when I was watching a zombie movie with my friends. I was sitting on the couch by the window. Unbeknownst to me, he'd taken the screen out and reached in to grab my shoulders, then groaned brains. I screamed, jumped off the couch, and ran up the stairs in 3 strides to make it to my room. He had a very good laugh over all those pranks, and after getting over the initial annoyance, I had to admit they were somewhat good jokes. When I was 14, my dad finally bought a house out in rural Virginia. Being someone that had been used to living in northern urban areas, I was not very pleased. I also wasn't very happy with the house itself either. It was very old and unkempt as well. My dad was always the type to buy fixer-uppers, then never actually try to fix them up. This meant it was just an old house and was not going to be likely any better than it had been when we'd first gotten it. I wasn't very familiar with the area either. When I asked my dad why he'd chosen to move there, He told me it was because he'd gotten a good deal on the house. I continued to ponder why he'd gotten such a good deal on a house in the country. He told me no one wanted to live there because of an old insane asylum kept out in the hills. People were always worried that escaped prisoners would break into their houses and do hideous things to their families. Nowadays, looking back, I know that's complete nonsense, but I was a teenager with a healthy fear of mental patients, so I really believed that could happen. Being given the choice for the rooms in the house, I chose an odd windowless room that was set slightly lower than the rest. I liked it because it had no windows. There was also one set of 5 steep wooden stairs that led up to the main part of the house. While this may seem like a choice some idiot in a horror film might make, I actually had a valid reason. Without windows down there, I wouldn't have to worry about who might be peeping in on me. I could put my bed across the room from the stairs and always keep an eye on the only way in and out. As a plus as well, the stairs creaked so loudly when anyone walked on them, it was no chance anyone was going to come down and surprise me. The floors were very old hardwood that creaked so loudly no matter how softly you walked on them, you could never be quiet. Practically though, this meant that I would always know whenever my dad or brother were coming in to try and scare me. Yeah, you're probably thinking I'm a wuss. Listen to this though. I'd rather be overly cautious and living than be an idiot who hears a noise in the next room and investigates to get killed. For the most part, it was less a matter of protecting myself from mental patients than letting my dad or brother surprise and scare me though. I guess for anyone listening who has a family that doesn't enjoy frightening them for no reason, you might not understand what I mean. Well, we lived in the house for a while without incident. My family kept up with the stories about the asylum, but they became less and less scary over time. The nights went by without anything ever actually happening. I came to the conclusion that that whole asylum thing had just been made up. Late one night in July, about 4 months after we had moved in, I was just laying in my room reading a book. I tended to stay up rather late, much later than the rest of my family actually. At about 1 o'clock in the morning though, I finally decided to get some rest. Stage 1 sleep is what we call that period of time when you first begin drifting off. You know what I mean, the time when you never remember anything unless something brings you out of it. In that time your mind thinks weird things you won't remember in the morning. Well, something brought me out of my sleep. I wasn't quite sure what it was at first. I knew I must have heard something, but I had no idea what it could possibly be. I heard it once more though, a creaking noise, the very distinct creak one would hear if someone were walking down some old wooden stairs. My heart felt like it stopped for a moment. It actually felt like it paused, as a million things rushed through my head. My first instinct was to turn on the lamp by my bedside right away. The sound was coming from the stairs, so if I could get the light on before anyone got all the way down, I'd see who it was. I quickly moved my body over and flipped on the lamp right away. I also jumped out of my bed, causing my own feet to creak as they hit the hardwood floor. Looking over at the stairs exactly where the sound had come from, I saw nothing. I walked very slowly over to the stairwell and looked upward. The door was not only closed still, it was also locked just like I had left it. I paced there for a while, causing the floor to continue creaking. Once I'd calmed down enough, I decided it must have just been the house settling, so I went back to bed. I wasn't necessarily relaxed though. When I turned the lights off, I couldn't drift off into sleep as quickly as I had before. About 15 minutes after I'd laid down, I opened my eyes and looked over at the clock. I sighed. Simultaneously with that sigh though, I heard the noise once more. The same noise coming from the same area. My heart began to race, thinking about what this could possibly be. The noise was once again coming from the direction of the stairwell, but I hadn't heard the door open. I began to think that the sound must be coming from some other part of the house, because no one could have come down there without being noticed. When I heard the creak once more, an unpleasant thought suddenly occurred to me. The sound was coming from the stairs, but those stairs were right beside my closet door. I had checked the closet before going to bed, but if someone had entered my room in the meanwhile, when I would have written it off the first time, They could have easily slipped inside. It had a regular swinging door on it, and I always checked it before going to bed. I heard the sound once more. I flipped over and turned the light on. Then I jumped off my bed, my feet hitting the floor and making a loud, crazy noise for the second time. I wanted anyone who was in there to be aware I was now listening. As I slowly walked over to the closet door, my mind created all sorts of weird images. My imagination was flooded with images of escaped mental patients hiding inside, waiting to attack me. Now, this time, I really felt like an idiot from a horror film, but I knew that if someone was in my closet, there was no way I could just go to sleep now. I approached the door slowly and placed my hand on the knob. I was completely convinced I was going to open that door and see some hideous, deformed maniac sitting on the floor looking up at me with a sick, toothless grin. My heart beat harder and harder in my chest as I held my hand on the knob. I did my best to gather up all the courage I could to rival the heavy beating of my heart. I cleared my mind of all these sick images. I turned the knob until it clicked, assuming it would be better to just get this over with. As I flung the door open, I could see the closet was empty, other than my clothes and shoes. Looking behind everything, I saw my closet was not harboring some insane psychopath. I closed the door and latched it. Then I glanced over at the door on top of the stairwell. That door was locked and latched as well, just like I'd left it. I walked back to my bed mildly worried and extremely confused. I even lowered myself down to my knees and peeked under my bed. It was silly as the noise couldn't possibly be coming from underneath there, but I still had to check. Also empty. I got back into bed and took a bit longer to calm myself down this time. At about 2:15 a.m., I was finally calm enough to try and sleep again. Lying back in bed, I began to fall off into sleep until a sound woke me up once more. Another creaking noise. I turned and looked at the clock. It was now 3:15 a.m., an hour after I'd gone back to bed. The creaking was once again approaching from the stairwell area. My breathing picked up faster, and I wondered if maybe I should just pretend to be asleep this time. I'd hit the floor the previous times to warn any possible intruders I knew they were there. Maybe that was the wrong way to go about this. What changed my mind about pretending to be asleep was the next noise. Not a creaking sound. It was a loud hit and cracking noise that caused my nervous system to almost jump right out of me. For the third time that night, I jumped up and turned on the light, scanning the room. Immediately, I could see what was causing the noises. Coming out of the floor underneath by the stairwell were the blades of what I assumed to be a pair of hedge clippers. It was as if they were being thrust upward through the floor from underneath. They were moving faster than I had ever moved before. I jumped out of bed, cleared the 5 steps in 2 lengths, and ran up to the door screaming. My family all jumped out of bed, and when I told them what happened, I half expected them to tell me they were playing a prank on me. Instead, we heard a loud crack coming from downstairs, and my parents called the police. It might make this story a complete circle if I told you it was a prank or there really was an insane asylum patient. The truth was scary enough without those details, though. A drifter had snuck into the area and gotten into the crawl space, trying to break into the house. They'd chosen my room because there were no windows. He assumed it must be a pantry or a shed. He'd gotten stuck underneath and couldn't bring himself out. He grabbed the clippers to try and get himself out by cutting a hole in the cheap wooden floor. Every time I jumped, he'd heard the creaking of my feet. That's why he stopped and waited for me to go back to sleep. I could try and scare you by telling you the man was an escaped mental patient who had been waiting to torment me and kill me. But that's not true. I could tell you he was a creepy homeless man that wanted to torture me. What I will tell you, though, is when I asked my dad why the man had taken hedge clippers into the crawl space with him, for the first time ever, he did not try to scare me. I'm a 14-year-old girl from Ireland. A few months ago, before my family moved houses, we lived in a kind of bad neighborhood where a lot of crime took place. One day, I traveled by train to get to my cousin's house, as the journey would be far too long on foot. I had to be there at a certain time. I scanned my ticket, sat down, and began reading a book I had brought with me. From somewhere nearby, though, I started to hear these strange sobbing sounds. Whoever this was panting, as though they were having an anxiety attack. I tried to ignore it, but it got worse and worse. Eventually, I looked up and saw a young woman who looked to be in her early to late 20s, crying with her head in her hands. I immediately got up and asked if she was all right. She didn't get up or anything. She just looked at me. I remembered the petrified look on her face to this very day. Her eyes were full of tears, and she was shaking as well. I was wondering why the hell everyone else on the train was just sitting there letting this happen, because apart from passengers with headphones in their ears, they could all hear her. She never answered me. After we locked eyes, she abruptly sprinted to another seat. She began staring at the ground with her long hair falling over her shoulders and face. I was worried that I had upset her even more and assumed she just wanted to be left alone. Whatever was wrong with her was clearly a private matter. I sat back down and tried to begin reading again, but I couldn't take my mind off of what just happened. It honestly made me shiver, to the point where I became paranoid for the rest of the ride. After the next 2 stops, I looked around since I didn't hear her crying anymore. She was gone, and I assumed she had gotten off. The next stop was mine. As I began walking to my cousin's house, I kept thinking about that woman I had encountered, wishing I had acted a bit differently. The next day, after I got back home, I was scrolling through my news feed when I came across an article about a 32-year-old journalist named Jennifer. She'd been found dead and mutilated just 2 streets away from the train station. I saw a picture of her, and I almost dropped my phone. I recognized her face and hair. There was a graphic censored image of her body. According to the story, her body was found gutted and soaked in blood, with her clothes torn to shreds. Her innards had been strewn about by her dismembered corpse. It looked as though she had been dead for quite a while. This made me sick. I wished I had never clicked on that story. Later that night, I began to see many more bigger news networks covering it. Last I heard, they never found out who did it. Apparently, she had been sexually assaulted before being killed. An anonymous witness later told police he had seen her crying on the train. I felt extremely sorry for this poor girl, for the horrific account of agony she must have gone through. She must have had some idea of what was going to happen to her, for her to be crying like that on the train. It still shakes me to my core thinking back on it. I told my mother, and she reported what I'd seen to the police. She never wanted me to take the train again after. My cousin told me that before anyone else arrived at her house that night and I came over, she had seen a suspicious-looking man. He was wearing worn-out jeans and a black hoodie, slowly walking back and forth past her house. She didn't see his face and didn't think much of it at the time. Now, though, after we found out what happened, she became traumatized too, and didn't go out for weeks afterward, not even to go to school. I hope that woman rests in peace, and that her family finds justice one day. I'll never look or think of a train in the same way ever again. Back in 2013, I had one particular friend I used to hang out with every day. During the summer, I would go to her place even more often and hung out with her and her roommate all the time. It was a hot summer's day, and I was walking to my friend's place. I remember I was feeling a bit angry for whatever reason. While walking, I noticed a silver car passing me by. I glanced over out of curiosity and saw an older man in his 60s, seemingly checking me out. Needless to say, I was furious. I turned my head back around to focus on where I was walking and tried my best to ignore this man. I turned the corner, and out of habit, I looked back behind me. I saw the silver car's reverse lights. I remember thinking that he was probably coming back to confront me, but I didn't really care. I continued walking without a single worry in the world. Because of my paranoia though, I peeked over my shoulder every so often and saw that the man was driving behind me very, very slowly, occasionally parking to the side of the road to get some distance and not raise any suspicions. Again, I didn't really know what to think of this. I actually kind of chuckled a bit to myself. What is this old guy thinking? Is he trying to scare me? I continued on my walk and turned my cell phone camera on, activating the front camera. I tried to act dumb and pretend I had no idea he was following me, but I had my eyes on him. I kept walking, using my front-looking camera to look behind me. He was following me slowly, parking to the side of the road over and over again. I was now close by my friend's house, though. I thought of leading him there, then calling her to come down with her 3 massive dogs and scare him away. I thought it might not be such a good idea to lead a possibly deranged man to my friend's house, though, so I thought of calling the cops instead. I wasn't sure which street I was on, though, nor did I want to give this creep more time to decide what to do. Whatever sick things he had planned in his mind, the police were going to take a while to get there. I casually looked behind me once more, pretending I was just checking my surroundings and that I had not noticed him following me. When I took another look at the car, though, I noticed there were now 2 men inside. The older man and another man who looked to be in his mid to late 40s. I was now infuriated. I had many thoughts running through my mind. Should I call my friend and tell her to meet me with the dogs? Should I call the cops? None of this appealed to me. I was too angry. I wanted to let them know I was onto them. In a split-second decision, I took off the backpack I was carrying. I grabbed my hairspray out and turned around. I marched toward the car as angry as ever. For some reason, I thought I could hurt them with my hairspray. When they saw my angry face speed-walking towards their car, while looking straight into their eyes, they must have been caught supremely off guard. They actually had a shocked and scared expression on their faces. Their car shot into full-speed reverse and drove down into a side street. I had no time to take down their license plate. I went to my friend's house and called the police shortly after. After I was done explaining everything to my friend of what had happened, an officer came and asked me more questions about the men. They also asked about the make and year of his car. Unfortunately, I didn't know much about any of that. All I'd noticed was the color. The cop told me they would patrol the area and let me know if anything ever came up. Unfortunately, nothing ever did. I never saw that piece of bark again. At the time, I kind of wished I did, because I would have loved to beat his head into a pulp, or at least take down their license plate number. This might go without saying, but in order to protect the privacy of myself and my family, I'm going to refrain from using any real names or locations in this story, just in case. Last year, my town hosted a Comic-Con event. My wife and I decided to go, since we had talked about it for years. We found a babysitter for our 2 small children and decided to just enjoy the night. Just to clear up one thing, by the way, this wasn't like San Diego Comic-Con or anything. It was a much smaller event, since the city I live in is much smaller than San Diego, obviously. Me and my wife decided to dress up as characters from the Marvel movies. I know a lot of people these days are somewhat annoyed with the franchise, but it's something my wife and I really bond over. They'll always have a special place in my heart. I was dressed up as Captain America, and my wife was dressed up as Gamora, a character from Guardians of the Galaxy in case you didn't know. Since my wife designs costumes for a living, our outfits were top-notch. The event was having a costume contest for everyone cosplaying, so we decided to enter. I thought one of us was going to win for sure. That was until I saw the dozens of other incredible costumes. During the competition, we spent a lot of time hanging out with the fellow contestants, and actually met another couple who were wearing costumes from the Marvel movies as well. In no time at all, we were being our dorky selves, and I was making everyone laugh. My wife ended up finishing second in the competition to one of the most amazing and ridiculous Sephiroth costumes I'd ever seen. Even though the rest of us lost, we all had our fun, and the four of us continued to hang out for the majority of the evening. As the night progressed, I noticed the man of the couple was starting to act a little bit weird. I mentioned it once to my wife, who told me it was just my imagination and that I needed to stop worrying so much since I tend to worry quite a lot. I agreed and went back to trying to have a good time. When my wife mentioned to them that we were thinking about leaving soon, they both got really upset and insisted that we hang out for a while longer. My wife told them we had 2 small children at home and that we needed to get ready to leave right now. I remember getting visibly annoyed with the man because he kept saying the kids would be fine for just a while longer and to all grab a drink together. Clearly, this man did not have small children or any children of his own. At this point in the evening, I just wanted to get home. My wife, being the smooth-talking diplomat that she was able to communicate to these two that we had to leave right now, and it was not something personal. We were having a really great time. Good thing for her, because I would have probably handled their pushy behavior in a much more toxic way. Finally, we left and made our drive home. The weird and uncomfortable final minutes with those two didn't cast a bad shadow over the entire convention. We had an awesome time, had fun pictures and videos, and most importantly, we made some awesome memories together. We got home, paid the babysitter, and put the kids to bed, since they were still awake and waiting for us when we got back. Then we got into bed as well. We decided to watch the first Avengers movie. As a side note, that movie was our first date, hence why we have such a special place in our hearts for Marvel. We both fell asleep at some point during the movie. In the middle of the night, though, my wife woke me up, claiming she had heard someone knocking on the door. I thought for sure it was just her imagination, but I went and checked anyway. As I was walking to the front door with my wife standing right behind me, someone knocked on the door again. Before checking to see who was outside, I briefly glanced at the time. I saw it was already 3 a.m. Right away, I was completely freaked out. I approached the door and shouted, "Who is it?" There was a small pause. Then a confident and upbeat voice could be heard from the other side. "How do you do, Cap? You guys ready for that drink yet?" We both looked at each other. The voice was obvious. It was clearly the acquaintance we'd made at the convention. I opened the front door, but not the glass door in front of it, which was still locked. As soon as I opened the front door, he tried to grab at the glass door. Thankfully, as I said before, it was locked. He took a step back quickly and asked if we were ready to hang out. I was firm and angry and told them in so many words to get the hell off our property. If I ever saw them again, I would call the cops immediately. They walked away smiling, shaking their heads as if there was some crazy surprise that I had flipped out on them. We got back into bed, and my wife thought I should have called the cops. I didn't want to bother at that point. They left, so I assumed my tone was enough to get the message across. I couldn't have been more wrong. I fell back asleep not long after the ordeal, but my wife was wide awake. About an hour later, she started to tap my shoulder, claiming she could hear something from outside the bedroom again. I got up and opened the door, expecting to see nothing there. Instead, standing at the end of the hall was the couple from the convention. They were in my home, standing there and still wearing their Marvel superhero costumes. Instinctively, I pushed my wife back into the room and shut the door. I ran across the hall and closed the door of my kids' bedroom as well. While that was happening, the two were walking down the hall towards me. Thankfully, my wife's phone was in the bedroom. While I was holding my kids' bedroom door shut, my wife called the police. I could hear one of them trying to open the door to the room that I was in. The other was trying to open the other bedroom door my wife was in. Thank God the cops showed up very quickly, and neither one of them resisted. They were still smiling and laughing, even while they were being dragged away by the police. I'm not sure if these monsters were on some sort of drug or just outright evil. As you would expect, they were both charged. And last I knew, they're both still behind bars. That's something I can't 100% confirm, though. The one thing that kills me, though, is that I have no idea why these two did this. What did they want? They never said why they terrorized us, nor what their intentions were in the first place. The entire evening, they seemed like really great and fun individuals for the most part. I don't know what clicked in their heads to make them snap like they did. I'm thankful our children were young enough that they don't seem to remember that night at all, and I'm hoping nothing like that ever happens again. I entered the student parking lot at my college campus. As I got out of my car, I saw a man standing a few cars away. I started walking, and the man called out to me, "Hey, remember me?" I said, "No, I don't," with a big smile. He replied back, "I remember you from high school. We were in Miss Smith's class." I never had a Miss Smith in high school, and I'm damn sure I would have remembered this guy if he was in my class, since me and my classmates had been together for all 4 years in high school. I told him sorry and I had to go. Then he asked what high school I went to. I told him, and he swore he knew me again. I said I didn't recognize him. He then asked me for a ride to his class and said that it started at 9:15. My college classes started on the hour, and all my inner warning lights were going off right now. I was getting extremely weirded out by this guy. I said that I couldn't, and I had to go to class right away. I was walking away when he said out loud to me, "Guess I can't pull the wool over your eyes, huh?" A week later, the college campus newsletter said a man robbed a student at knife point. The student had given him a ride. The student had been asked the very same questions by the man as well. When I was a child, my family moved to a big old 2-story house with big empty rooms and creaking floorboards. Both of my parents worked at the time, so I was often home alone when I came home from school. One early evening when I came home, the house was completely dark inside. I called out for my mom to see if she was there, and I heard her say something from upstairs. I called her again as I climbed the stairs to see which room she was in. We were decorating at the time, and I didn't know my way around the maze of rooms yet. She was in one of the far ones right down the hall, it seemed. I felt a bit uneasy for some reason, but I figured that was only natural. I rushed forward to see my mom, knowing her presence would calm the fears as a mother's presence always does. Just as I reached for the handle of the door to let myself into the room, though, I heard the front door downstairs open, and my mom called out to me, "Sweetie, are you home?" I jumped back startled and ran back down the stairs to her. As I glanced back to the top of the stairs, I could see the door to the room was now slightly open, and for a brief moment, I could see someone peeking out at me from behind it. I told my mom right away. We went up there to check together, but when we checked, no one was there. A little backstory leading up to this meeting. I grew up in a pretty shady area and would rarely leave home after 7 or 8 p.m. That was around the time it was considered dangerous. Going into high school, I'd also gotten a pit bull. He was a gentle giant who loved everyone and everything. He had some protection work training before he joined our family, but as he was getting older, he'd retired and I took him home with me. On to the actual story. I was around this time a 17-year-old, short, blonde, and very aware of my size. Having a big, scary dog along, though, I finally felt safe walking alone, and on that very night I set out to take a longer walk with my dog. Let's call him Meatball. He really needed to run off some energy. To do this, I took him out into the woods nearby my home, and we walked along a gravel path that was partially lit. It was around 11 p.m. now, and quite dark outside. As we continued to walk along, I became very aware of the fact there wasn't really anyone else around. We walked for about 10 to 15 minutes before suddenly a man appeared from behind us. We continued to walk on, and I noticed he was taking the exact same turns as Meatball and I. I sped up a bit, feeling my heart begin to beat fast in my chest. Meatball, who would normally just spend his time sniffing at the end of the leash, also now seemed to be very aware of this situation. He had slowed down to walk beside me, gotten close to my leg, and began to stare at the man. I started to take every turn I could, and the man continued to follow, even though we were now just walking in circles together. He started to gain on us and get closer and closer. I was sure he was after me. I remembered in that moment something my father had once told me. Never let someone follow you. You're most vulnerable from behind. If you get into a situation where you can force your stalker to pass you, do so. I stopped in place and grabbed onto Meatball's leash. I leaned back, acting as if I had to put my entire body weight in just to hold him back. I was aware at this point in my life that I looked very small and weak. My father was an old veteran though, and he'd taught me to fight before I could even walk. Even holding Meatball back was not taking nearly as much effort as it looked. I called out, trying to sound as naive as I could, hoping that if I did have to fight, I would surprise him with my strength. Excuse me, sir, my dog doesn't really like people and I can't really hold him back when he lunges. If I step off to the side, could you pass us by so I have a chance to hold him back? As I said this, Meatball began to bark and growl and snap at the man. He stopped and looked me up and down, then stared at Meatball. He stood there for a few moments before suddenly turning around, not saying a single word. He began to sprint off into the distance. I called my parents and asked them to meet me, as I realized he could easily hide anywhere on our walk back. My dad showed up a few minutes later, baseball bat in hand. Nothing really happened afterward, but after being followed by this man at every turn I took for 40 minutes, I knew this could have ended really badly if I had not had Meatball with me, and my dad had not been so close by. I currently live in a smaller, rural-ish town. It's pretty far removed, but it still has plenty of good shopping and eating options and some public spaces as well. We even have a few breweries and bars now. It's a newly hip place, with farming on the outskirts so I can get my eggs and veggies fresh from the source as well. The pandemic really hurt business locally though, and pretty much the only regular delivery option was Walmart and Amazon for a minute. I was pretty stoked when much later, more local options popped up on various apps. However, at this time for main necessities and grocery items, there weren't really any options beside getting a store delivery from the Walmart in the town over. This meant a lot of people you didn't know well popping through, and it drove some of the older folks absolutely crazy. All over the neighborhood they were talking about cars and people they didn't recognize non-stop. I embraced it pretty readily though. It certainly made my life easier, so it was great for a bit. At this point I lived with my teenage son who was very gangly and about 6'4". Then my boyfriend was staying to be near his elderly parents as well. He was broadly built. It was a tiny space, and I felt a little bit cramped with these huge guys always trundling around. Once in a while, I'd send them off on an errand for me, or they'd go and visit my boyfriend's parents together to give me a little bit of space to work on things. One of those days, I happened to get a delivery. I recognized this guy and said hello to him. Tipped him well, too. Then I just went about my life. An hour later, though, he was right back at my door. It was kind of weird and creepy as well. I had steps in front of my door, but no porch. He would knock and stand beside the steps where I couldn't see him through the peephole. I could see him through my window that he was next to, though. I couldn't tell if he was hiding and didn't know I could see him or what. I talked through the window. Hello, can I help you? I had the window film over the lower window for privacy, but I could stand on my couch and see through the upper part above people's heads. He kept on trying to look at where my voice was coming from, before answering and telling me he'd forgotten a bag in the delivery. I confirmed I'd gotten it all, though, and thanked him. He left, and I didn't want to open the door again after he noticed I was alone. I got new neighbors after, directly in the unit across from me. They happened to have a Ring camera. She reached out to me at one point and told me someone had come by knocking and sat on my front steps for about a half an hour. I was over at my boyfriend's house with my son at the time. She sent me the Ring camera video to double check. It looked exactly like that guy, around 8 p.m. too, and I didn't have any open orders. I reached out to Walmart, but they were totally unhelpful, of course. They told me they'd be making sure he didn't deliver anything to me in the future, but wouldn't give me any info I could pass on to police in case anything further happened. I wanted to at least file a report with security in case anything happened again, because this felt like a really weird situation. They told me the police would need to reach out, though. I had a feeling this would escalate further, and it really did. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I didn't order delivery. I tried to cover my bases myself. However, that couldn't stop my neighbors from ordering as well. Somehow, it always came through that guy again. He would be on the property anyway, just 3 feet away from my door. Creepy thing was, I could hear him dropping off the neighbor's stuff, and I had an urge to look through the peephole, only to see him standing right in front of my stairs, staring at my door and trying to look in through my windows. He stood there for 5 minutes until my neighbor upended the door to get her groceries. I told her that was the same guy from the Ring camera. She contacted Walmart too and asked he didn't deliver anything anymore to our area. A few weeks went by and Christmas was just around the corner. I had ordered a few items from Amazon and they'd all be arriving together. I knew they were on my front porch. I could hear them being carried and dropped by the delivery guy. I went over to check and made sure to watch until he walked off. My boyfriend was on the couch with his headphones on working, and I was cooking dinner at the moment. I figured I'd just grab them in a minute. They'd surely be fine on my steps for just a moment. Plus, there was a camera there if anything happened. 5 minutes tops. I finished plating and brought the food in. As I was setting the plates down, the front doorknob, which wasn't locked at the moment, gave a tiny turn. The deadbolt was latched, but the knob wasn't. I could hear it turning but not opening. My boyfriend couldn't hear over his music, though. I pointed it out to him. He took his headphones off and peeked over the top of the window. "Oh, were you hearing things maybe? No one's touching the doorknob right now, and no one's out there either." He walked over and ripped the door open, just to show me there was nothing there. But there stood the man again, this time crouched up against the wall underneath the window, hands still on the knob trying to turn it silently. He looked mortified to see my boyfriend opening the door. When my son came up too, he looked really startled. He asked for me. He must have known my name from the deliveries because he used the name I had on my account, which isn't a name everyone knows me by. My boyfriend got angry and asked what he needed. The guy reached down and picked up the Amazon box, said delivery, handed it off, and then left. It was really unnerving. I tried to explain to my boyfriend that he had not delivered those boxes. They'd already been there. We took the footage to the police, and I tried to reach out to Walmart once again. The police told me they'd reached out too and just gotten a bunch of clueless basic customer service agents with no idea how to proceed. If he came back, I'd need to call the real police so they could come get him in person this time. I was really scared, of course. I was glad he knew I wasn't in the house alone now, but I felt like he might take more drastic measures, knowing that too. The sprinkler system automatically kicked in at 11 p.m. It cycled through the plot of land for about an hour. It started at my bedroom wall, which faced the parking lot. By midnight, it had gone around the entire space in tandem and reached the front lawn space to the right of my front door. I was in bed when I heard it click on. It was usually noisy because it hit the gravel too. It made a lot of sounds. When it switched off to the next area, I heard a strange shuffling. We have a lot of stray cats outside, so I wasn't too alarmed at first. There's one window at the side of my home that faces the front lawn spots, but it's blocked off by a large entertainment system. It was the only blocked window I had, and beside my bedroom window, it was the only one not visible from the Ring camera. The next morning, when I was leaving for work, the window screens had been removed and placed beneath the windows. There were handprints smudged all over the glass as well. No clear footprints, just deep, muddy sloshes where a person had clearly been. I filed another report, but they were similarly unhelpful. They basically told me I needed to get another camera and stay up to make sure I could see it happening, then call it in. Didn't even bother trying to contact Walmart again. Completely useless. The last thing to happen was when my boyfriend was coming over pretty late. He just worked a really long day and came over around 3 a.m. I knew he was supposed to be coming soon, but suddenly I was woken up by the sound of fierce fighting outside. He had pulled into the parking lot as promised, only to find the guy underneath my car. He'd scrambled under when my boyfriend's car was pulling in. He pretended to walk to the front door, only to watch the guy slide out and try to hide behind the parked cars. It looked like he was trying to mess with mine as well. He attacked the guy and I called the police. There was an air tag taped under my car. He was trying to track me away from my house. The man was arrested with plenty of charges, but I didn't really hear anything else from it after. I gave statements and incident report numbers, and I was told I might need to testify, but it never happened. I never had any incidents with him since then, though, so I'm grateful for that. This story happened to me surrounding my job. I haven't told this one to anybody in a while because it's been so long since it happened, but I remember it being one of the most terrifying moments of my entire life. I was 17. I remember it was fall because I had a hoodie on over my work uniform. I didn't have a car at the time, so once in a while when I couldn't cop a ride, I ended up having to walk a couple of miles to make it to work. This particular morning was one of those times. The walk was pretty normal, kind of nice actually. That time of morning, most people were already at work, so the streets were kind of empty and quiet. I remember thinking it was really nice out, a nice temperature, the beautiful falling leaves. I enjoyed the thought of not seeing many people on my walk. I had gone about a mile or so when I saw a man just up ahead carrying a six-pack and standing in the dead center of the sidewalk. I thought this sight was a little bit weird for this time of day, but honestly I was more upset about having to walk around him than I was about him being there at all. As I approached, he noticed me as well. He stared at me as I walked closer, not even pretending to look away. I started to get a little bit anxious actually, but I didn't really have any extra time to mess around. I figured I'd ignore him if he tried talking to me once I was within earshot. He smiled and I braced myself. I remember thinking that I was too tired to be dealing with any catcalling. As I walked around him, he started walking to keep pace with me. That's when I started to freak out a little. I wanted to put on a brave face, so I refused to look at or acknowledge him, looking forward. I tried to keep a neutral expression, as if him stumbling along beside me didn't faze me at all. He started talking to me. "Hey honey, where are you going?" His breath reeked, and I could tell he was probably dead drunk. Up close, I noticed he was dirty. His hair was greasy and his beard was scraggly. It looked like he had been living out of a dumpster. I kept my eyes ahead of me. "I'm going to work," I mumbled, picking up the pace a bit. He kept on walking beside me. "Oh, do you work close by?" When I didn't answer, he continued on his own. "Because I live here. Do you want to come to my place maybe and party with me instead?" I shook my head. I could feel his eyes scanning over my body. His voice was a low whisper at this point, and I was starting to panic. "Yeah, you can come with me. We'll have lots of fun. I'll pay you after we're done if that's what you want," he murmured. At this point, I was almost in tears. I did the only thing that seemed logical. I booked it. It was not a full-on sprint, but it was fast enough to catch him off guard and get myself somewhere safe. I found myself now desperately wishing there were other people around. I looked over my shoulder to see the man running after me. He was still a little bit unsteady on his feet, though. I was terrified. I'm not very quick, and I didn't know if him being drunk would be enough of a handicap for me to escape. I made it around the corner. When up ahead, I saw a woman step out of the bus stop. I looked behind me again to see if he was still chasing me. I looked just in time to see him wipe out on one of the uneven pieces of the sidewalk and crack his head on the corner of the curb. He rolled out onto the street with his beer and didn't get up. I was too shaken and angry to really care, though. I slowed my pace, and once I got up to the woman near the bus stop, she smiled at me, saying something about how he dropped his beer. I didn't reply to her. I walked the rest of the way back to work, looking over my shoulder now and then. To this day, I wonder what happened to that guy. Was he dead? Did he wake up in the middle of the street sometime later and wander off to find someone else to party with? I guess I'll never know. When I was 7, I went camping with my parents and baby sister in Virginia. We were staying in a campground specifically, but there were also some cabins available to rent in the area. On the first day there, after constantly protesting for them to allow me to take a walk, my dad complained to my mom that I was old enough to walk the short distance to the park and play without their supervision for a moment. My mom has always been very overprotective and a true warrior, even more so after this camping trip. My mom finally gave in to our combined pleadings and allowed me to go to the campground park. While at the playground, I met a little girl around my own age. We played together for a long while. She was also by herself, so I invited her to come back to our RV to play some Barbies together. We started heading in that direction. On the way back, we crossed paths with my parents, who were going to another family's RV to visit and socialize with them. We let them know that we were going to play Barbies in our RV together. After we'd played for a little while, she suggested we pick up the Barbies and go to the cabin she and her grandparents were staying in to play there. I agreed. The thought never occurred to me that my parents didn't know this girl or her family, or where I would be going. They likely assumed we were going to stay in the RV and play together there the whole time. Now, we played at her cabin for quite a long while. While we played together, her grandparents seemed to be packing up their things, preparing to leave the campground. When they were all packed up and ready to go, they said that they would take me back to the RV on their way there, so I wouldn't have to walk that whole way. Obviously, my parents had always told me to never ever get in the car with a stranger. I knew this, but it just never occurred to me that this was exactly the sort of situation they meant by that. I mean, genuinely, I never felt afraid or concerned even in the slightest about this situation. The little girl's grandparents packed up their car and all of us climbed in. We stopped at the campground's general store, and her grandfather got both of us some ice cream. All I could think about was how this man was so kind and generous. When we got back into the car again, I assumed they would be next dropping me off in the RV. I stayed in the car eating my ice cream and talking with my new friend, completely oblivious to the outside world. All of a sudden, the car stopped abruptly. My dad flew in out of nowhere and threw the door open, tears pouring down his cheeks. He yanked me out of the car and hugged me so hard that I thought I was going to pass out. I was just confused. The car I had just been in then sped away very quickly. It was then that I realized we were all the way at the exit of the campground. Apparently, upon returning to our RV and finding that my new friend and I were gone, my parents had contacted the ranger station, and a lot of people went out to find me. They actually went door to door to different RVs. My dad just happened to be walking by when he saw me in another person's car. I don't know who those people were, but they definitely had no intention at all of bringing me back to my parents. I think the ice cream they bought me was to distract me from noticing details. Over the years, I've often thought back to that day and just how different my life would have been now if it was not for my dad showing up in that exact moment. Had he not seen me just in the nick of time, I might be living a totally different life right now. This happened to me in my early 20s, and as a direct result of this experience, I've now developed a strong fear and mistrust of the opposite sex. For that reason, I'll be keeping my identity anonymous. It happened one night when I was on my way home from work. I got off the train at my usual station, and I was walking down the street in the direction of my home. I had my earbuds in and was listening to music. It was just an ordinary night, really. As I was walking, I sensed a presence behind me, so naturally I glanced backward. I guessed that I might have been in someone's way or something. I looked back to see a man on a bicycle. He was wearing a surgical mask, so I couldn't see his face very clearly. He looked very young, though. When I heard his voice, I guessed he was about the same age as me. He called out, something along the lines of, "Hey, when I saw you, I knew I just had to stop and talk to you. You are so my type. Are you free right now?" Realizing this guy was just trying to hit on me, I pretended I couldn't hear anything over my music. I just kept hoping he would leave me alone. "Hey, can you hear me or are you busy? Why is that? Why don't you just give me your contact information? I won't even contact you. Why the hell do you want my number then?" I wondered. I realized this creep was not going to just get the hint, so I decided to go a little stronger. I made a big gesture of turning my head away from him and upped my pace as well. He did freak out a bit, but it only took me another 3 or 4 minutes to get home. I just focused on what I wanted to do when I got in. I told myself soon I would be sitting on my sofa watching a movie behind locked doors. I didn't look back. I just kept walking to get to my place. I had to go along some busier streets and some quieter ones. When I turned off to head down the quieter street, I noticed something suddenly coming up from behind me. I heard some kind of clanking sound. It sounded like metal rubbing against metal. I turned around to see what was coming. I saw amidst the darkness of the night, that guy wearing a surgical mask coming right at me on his bicycle. I thought our brief and horrible exchange was over, but it seemed pretty clear to me he had been following me the entire time. My first thought was a really strange one. Even if I ran home as fast as I could, he would still catch me. It was true, he did have a bike. With that thought came a kind of internal avalanche of fear. I was confused and scared. I wanted nothing more than to be off these dark streets. I remembered there was a coin laundromat nearby that I sometimes used. I figured I could get there and into the light in about 10 seconds. There might be people there too if I was lucky enough to find someone in the laundromat. Then that guy would surely go away. If not, I could lock the door from the inside if I had to, then call the police. I turned around and started running. The metal clanking sound was getting louder. I guess that was probably the sound of the pedals on his worn-out bike. I knew without turning around that meant he must be pedaling faster in pursuit of me. I threw open the door to the laundromat and jumped inside without the creep catching me. Of course, no one was in there. There were no other customers, just my luck. I was having that sort of night. I locked the door behind me. I knew how to lock the door because I'd helped the owner with it before. I headed right to the back of the room. I was shaking with fear and breathing heavily. I grabbed my phone. As I was frantically trying to unlock it, I saw the shadow appear in the front door outside. The guy who was following me had arrived. He dropped his bike to the ground and started trying to open the door. He realized I'd locked it, and this angered him a whole lot. "Hey, open the door. Come on, just open it. Come on, it's not like I'm gonna do anything to you. I won't do anything, okay? Just give me your number. I won't even contact you, but if you just give it to me, I'll go away." He just kept on saying stuff like that. I remember because he said he wanted my number but wouldn't contact me. Now he was saying to open the door. The way he was double speaking was really creepy to me. It was like his true intentions were slipping out when he was getting frustrated. I wondered what more would happen to me if he got even more angry. He started pounding on the door with clenched fists and shaking the handle. The entire door was shaking in the frame. The door was primarily made out of glass, so I wasn't sure how much of a beating it could really take. I was absolutely terrified what was going to happen to me if that man managed to get in. I couldn't just stand there cowering and waiting for him to get inside. I yelled at him and told him I'd called the police and they would be here any minute. I told him he was an idiot and he'd better stop right now. He stopped banging on the door and calmly dropped his arms down to his sides. He looked me in the eyes, and I could tell he hated me in that moment. I think I'd really upset his ego by calling him stupid. He then pointed at me and said he was going to kill me. He turned and kept muttering something, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. He picked up his bike and left. I couldn't move for 10 minutes. I had to, though, when an actual customer came to use the laundromat. I unlocked the door with my trembling hands and called the police. I made sure someone stayed with me on the phone until I got home. I got home safely that night. I hated that night at home, though, because that horrible experience happened on a road I regularly used to get home. It led to a lot of fear and negativity during my commutes to work. It really ruined my life. In order to get back to being myself again, I had to move. I had to get away. I couldn't live each day, wondering if I would run into that man again. Thankfully, I never did, but it still scares me to this day, knowing that he could still be out there somewhere. This just happened to me a few nights ago, and I'm still shaken up, so please bear with me. I'm a female bartender at a small cafe that doubles as a venue. During the day, we serve coffee and lunch, and at night, we have a full bar with bands, comedy shows, and the like. On this particular night, there was an open mic comedy show. Not a lot of comedians showed up, mind you, so we ended up closing up shop early, and I was just about ready to head on home. I had one patron come in and order a single beer during the comedy show. He was acting somewhat nervous, but being a female bartender, I get a lot of male customers that are shy, or don't really want to talk to women anyway, so I didn't really think too much about it. He sat down, sipped his beer, and casually watched the show. Since we'd closed up early, everyone was pretty much gone now. I wanted to lock up and clean so I could just get on home. After I escorted the last couple out of the bar and got ready to lock up the door, I saw the man from earlier walk down the back hallway and into the men's restroom. Not even a minute after I'd seen this, he burst through the door yelling in a panic. "Hurry, come back here! I need help right now!" I stood at the opposite end of the hallway and asked him what was wrong. "The toilet is overflowing. There's water all over the place. You have to help me." I could tell something was wrong right away. "It's okay, man, it happens. I'll just mop it up later. I'm trying to close up right now, so could you get out of here?" He continued to argue with me though, trying to get me to come into the bathroom with him as I stood about 20 feet down the hallway. The man ran towards me very aggressively once he got fed up and tried to grasp at my arm.
"You need to come back here now," he said. I immediately put my hands out in front of me so he couldn't come any closer, and I told him he needed to leave now. He walked outside without much trouble, surprisingly, and I locked the door behind him. I checked the bathroom only to see it was completely spotless, no water on the floor at all. I flushed the toilet and the urinal just to make sure, and they were both working just fine. I started to get a bit nervous. I took my large pocket knife and clipped it to the waistband of my pants just in the worst-case scenario. As I'm cleaning our espresso machine and putting toppers on the liquor bottles, I hear a faint tapping noise. I look up at the front of the store, which is one big window that had a few curtains covering it. The same man was still there, tapping on the window and waving at me, laughing like a maniac. I watched him walk over to the door and begin to tug on it. It didn't open, of course, since I'd locked it right after he left. He started to scream and slam on the glass. "Open the door. I'm gonna kill you." Fight overcame flight at this point. I walked around the counter and about 6 feet from the door. I pulled out my knife and locked eyes with him. "I'm calling the cops, so you better get out of here." The man smiled and walked out of view of the window. At this point, all of my adrenaline just crashed. I locked myself in the office and called 911, crying, explaining I was alone, and a man had just tried to lure me into the bathroom. He was still outside trying to make his way in. I waited an hour and a half for no police to show up. I had to call my boyfriend, and he drove to the shop instead. My manager watched the security cameras from home to make sure the man didn't come back. I did the night's deposit and immediately drove home, my boyfriend following behind me. My male busboy has been coming in to work with me ever since, so at least I'm not alone. The managers have also been very firm on keeping an eye on the security cameras while I'm working, so that's good at least. The police never showed up, by the way, nor did they call me back to make sure I was okay.
A couple years ago, one of my closest friends relocated cross-country with his long-term girlfriend to take a job he couldn't refuse. Only issue he had was that he didn't want to fly his dogs out with him when they made the move. They'd be staying in a hotel for the first month of their stay. He was also a bit hesitant to fly them out for health concerns for both pets. By the time he'd located a home to rent, he was really missing them though, and made a request of his sister, another close friend, and myself to drive them to him in LA. We're all Chicago folks, so the trip would be quite a long one. With the three of us to foot the nearly 30-hour drive though, surely it would be a piece of cake. We left early and drove long hours. Along the way, it was decided between my friend and I that we'd foot the majority of the drive ourselves, and if we needed to, we would let the friend's sister do some driving as well. We were on a bit of a time crunch due to a snafu with the rental agreement, so we didn't have the luxury to stop very often. Past an 8-hour stay in Denver, the rest of the journey itself was relatively smooth, barring getting pulled over right before entering Utah for driving 2 miles in the left lane of an empty highway. From that point, we made it through Utah, Arizona, and Nevada without any further trouble. That is, until we entered California. We were in need of gas, and I had been driving for the majority of the first day. I tagged my buddy in after being pulled over, and I remained in the shotgun seat as navigator, searching through the GPS for a fuel stop. I found a sign pointing to Yermo Ghost Town, which had a mobile gas station. How wonderful. It was convenient, and it was located almost directly off the interstate. We rolled in on a little more than fumes. When we approached the pumps, normally we would let the dogs out at every rest stop, but having stopped not long before and with both dogs sleeping snugly in the back seat, I decided to pump gas without anyone else leaving the vehicle. My buddy pulled up on the opposite side of a beat-up green sedan, where a short, plump gentleman had just turned in to approach the shop. I noticed a few other hoopties at the pumps, all unoccupied. There were a couple of cars parked up near the station, most likely belonging to the employees. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That is, until I swiped my credit card and the pump rejected my swipe attempt. I chalked it up to a misread, so I swiped again. The pump now read, "Please see the attendant." I was quite annoyed, but we really needed the gas. I tapped on the window and told my buddy what I was doing. I asked if anybody needed anything. After taking their orders for Gatorade and Marlboro Reds, I walked up to the store. I made a mental note of how strange this gas station was. It was eerily quiet, especially for one just off the interstate. That was no matter, really. As I walked through the gas station, though, there was more weirdness. The first thing I noticed in the store was that there were boxes of chips just left on the floor, like someone was in the middle of restocking the shelves and then just quit. As I veered to my right, I noticed that there was no one else walking around in this place either. With the 6 cars beside my own out there, I felt like I would see somebody at least. Things got even weirder when I realized there was nobody behind the counter. No customers, no workers. Then it dawned on me. Well, what happened to the gentleman who was just leaving the pump adjacent to mine? Surely they can't all be in the bathroom. I began to have the gnawing sensation in my stomach that something was not right. I've always been a person who felt like I could trust my instincts, and those instincts were screaming at me to get the hell out of here. I wanted to run, but I thought I would look suspicious booking it out of the station that was empty, so I decided to play it cool and natural. Don't let your body language let on how badly you're freaking out in your head. I was probably only inside that station for a couple of minutes. I left, but I stopped just before exiting to listen in for anything. A flushing toilet even would have been a good sound, but there was no noise at all. As I exited the shop and saw my car, I began to feel a dread. It's like that moment in a movie where the hero is about to make it to the end of their trial, but the celebratory fanfare disappears, and in that silence something comes and strikes them down. I was about 25 yards from the car when I noticed a gentleman coming from around the side of the shop opposite of me. This was not the same man I'd seen earlier. He was quite large and had a peculiar look on his face. The best way I can describe it was like a crazy Nick Cage smile. I continued walking towards my car. When I turned back to look at him, he was now walking towards me fast and with purpose. At this point, I hopped my way back to the car with an increased urgency in my step. Of course, my friend had the door locked. There was also the 95-pound golden retriever sitting in my seat. Apparently, my travel companions had not noticed how terrified I was, nor the creepy man directly beelining in our direction. I punched the window and told him to unlock the door right now. He only halfway rolled down the window to tell me the dog was in my seat. They were afraid she would jump out when I opened the door. I reached my hand in and threw the dog towards the back seat as hard as I could. My friends were just now realizing how scared I was. He started the car and drove off quickly. I took one last look back and saw the man had stopped about a pump away from where we were, still with that same eerie look on his face. We found another gas station further down the road, this time with a ton of people inside and out. After thoroughly being creeped out and pumping the gas, we made our way back to the interstate, which meant passing that gas station again. It had been about 30 minutes since we'd pulled out initially. We went silent as we noticed those very same cars were sitting in the same spots before we had left them. After freaking out for a few minutes, I received a phone call from my credit card company about a $100 charge at a mobile station. The lady on the phone was really helpful in fixing the situation for me and was entirely creeped out by the situation as we were in the end. We made it to LA just fine and had a great vacation there. It still bothers me though. What the hell was going on at that little gas station off the highway? What was with that smiling man? Just a little bit of background information. I'm a 26-year-old woman, kind of a tomboy. The way I grew up, I was always climbing trees, playing in the dirt, and never even touched a doll or a dress. Back in the summer of 2002, I was 16 at the time. My boyfriend asked me to go on a camping trip with him and his parents. Me being the tomboy I was, I graciously accepted his offer. It sounded like a lot of fun. His parents were planning on a weekend of us going out rafting, boating, swimming, the whole works. I was in absolute paradise. Now, they had an RV, and it was fully furnished as well. I slept in the kitchen and living room area. As a side note, right in the middle of the woods was a designated camping area. It was so quiet and peaceful, you could hear the river in the stillness of the night. It was very soothing. I remember thinking to myself, man, I could live here forever. The next day was probably the funnest day of my life. We went out kayaking together. It was around 1 p.m. My boyfriend's dad decided to have a cookout around that time. I can't remember the last time I lost track of time so much and just enjoyed myself so much the day flew right by. Before I knew it, it was already time for us to go to bed once more. We had a big plan for the next day, and I was eager to get to sleep so I could wake up and have that much fun all over again. I remember laying awake though, just staring at the ceiling. My boyfriend was snoring, and I was laughing as quietly as I could. It was not very loud, but it was somewhat amusing. That was the last laugh I'd have for a long time, though, before my life was literally changed forever. All of a sudden, there was a tapping on the side of the RV. That sound really caught me off guard. I wasn't really alarmed, though. I chalked it up to maybe a random noise, perhaps. You know, maybe an animal or the RV just creaking by itself. I wasn't scared or anything. I tried to sleep it off and just ignore it, but that's when I began to hear an unmistakable giggling sound. I thought that maybe my boyfriend's parents were awake and trying to mess around with us. I listened in a bit closer. Silence washed over the place again, and I could hear the river rushing outside. There was the ringing in my ears as well, the kind you get when there's a real eerie silence. I had this sinking feeling in my stomach that I hear a lot of people get when they think something bad's about to happen. I felt it in that moment. In the dead silence, I heard that giggle again, followed by a scraping sound coming from outside the RV. My heart practically jumped into my throat, and I felt tears in my eyes. Somebody was clearly outside. I was scared stiff, though. I couldn't move a muscle. That scraping sound continued. I whispered to my boyfriend, trying to wake him up, but he just kept on snoring. I heard the sound moving until about 5 feet away from the main door, before there was more silence. My heart was beating so fast I was afraid I was going to have a heart attack. I tapped against my chest, trying to calm myself down. I was just watching the square hole in the door. All of a sudden, I saw a small thing just appear out of the darkness. I almost shrieked out of fear. I could see it appeared to be the hand of a young girl. Looking a bit closer, I could see it appeared to be one of those fake ones you'd get from Walmart, but that didn't stop me from freaking out a lot. I sat up and started screaming. I mean, really started wailing. My boyfriend's parents staggered into the room. All I could do was point at the door. My boyfriend's dad went to open it, but there was a sudden loud crash. He then fell back inside, falling onto the couch out cold. A rock then fell onto the floor. That's when my boyfriend woke up and started shouting. The mom was going insane and turned over to her husband. I was screaming and still in shock. When I finally stopped screaming, I could hear hysterical laughter coming from outside, followed by footsteps on top of the RV. They were up on the roof. I could hear a higher-pitched nasally voice coming from outside the RV. None of us had cell phones in 2002. We were just now starting to get into the cell phone craze, so we were truly in the middle of nowhere with no way to contact anyone. There would be no help. The RV was now rocking, with somebody obviously jumping up and down on top of it. There was a crash on the side door frame as the man on top smashed it with something. He was screaming and laughing and trying to mock us. That managed to sober us up a bit, though. My boyfriend grabbed a gun from one of the cupboards. He opened the door and fired out into the darkness. The pacing on the roof immediately stopped, and the shrieking outside stopped as well. Everything returned to silence once more. I looked over at my boyfriend. There was a window right behind him. I could see a face in it. I knew it was a man because I could make out the outline of a thick beard on him. That was all I could really see. The man outside raised a gloved hand and started waving at me. I moved my boyfriend away from the window. I looked back and the man was now gone. We drove out of the campsite that night. The RV had suffered a broken window, and my boyfriend's dad had to go to the hospital for a concussion where a rock had hit him in the head. The parents called the police the next morning, and officers went out and searched the area. They couldn't find anything, though. Neither footprints nor firewood or anything like that. After that, I had to go through counseling and therapy because I had quite a bit of trouble sleeping. About 2 years after that, my boyfriend and I actually broke up due to the stress and trauma I was going through because of it. Eventually, I did start to get better, but it took a long time. This incident happened back in 2014. I had been committed to a psych ward for my own safety. A little background, I'm a woman, and I was 19 at the time this happened. I was coming off 3 years of bipolar medication, while at the peak of substance abuse, facilitated by my first year in college. I was going crazy with new adult freedom. One night I had a big mental breakdown, and I was committed for the first time in the adult ward. Previously, I had only been admitted in the minors ward during my adolescence for similar episodes. Within this unit, you had to share a room with the same sex, but weren't given any proper introductions. The facility as a whole wasn't really managed effectively, nor did any of the nurses or doctors seem to care, other than to prescribe and get you out as soon as possible. I was led to the room I would be staying in. The nurse just said to the other lady in the room, "This is your new roommate," then left. The woman appeared to be in her late 40s or early 50s, Hispanic and a little bit taller than I was. She would not keep her gaze off the floor in front of her and didn't say a word or move when I tried to greet her. I noticed she had a tattoo of a cartoon version of the classic Red Devil, but as a baby of some sort. I figured I would just try and leave her to her own business and stick to my area of the room. The first night went as they normally do in a psych ward. A nightly group where my roommate declined to share anything yet again, only staring at the floor and barely moving an inch, while everyone else was lining up to be given their medication before bed. One of the people across the way started banging on their door and screaming. One guy was smiling while banging his bald head against a glass window. Some other guys behind him were screaming and jumping around. The orderlies came and took them away, their screams still lingering through the halls. Having been in psych wards before, I was not surprised by out-of-the-ordinary behavior, like yelling or fights starting, but this was something completely different to me. I was with disturbed adults now, people who had years of illnesses deteriorating their mind, not just angry little kids anymore. I actually felt scared for the first time because of the high level of unpredictability with these people. I knew I wasn't all there in the head either. but these people had me anxious and made it difficult to try and get any rest that night. You know the feeling of being awake but you haven't opened your eyes yet? The moment when you're barely waking up and everything is still in this fuzzy state of conscious. I was in that state later that night. I felt like I was waking up, as if something was forcing me awake, yet I was still so tired. I wasn't opening my eyes yet. The more I came to, though, I began to feel a pressure on my forehead, and I could sense a ton of sweat dripping on my face. I opened my eyes, only to find my roommate standing over my bed, staring me in the eye. She had one hand on my forehead and the other in a balled-up fist against her chest. She spoke in what I assumed to be tongues. I looked into her eyes, and they were blank and vacant, empty of any emotion at all. She started whispering gibberish faster and getting louder. I was paralyzed at this moment, not sure what to do or what this woman would do if I were to do anything. And there was only us in this room, and the nurse's station was all the way at the end of the hall. She started wiping the sweat off my forehead with her hand, while still speaking fast and erratically. I wasn't sure what she planned on doing next. She then put her hands around my throat. At this point, she started screaming while shaking me. That was not long before our nurse rushed in and took her off me. The nurse seemed more irritated she had to get up at all and do her job, rather than being concerned about how I was doing or feeling. She escorted the woman out and said not to worry and just go back to sleep. I don't know how I managed to fall back asleep that night. I assumed the woman got transferred to a more severe ward because I didn't see her again the next day. I was luckily able to leave later that same day. This incident has since been a reminder for me to never go back and to manage my mental well-being better, because while I do have some issues, I could be in a far worse state of mind. I still wake up some nights with lingering anxiety and have to calm myself down to go back to sleep. I never want to go back to a ward in my entire life to experience this again, or perhaps something far worse.
It was summer, I believe the day after the 4th of July. My husband and I were in the middle of a cross-country road trip. We were driving through Texas, and for any of you who've driven across the entire state, you know it's very long and very barren. Sometimes we'd go hours without seeing anything at all. The towns we did pass through didn't consist of much more than a rusty old gas station and a few dusty little houses. Looking out the window, you would swear you were driving through the same 5 miles of desert over and over again. I had just started to get a bit of a headache, and my husband suggested I take a quick nap to get rid of it. I remember allowing myself to doze off as I watched the beautiful colors of the desert sunset. The slowing of the car woke me up at some point, and the first thing I noticed was how dark it was. I believe it was now 10 p.m. or so. My husband had stopped at a gas station with a small shop. He told me he was going to grab us some food and asked if I needed to use the restroom. Knowing I might not have another chance for quite a while, I went to the shop to use the bathroom. Both the men's and women's were a little hauled down from the open area of the shop. I was groggy and tired and realized how badly I needed to go, so I quickly shuffled my way into the restroom. As I made my way the short distance from the door to the nearest of the 2 stalls, I made eye contact with a woman coming out of the other one. She didn't quite look homeless, but she was definitely messy looking. She had wild gray hair, almost shoulder length, if it hadn't been sticking out every direction from her head. It looked like she hadn't had a shower in weeks. She was wearing ragged-looking clothing as well, a pair of ill-fitting black workout shorts, and I remember noting her foam flip-flops, several layers on top, one of them being a large purple and green coat. Keep in mind this was Texas in July. She was also carrying something tied up in a plastic grocery bag. I gave her a quick smile as our eyes met, and she just stared at me in return. Then her face turned wild and intense looking. her eyebrows furrowed as if she was angry, and her eyes had a wild look. She almost looked at me like she was hungry, and this is when I first felt the twinge that something was wrong. I tried to brush it off, though. She waddled over to the only sink, and I took my time shutting the stall door. Something about her posture in front of the mirror struck me as odd. I was trying to figure it out. She was standing with her body angled toward me, but her face turned toward the mirror. Her body was tensed as well, as if she was about to pounce into action. I wasn't sure why, but I felt uncomfortable in that moment. I'd regretted leaving my purse and cell phone behind. I shut and locked the stall door, and took my sweet time using that toilet. I wanted to wait until she was gone before I left the safety of that stall. I even stayed there long after I had finished, but I could see the woman was still there. I waited even longer. Finally, I heard the smacking of her flip-flops as she made her way over to the door. I heard it open and slam closed. The door was pretty heavy, and slammed the same way it did when I had entered. I stayed for a moment, and allowed the wave of relief to wash over me before I reached out for the lock. Then, though, I paused, only fingers away from unlatching it. I stayed completely silent, so I could manage to confirm what I'd thought I'd just heard. Yes, breathing. The woman had only pretended to leave. At this point, I was scared and confused. Why was she trying to trick me into thinking she'd left, only to stick around and be silent as possible? Something was very wrong here. I stayed in the stall even longer, feeling trapped. This time, it must have been at least 20 minutes, but I had no way of knowing for sure. I could tell from the direction the breathing was coming from that she had positioned herself in the far corner, right next to the door, far enough away that I couldn't make out her feet. Finally, I heard her leave. This time, I even waited a few minutes to make sure she didn't try that trick again. I slipped out of the stall, quickly washed my hands, and rushed down the hallway back to the store. It was pitch black outside. I had no idea where she was, but she couldn't have gone far. A large man was checking out at the register, so I waited near a window display until he left the store, and quietly slipped out just behind him. Sure enough, crouched right outside the front door was that same woman. She seemed surprised for a moment, before she stood and turned away, walking very quickly around the side of the store. My husband was waiting in the car, and asked me if I was okay, since I'd taken so much longer than usual. I told him I would tell him all about it once we were away from that store. People I've told this story have many theories. The two most common were that she was a junkie that wanted to mug me, or that she worked in sex trafficking or something. I'm open to any of your theories. I tried to see if there was anything in the news from around that time, but I couldn't figure out exactly where we were when this happened.
When I was 13, I had a babysitter that would come by once a week, as my mom would work late every Saturday night. I always thought I was too old to have a babysitter still, and hated having to have someone watch over me all the time. The main person my mom would have over was this 20-year-old guy named Tomas. He was the son of one of my mom's work friends, I guess. This guy was really weird though, and I didn't like him at all. He didn't talk much and acted really awkward and strange. It's hard to describe. Whenever he interacted with my mom though, he was always extra nice and very talkative. I tried to bring up his weird behavior with her, but she would always say I was just trying to get rid of him so I could stay home alone. Anyway, it was a normal Saturday night, and Tomas had just arrived a little late. As usual, my mom talked with him for a little while, then headed out to work. I walked over to the couch and turned on my Xbox to play some video games and try to pass the time away. I usually go to bed at 10 or so I'd have to spend 4 or 5 hours with Tomas. Most of the time, I'd find something to do alone. He never really talked to me anyway, and would just kind of hang around in the kitchen or in our loft area. Today was no different really. He was just hanging around in the kitchen for a while. After a few minutes, though, I started to hear what sounded like him talking to someone. I tried to listen in as best I could, but I couldn't quite make out anything he was saying. The kitchen was right behind the living room that I was in, but he was talking really quietly. This went on for a few minutes, then the talking stopped altogether. That was followed by him coming into the living room and standing next to the couch. I looked up at him and saw he was holding his phone. Tomas said someone was going to come over for just a second and not to worry about anything. I didn't really know how to respond, other than just to say okay. It was pretty weird though, and I knew it was definitely not something a babysitter should be doing. I also knew there was nothing I could really do about it myself though. The next 20 minutes were really awkward, as he didn't take out his phone or anything. He just sat there on the couch with me, looking around and not saying a single word. He would usually rarely ever try to be in the same room as me, so this was pretty out of the ordinary for him. Our living room was right by the front door though, so I guess he was just waiting for that person to get there. Eventually, a car did pull into the driveway, and a man came knocking at the door. Tomas shot up and went over to the door, then stood right in front of it for a moment, before turning and telling me he'd be back in just a minute. He opened the door and walked outside, then shut the door behind him. This whole situation had me very curious as to what was going on. The blinds on the windows were cracked open just enough for me to peek outside and see the two shadows as they moved around in the driveway. I could tell the man handed Tomas a large bag, then got in his car and drove away. A few seconds later, I heard the lid of the garbage can outside slamming shut, followed by Tomas coming back inside through the front door. Something about this whole situation seemed very odd. I couldn't help myself from asking what the hell this was all about. He replied by telling me it was just his friend, and he'd left his wallet at his friend's house last night. He was only coming over to drop it off for him. Something about the way he answered made me feel uncomfortable. That also didn't explain the large bag I'd seen him holding just a few moments ago. I didn't feel safe questioning him any further though, so I just said okay and went back to playing my game. Things started to get more strange though as the night progressed onward. During the next hour, I could hear Tomas having multiple phone calls with people in the kitchen. At one point, he went to the far loft area, where I could hear him raising his voice quite intensely. I still couldn't make out what he was saying though. After the 5th or 6th call, the same car from earlier pulled into the driveway again. Tomas immediately ran outside without saying anything. I could tell from the body language and the way they were moving around that they were clearly arguing about something. Tomas left for 30 seconds, then came back with the bag from earlier. The man took it and put it in his back seat, then drove off in a hurry. He came back inside, and I could see frustration all over his face. He went over to the kitchen and didn't come back until 10, when he told me to just go to bed. I got myself ready and laid down, while Tomas stayed downstairs. He would usually stay until my mom got home at 12, but just a few moments later I heard the front door open and close. I waited for 10 minutes, then got up and went downstairs to see if he was still there. Sure enough, he was nowhere to be seen. I looked out the window and his car was gone too. I stayed up in bed for a few hours to wait for my mom to get home, then told her everything that happened. She seemed to believe me this time. She also thought it was strange and very unprofessional to leave the house before she came home. The next day, she tried to call him, but he didn't answer on any of his contact information. Eventually, she got a hold of her friend who was Tomas's mom and asked what happened. She said that he'd gone home feeling sick. We both knew that was a complete lie and didn't make much sense at all. Anyway, it's been almost 10 years since all that happened, and I still find myself thinking how weird that night was. I always wonder what the two were arguing about and why he just left me there in a hurry. What was in that bag, too? This may sound weird, but I met my eventual husband on Xbox Live on the Xbox 360. We started playing Halo together after just randomly being on a team one time. That formed into a friendship, which eventually led to a romance that led to marriage. I know for a lot of people that's crazy, and life usually isn't that fair, but I guess I'm really lucky. He was exactly the man I thought he was, and not some serial killer or catfish or something. We actually had a Halo-themed wedding as well. Every year we traveled down to the city to attend a massive video game convention. It reminded us of our love and how far we had come together. The conventions weren't just Xbox or Microsoft related. Having Halo present was definitely a plus for us though. It was something we looked forward to every year, and it's something we still continue to do together, and will do so for as long as we can. One time though, a few years ago, we almost had to stop going to conventions altogether. The day started just like every other convention he and I had ever gone to. Loads of fun, buying souvenirs, attending live talks, and meeting awesome like-minded folks. During one of the talks, they set up microphones at the end of the aisles, and you can wait in line and ask questions to the guest speaker. My husband really wanted to ask a question, so he got in line while I waited in our seat. I was mostly just listening to the other people's questions and enjoying myself quite a bit. That was when I noticed just about the worst thing I could possibly ever see. Sitting about 10 feet away from me in another row was my ex-boyfriend. We'd broken up 10 years ago for many different reasons. The Cliff Notes version was that he was an abusive and controlling man. I just tried to pretend like I'd never seen him and started looking the other direction. When I glanced back though, he was very clearly staring at me. I could feel his eyes penetrating me. It was the most uncomfortable feeling I had ever felt. I was scared to get up and leave the convention hall because I thought he might try to follow me. I also didn't want to say or do anything because I didn't want to bring unwanted attention to the situation. After all he was doing was staring at me and not doing anything harmful really. I guess it took about 15 minutes for my husband to get to the front of the line, but when he finally did, I recorded his question. After that little interaction, he came back to his seat, but he could tell something was off with me. He didn't know what, and I didn't want to tell him about my ex because I thought it might make him uncomfortable. We eventually left the talk and started doing other activities around the convention. I noticed, though, that every few minutes, I would now see my ex wandering around somewhere near us. It was making me grow increasingly uneasy. Finally, my husband asked what was going on, because it got to the point where I was giving him one-word answers and was more focused on keeping an eye on my ex than I was in the actual conversation. I decided to tell him everything and pointed out where he was hiding. I basically told him how horrible of a man that guy was, and most likely still is, since it seemed he was now trying to follow me. I forget how amazing my husband is sometimes, honestly. I thought it would make him uncomfortable, but instead he completely understood and asked if I wanted to leave early. I didn't, but at the same time I wanted to just get away from that man. We decided to just leave. As we were walking to the car, my head almost felt like a bobblehead. I was looking all around, trying to keep an eye on him. That's when I realized I hadn't seen him in over 15 minutes, and I felt my first wave of relief in the last few hours. We got in the car and started the somewhat long drive home on the highway. There was a lot of traffic, but once we got off of it, there was no traffic at all, except for one car following us. Now, ordinarily, this wouldn't really be an issue, but the car following us was following very closely. They had their high beams on the entire time, too. We tried to remain calm, thinking perhaps it was just some coincidence, but he wouldn't try to pass us at all, and if we sped up, so did he. I was convinced this tailgater was my ex. My husband tried to comfort me by telling me not to jump to conclusions. Surely it could have been anyone. We didn't want to head right home and have this car follow us there, though, so we decided to pull into the lot of a 24-hour gas station. It was about a mile away from our home. As we turned in, they did as well. We parked and they stopped right behind us, making it impossible to back out of the spot even if we wanted to. We were trying to look into the windows of the vehicle, but the windows were too tinted and we couldn't make out the driver. I pulled out my phone and finally called the police, something I should have done a while ago. A minute or two later, the vehicle drove off, thankfully in the opposite direction of our home. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived, and we described the vehicle. I told them about my ex. They didn't seem too concerned, though. Basically, just told me I couldn't accuse him without any concrete proof, even though deep down I knew it was him. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I got 3 phone calls from a restricted number in the middle of the night. Every vehicle light that drove by our house that night made me grip the sheets in fear. Luckily, the lights always passed by without further incident. I know he doesn't know where I live, but it's an irrational fear of mine. I know this story is perhaps more creepy than outright terrifying, but just put yourself in our shoes. We were terrified for our lives. If it truly was my ex tailgating us, I'm happy we were able to get away and that I'm able to write this story at all. Before I start, let me just say this story is pretty weird. I needed a TI-84 calculator for my college statistics class. The greatest thing is that they're really expensive, so I decided to go ahead and purchase one on Craigslist. Looking through all the ads, I finally found one that seemed almost too good to be true. A guy was selling a relatively new one for only $40. I immediately emailed the seller and was happy to see the calculator was still up for sale. I asked when I could come by and get it, and the seller said right away if I wanted to. He gave me his address and I headed off for his home. The house itself was quite a bit of ways out of town. I'm in a college town in the middle of a bunch of cornfields anyway, and the place I drove to was an old farmhouse sitting there alone. This person had a nice big yard, and there were cornfields all around as far as the eye could see. I drove up the needlessly long driveway and didn't see any vehicles there. Apprehensively, I got out of the car and walked up to the porch and knocked on the door. I had to knock on it several times. After I did, the door was finally answered by a guy who looked like he belonged working in the carnies, rather than living out on a farm like this. He was tall and skinny with pallid skin and dark eyes set back in his sockets. He looked at me for a few moments and kept rolling his tongue around in his cheek. Yeah, I'm here about the calculator," I said. The man just kinda gave me an odd look before nodding. He held it up and let me look at it. It looked pretty great, honestly. I turned it on, tried it out, everything seemed to work perfectly. I took the money out to hand to the man, only for him to act as if he'd just remembered something. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to get the cover. Why don't you come on inside for a moment and I'll grab it for you?" This was pretty odd. I didn't want to just go into this guy's house. The guy was kind of being weird. Looking past him into the home, I could see it was quite dirty and unkempt as well. I declined, but the man insisted. "Come on, no reason to stand out here in the cold. It'll just be a moment so I can find the cover." Cold? I thought it wasn't even remotely cold outside. It was creepy enough being asked to enter the home for something as simple as a calculator cover, but his excuse made it that much worse. No thanks, it's okay. I'll just wait out here." I told him I could just play here for a moment. At first, the man just kind of stared at me with his dark eyes. Then he reached out to grab the calculator out of my hand and slammed the door right in my face. Needless to say, I was extremely confused. I had already paid for the calculator. Was he just not going to give it to me? I stood there for a few moments, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he opened the door again, holding the calculator with the cover on it this time. He held it out to me. When I didn't move, he got very impatient
and started to growl at me. "Well, take the nice thing, you just paid for it." I took the calculator out of his hand, and he slammed the door right in my face. Happy to be out of conversation with this person, and eager to get away as fast as possible, I turned away. As I turned, though, I caught a glimpse in the window and saw that he was not alone. There was a person who had been hidden just out of sight, and they were arguing about something. I'd had enough, though. I ran to my car and left. When I got back to my room, I decided to try this new calculator out. I hoped that the guy hadn't gotten so angry he'd broken it or something. I turned it on. Now, anyone that has used this calculator knows you can type in letters as well as numbers, and whatever you put on the screen will come right back on once the calculator is turned on after sleep mode. When I turned the calculator on, it seemed there was a message for me. The man must have written it when he was inside looking for the cover. "If you had come in, you'd be dead right now. Enjoy your calculator." I used to be a manager at a Borders bookstore. It was a pretty good job, and I enjoyed working there a lot. I was an assistant manager who enjoyed when I was the only manager in the store. Because of that, I often volunteered to work all day on holidays and allow the other managers to take the day off as well. This became a very regular thing with me. My first year there, I went ahead and took the opportunity to work on Valentine's Day as well. It wasn't like I was dating anyone at the moment, so it was pretty easy for me to slot in. I agreed to open and close the store, so I was the only manager working the entire day. I spent a large amount of time just taking it easy back in the offices, mostly working on Microsoft Excel sheets for making the schedules for upcoming weeks. I got a page to dial a certain extension. I picked up and called, and one of my employees told me I needed to go over to the security cameras. Apparently, there was someone in the store walking around in a huge bee costume. Naturally, I thought that was quite odd. I went up and went over to the security office. We had 4 televisions in that room, with several cameras that could be switched back and forth between. As I looked over at the monitors, I noticed something over on the camera that was focused in the cafe area. It was exactly what my employee had told me. There was a man that seemed to be dressed in this huge bumblebee costume. He was walking around and bothering the customers. He was also holding what looked like a huge construction paper heart in his hand. I have to admit, I was at a complete loss as to how to handle this situation. I can easily say this was never covered in my management training, nor anything of that sort. I wasn't sure if he was soliciting or harassing, just seemed like he was going around the cafe acting kinda crazy. Well, crazy in my perspective at least. Anybody in a bee costume in a random Borders bookstore had to be a little bit off balance at least. For a few moments, I just kinda watched the guy on the security cameras. He was quite large, actually. As he moved around the store, he was sort of dancing back and forth. After a bit of arguing back and forth with myself, I finally decided this must be bad for business. I knew I had to at least go and see what this bee wanted. I walked out of the offices and made my way up to the cash register area. The bee person was just kind of prancing about in front of them. A few people were bent out of shape about it as well. The customers were completely avoiding this man. I wasn't really looking forward to having to confront this person. I tried to get the bee's attention, but he mostly ignored me as he continued to randomly dance around. I followed him around, trying to tell him I was the manager and he was disrupting business, so he had to leave right now. Eventually, out of complete frustration, I told him if he didn't leave the store right this instant, I would call the police and have him removed. Well, that got his attention. The bee had a pen with him and began to scribble something on the construction paper heart he was carrying. He handed it over to me, then began to dance right out the front door of the store. Once the bee was gone, I looked down at what he'd written. "Big B says you're dead." It was weird, but I wasn't really too concerned about it. By the time the store closed, I had put the incident out of my head almost completely. I mean, I hadn't really forgotten about it because honestly, who could ever forget such a weird experience? But I also wasn't putting too much thought into it either. I closed up the store and allowed the other regular employees to go home. After I was done counting up the money and setting up the systems, I went to the security office to turn off the monitors as well. When I did so, I saw the man in the bee costume just standing at the front door of the store. I watched him, holding up another construction paper heart. He turned to display it to the camera, and I saw it read, "Remember what Big B said?" He must have been standing there for a while, because he couldn't have known when I would walk into the office. I decided I would go up to the front of the store and call through the doors to let him know I was going to call the police if he didn't leave. By the time I got there, though, he had already disappeared. I didn't know if I should call the cops if the bee-man was really gone. I was really hesitant to leave the store now as well. I went back into the office and watched the monitors for over half an hour. It seemed he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. When I was finally sure I was safe, I set the alarm for the store and left and locked the doors behind me. I very cautiously walked around to the side where the employees were allowed to park. As I walked around the corner, though, standing just off in the distance, was that mad bee watching me. He had been waiting just out of sight of where the cameras couldn't see him. He was holding a knife this time instead of a heart. Those words from earlier rang through my head. "Big B says you're dead." I began to sprint toward my car as I saw the bee rapidly begin moving toward me. Fortunately, I was closer to my car than he was. I was able to get into it and lock it before he got to me. To my luck as well, the horror movie cliche of the car not starting didn't affect me at all. I started to pull my car out. I almost smacked right into the bee person, which I really didn't mind. I shifted into drive and took off out of that parking lot. As I looked back into the rear-view mirror, I saw that bee just dancing around like he'd been doing inside the store. In that moment, I thought to myself, man, that is one sick f***up. I wasn't really sure what I could do about this bee man. I guess I could call the cops, but he was in a costume, so I didn't really have a description of him, other than he was a big guy in a bee costume. I highly doubted he would still be wearing it when they arrived there. Any big guy I saw around the store could have been him. Any big guy I'd see in the parking lot in the future could also be him. It made every night at work a nightmare, and I never left the building alone at night again. This story takes place a few years back. I was 16 and my cousin who was with me was 21 at the time. We'll call him Jay. We're rural town boys, never really much to do. Jay and I grew up together, so we were always close and we always did everything together. One night he decided to stay over at my house with me while my parents would be out of town. We didn't really do too much though. Had some food and played some video games together. Well, needless to say, it wasn't long before we got kind of bored. In the past, Jay and I had gone out for night walks around the neighborhood, and we would just walk around and talk about things that were bothering us. Girls, school, whatever really came up. That particular night, Jay had suggested that we go for one of our walks. He had quite a lot on his mind at the time, as did I, so this walk was going to be a little longer than the usual ones. I live about 2 miles from our old middle school. However, it's not in the direction of the nearest town, so we don't ever see it. We decided we wanted to roam over that way, just to hang out and talk about the times we'd spent there in the past, and take a little trip down memory lane, you know? When we got there, we looked at the building through the chain-link fence for a while. We sat there pointing at different things, telling each other stories about our school days when we were younger. This was about half an hour. By this point, it had to be about 1 in the morning or so. Jay suggested offhand that we hop the fence and sit down at the Ramada, a roofed shelter. It was closer to the school building, but not quite so close to the cameras that were attached to it. I agreed with this idea, as I wasn't tired yet, and I still had a lot more reminiscing to do in my mind. I remember walking over to it, and seeing from the distance that the only camera facing the gym building had been broken. It was hanging down, pointing at the ground. I remember thinking about kids playing wall ball and accidentally throwing a ball up too high on occasion when I was at school. Must have been how it broke. I didn't really think too much of it. Jay and I sat down and talked for quite a while, only for me to realize it was already 2 a.m. now. I was just about to say to him that we should probably start heading back when we heard the loud metal door of the gym suddenly open. There were windows in the doors of the gym, but we had not seen any lights on in there at any point. It was pitch black the entire time, and now someone was emerging from that darkness. We ducked down and peered out over the wall to see who it was that was coming. The school had lights all around the building, but the Ramada did not. We could see him very well, and we were hoping he wouldn't be able to see us. The man that walked out of the gym didn't look like anyone we recognized from our time in the school, nor did he look like he belonged there at all. He was a very dirty, ragged-looking man, long hair about shoulder length. He was wearing a black hoodie and had a mask on as well. We tried as hard as we could not to move or make any noise as we watched this man walk out, take a look up at the sky and take a deep breath, and then walk behind the school's tool shed. Upon getting back there and out of sight, he let out a sound I can only describe as a howling growl, and we heard a loud bang, almost as if he'd just attacked the back of the shed. Jay and I gave each other a very startled look before whispering to each other that we needed to hop a different fence to get out. Surely he would see us jumping the one we had jumped to get in. When we looked back, he was already back by the gym door. We crouched and walked out of there a little ways in silence before we decided to stand up and make a mad dash to a farther out fence. When we got there, we looked back. We didn't see the man anymore. Jay hopped the fence easily, but as I was climbing up, I heard him shout, "Oh shit, hurry up, dude!" He jumped onto the fence and grabbed my jacket to tug me upwards. When I got to the top and was dropping over to the other side, I looked back, only to see the man had circled around and was now a few yards away from us with something in his hand. My skin was crawling. It was a hammer. He stopped when I got over the fence and just stared at the both of us. As we started to jog away in fear, we looked back, only to see him hopping over the fence easily. Upon seeing this, we began to sprint as fast as we could. The man started to gain on us. Thankfully, we took a longer way, with much more twists and turns. We lost him very early on into the chase. I guess he didn't know the area very well. When we got back home, we made sure everything was locked up tight, grabbed one of my dad's guns, and the 2 dogs, and we slept together in my room. Nothing else happened that night, so I'm sure we actually lost him. We never found out why he was there or what he did either. We never went there on a walk ever again. That's for sure. Once upon a time, I worked as a supervisor at a fast food restaurant. If you've ever done that before, you know there are all sorts of challenges that come with it. The one that annoyed me the most, though, was when we didn't have enough people to run the restaurant. A lot of times this was because of turnover, but not always. It also was because there were just times when you were not given enough people to work with. When I would close the store in the evening, I was given 3 employees to work in with me. This was 1 person to grill the meat, 1 person to make sandwiches, 1 person to make fries and hand out orders in the drive-thru, and me to take orders from the drive-thru as well, collect money from the customers at the window, and take orders in the dining room of the store too. Frankly, my boss was a big wuss, and he would always overstaff one of his other supervisors who was a lazy ass. Because of that, I ended up having to do a lot more work for a lot less money myself. This eventually led to me leaving the company altogether, even when they offered to move me up, give me a store of my choice to work in, and nearly doubled my salary. Just not worth the hassle. Of course, when you don't have enough people working in a restaurant, it's very easy to get some pissed off customers. There was this one particular night when just everything was going wrong. It was really driving me off the deep end. First off, our restaurant served baked potatoes. These take at least an hour to cook, and because of that, it was very possible to run out of them.
You can never actually predict how many someone will buy at any given time, and late this evening, we just ran out because we had so many orders. There were these guys in a pickup truck who were really angry about this. I tried to apologize and explain the situation, but they just weren't having it. They began to insult me, and even when I offered something else in return, they turned it down and began to throw things at me. Then they drove away, only to come back and drive around the store over and over, enough to set off the drive-thru over and over again just to torment me. Finally, I threatened to call the police if they didn't stop doing this. When they didn't believe I would go through with it, I picked up the phone and dialed the police. Finally, they drove off. At that point, I walked up to the front counter, because there was a family standing there as well. When I got there, the man sent his family out of the store and began to scream and yell at me because I wasn't at the front counter the very moment he'd reached it. He even told me himself he had been there for less than a minute, but he shouldn't have had to wait even 1 second to be greeted and served. Again, I apologized, but the man would hear nothing of it. He began to scream at me, "Do you know who I am?" over and over and over. Of course, I didn't know who he was, nor did I even care. Came to find out much later he wasn't anyone of significance anyway. I could be very patient with people, but when he began screaming obscenities at me and threatening me, I had enough and asked him to leave. He leaned over the counter with wide eyes and asked me, "Oh yeah? And who's going to make me leave the store?" I picked up the phone. I give free food to the local police department every single day, you know. If I call them right now, how quickly you want to guess they'll get here? Why don't you leave? The man did leave, still threatening me the entire way out. Then he violently drove his car out of the parking lot, as if he was making a point by doing so. From there on, I just tried to shove it all out of my mind, although I was so pissed off it was hard to focus. Thankfully, the rest of the night passed on much more peacefully. Eventually, 1 a.m. came along and we closed the place down. I let everyone else out of the store, while I finished up the paperwork for the night after the place was cleaned up. That normally would take about half an hour or so. As I was leaving the store, I set the alarm and locked the door. I began to make my way over to my car, but as I was doing this, I suddenly heard a voice right behind me. "How are you going to call the police now?" the voice whispered in my ear. Turning around, I saw that man from earlier, the one I had thrown out for the threatening behavior. He had something in his hand as well. This was the late 90s. I didn't have a cellular phone, so I couldn't just whip it out and call the police. The man had this crazy look in his eye. I knew he was even more angry than he had been at the store. I was worried about what he was going to do. It looked like he had a wrench with him. I guessed he meant to bludgeon me with it or something. The only thing I could think to do was grab out my car keys. I quickly sprinted over to my car and opened the door, with the man chasing right after me. I hopped into the car with nary a moment to spare and slammed the door right as the guy slammed his wrench against the side of my car. It smacked against my car door, putting a huge dent in the side of it. The guy tried to smack my car even more. I started it as quickly as I could and slammed it in reverse. He tried to move behind me even, but I quickly let him know I had no problem running him over with my car if he continued his assault. I clipped his knee as I pulled out, and he stumbled over on himself. I shifted into drive and drove straight to the police station. That guy had made one really big mistake, though. Remember how he kept asking me if I knew who he was? Well, because he'd done this so often, I remembered his full name because I was so upset by him being a little shit. The police were easily able to find him and arrest him. The moron even kept the wrench he hit my car with, which was easily proven to have been the one that did it. Needless to say, I didn't work in the restaurant business much longer, and once I finally left, I never went back. Okay, so for context, I often have trouble sleeping due to poor self-control with devices and social media usage. Today was one of those nights, which just kept dragging on and on. I ended up getting up from my computer to grab something to drink from the kitchen. In the corridor, I had noticed a cockroach and spent some time chasing it, trying to pick it up with a piece of paper and throw it out from our balcony. I ended up losing track of it though when it scampered off behind the sofa, so I gave up at that point and decided to leave it alone.
It was at that exact moment when I heard the doorknob to my apartment door twisting downward. I live with 2 other roommates, so I was quite used to the sound of the door being unlocked, but this was not that. Just the creaking metal of the doorknob being pressed down slowly. At first, I thought maybe the sound had even come from my room. I hadn't closed the door, and with most of our balcony's windows being left open at night, we had a bit of a draft which could make doors close and open on their own. Maybe the sound was the metallic hinges swaying on the door from my room, but as I went back to the corridor, I knew that couldn't be what it was. The sound was clearly coming from the main apartment door, and I could visibly see the doorknob slowly press down, then release. This repeated a few times, with somebody seemingly trying to open the door as quietly as possible. A soft, slow press down, then a release. Now a moment of silence. I was absolutely certain there was someone on the outside of the door, but I had no idea who this could be. I briefly considered maybe it was one of my roommates trying to stay quiet because it was so late at night. But for one, they all had their own keys and would thusly be able to unlock the door themselves. And secondly, I remembered seeing them all return much earlier in the evening. If it was one of them, why weren't they saying anything? Something as simple as, "OP, I forgot my keys, please open the door now." My second assumption was that it must be a robber, trying different people's doors in the middle of the night to see if anyone had left theirs open. They'd sneak in and snatch something. That soon turned out to be very unlikely though. I grabbed the doorknob and popped it back up to stop the person on the other side from trying to press it down. Then I shouted through the door, "What the f***? What the hell are you doing?" I wanted to sound aggressive, but it came out very uneven and sort of pathetic sounding. There was no response. That was already too much. They definitely just heard me. Our walls weren't soundproofed or anything. You could hear clearly in and out of the apartment. This person was now completely aware I was on the other side, but they didn't do anything. Not a word, not a sound of panic or running off after me noticing them. After a moment of silence, they began trying to jiggle the doorknob again. I banged on the door, thinking maybe this person didn't speak English or something, so I should use a threatening non-verbal gesture. That's when the most terrifying part happened. I swear to God, after I did that, I began to hear a soft tapping on the other side of the door. It was quiet and a bit fast, almost like someone drumming their fingers up against it, very different from my own banging. I immediately thought this must be some sort of response to my knocking. Looking back at it now, it's possible I imagined it because I was tired and panicking, but I think I definitely heard something like that. For a moment, I considered settling this matter myself. I went to my room to grab my keys and grabbed a big knife. I was preparing to unlock the door to confront this person, but for some reason, I just couldn't. I was frozen there with fear, and I had the very strong sense that this might be exactly what this person was waiting for. Maybe this was their plan, taunting me with the doorknob and the tapping, waiting for the moment I get angry enough to unlock the door and go outside. So I didn't do that. I stood there holding the knife and yelled through the door once more. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but leave me alone. Stop trying to open our door and fuck off. If you keep trying, I'll call the police." It sounded much weaker and shakier than I wanted it to, unfortunately. Again, there was no response from the other side. There was a moment of silence before the doorknob started being jiggled even fiercer. I called 911 and gave them my address, explaining the situation to the dispatcher. As I was talking, which was audible through the door surely, they didn't move or make any noises. After I hung up the phone though, I saw the doorknob press down one more time, and a little tug. Then it stopped for good. The last thing of note is that after this, I heard the main door of the apartment block clicking shut. I realized the weirdo must have gone downstairs and exited the building. I rushed out onto the balcony as fast as I could to see if I could catch a glimpse of them while they were leaving. I didn't see anything. They must have either left very quickly or kept close to the wall on the sidewalk to stay out of view. The police arrived shortly after. I had to awkwardly re-explain the situation to them. They asked me if it could have been a drunk or someone trying to get into their own apartment, but that was clearly nonsense.
A drunk wouldn't have moved around more and made noise on purpose, while a person trying to get into their own apartment would have tried the key at least, not just press down the doorknob so slowly and deliberately. The police checked every floor and found nobody, so the weirdo had probably took off like I thought. I felt bad for the officers, who looked somewhat indifferent to the whole thing. I apologized a few times for making them come out at such a late hour for such a trivial thing. The whole situation felt so surreal that it kinda made me feel stupid and ridiculous. At some point, I even wondered if maybe it was all in my head. Maybe there was nobody on the other side of the door and I was just hallucinating because of lack of sleep. But no, I'm sure I saw the doorknob move, and I felt the pressure when I held it, of them still trying to open it anyway. I think I heard rustling, either feet shuffling or clothes moving, which was another reason I'm confident there was someone on the other side. In the end, I'm not even sure what the hell happened. If they were a burglar, they would have left the moment they realized someone was awake and monitoring now. Why would they keep on trying to open the door? One press on it and they knew immediately that it was locked. Maybe they were trying to pick the lock or something. But again, why would they do that if they knew I was right there on the other side? This is a true story, detailing something that happened to my wife and I 3 years ago. My wife and I lived in a renovated pool house on my uncle's property, up in a secluded posh neighborhood in the mountains of SoCal. The community was quiet, given the economic status of the residents, and the fact it was several miles up the mountain and far away from the urban neighborhoods. The community was also gated, keeping it even more secluded. That being the case, the only real traffic was people who lived there already, coming up to their McMansions. There were 2 ways up the mountain, one approach from the south and one from the west. Either way, you have to drive up several miles of narrow, windy, one-lane roads that both lead up to these razorback ridges in order to reach the community gates. For those who don't know, a razorback ridge is a narrow ridge with a steep 100-foot or more drop to the bottom. So this night, my wife and I are hanging out with a family who live down the mountain in the San Bernardino Valley. We're out until about midnight, when we decided it was about time to head home now. We started driving. As time goes on, the houses and street lamps get more sparse, and the darkness encroaches as we hit the base of the mountain. As we started to drive up, the street lights were now absent, as well as the lights of the houses. There was nothing but darkness and our 2 headlights illuminating the way. About halfway up, a thick fog started to develop, not too uncommon for the area. A little dangerous for us though, given how windy it was and how late at night it was too. Many people had driven off those windy roads on accident on nights like this, and died in the valleys below, even if there wasn't fog out that had happened. I slowed down and stayed extra attentive to what was in front of us. The steep part of the ascent was soon over, and we reached the Razorback Ridge, just a few more miles till we arrived home. When we reached the top, the road leveled out. The fog now grew even thicker, limiting my visibility to 100 feet or so. Suddenly, I made out a large shape in the middle of the fog. It caught the reflection of my headlights, bouncing off a mirrored surface. I slowed down and came to see a new silver Mazda crossover in the road. The car was not merely parked in the shoulder though, or even in the traffic lane. It was parked diagonally right across the middle. The back half of the car was in the lane opposite to us, and the front half was in our lane. It was as if someone had come from the opposite direction, veered onto our side, and just stopped right there. This was particularly odd. That meant either someone came from our community several miles further down the way, or had driven all the way up the approach from the mountain bypassing our community, which was the only thing really up there. In either case, it made no sense for this car we'd never seen to be coming out this way this late at night, and to have stopped this expensive car right in the road as well. I could see the car was also empty. All lights were off, doors were completely shut, the car was not running, and nobody seemed to be nearby either. No flashlights shining, nobody calling for a lost dog, no flat tires, just the road, the fog, the silence, this empty car, and my headlights. As I slowed down and we approached the scene, I absorbed it in. The only thing I could think was, this is a trap. Every horror movie and survival video game I'd ever played told me that bandits or creepy creatures were gonna pop out real soon. That being the case, I retrieved my handgun and stopped the car, but didn't put it in park yet. My wife was also taken aback. "What the heck is this?" I said I wasn't sure, and I was going to call out to see if anyone needed help. Despite this creepiness, part of me thought there must be a rational explanation. Surely with a scene like this, someone must need some help. I cracked the window down a bit and listened in. No voices, no wind, just the soft hum of my own engine, which went into eco mode when stopped. "Hello? Is anyone there?" There was no response. "Do you need some help, maybe?" Nothing. I started to clench my pistol's grip tighter and moved my finger slightly closer from the slide to the trigger, anticipating anything. Still, there was nothing though. After having been there a minute in total, I said the dumbest thing in my life. I turned to my wife and said, "Hey, you think I should get out and check what's going on here?" My wife looked at me like the dumbest ass I was and said, "Let's go now." Even to this day, I still feel dumb for saying that. As soon as it left my lips, I realized I was sounding exactly like a generic horror movie extra about to get killed in the first 5 minutes. At that point, I realized it was time to go. I did my best to slowly drive around the car, trying not to fall off that damn cliff, scanning for movement in the fog and the vehicle. Nothing the entire time. We finished our drive home and talked a little bit, then went to bed. For the next week, I checked the Facebook community pages and local news for anything connected to this. Maybe a missing persons report, or a missing dog alert or something. Even just anyone else who saw that car. But nothing came up. I drove that path again, and even a dozen more times at that same hour, but I never saw that car again either. I still don't know what this was about. I can't rationalize it without copping out that it was just some elaborate prank or something. That seems impossible and ridiculous though. To be honest, it seemed like the road was intentionally blocked. But why would someone block the road intentionally with such an expensive car on this windy, dangerous mountain road in the middle of the night in a severe fog, and then not even come to check on their trap or whatever? It's a strange and creepy mystery to this day. This happened to me when I was going to school in Los Angeles in the spring of 2012. I grew up in Indiana in a very safe community, so it took quite a while for me to adjust to the craziness and crime of the city, although this incident really changed my behavior forever. At the time, I was living in an apartment with 4 other women at my college. Our place was right above a house, so to access it you had to go along an alley right next to it, up some stairs and out of the way pretty much. This one day, I was running home real quick to grab some music before choir, and was putting my music together on the kitchen table. I didn't bother to lock the door, since I was only going to be there for a few minutes. All of a sudden, there was a knock on the screen door. I looked up, only to see a man standing there, looking in. I called out something like hello, thinking the man must be here to deliver a package or something. That's basically the only kind of traffic we'd ever get up to our apartment door. The man didn't say anything. Instead, he reached down and twisted open the screen door, which I just remembered was still unlocked. The man was a medium-height, youngish Hispanic man in a t-shirt and jeans. Basically looked just like any guy you'd see all over LA. He still didn't say a word. He walked over to me at the kitchen table. I was a little bit alarmed, starting to say he could just leave his package on the table, when I noticed he did not have a package. The only thing in his hand was a small plastic container, which as I was watching, he flicked out the blade of a box knife. At this point, he reached my seat and put the blade up against my neck. I finally realized this man was not here for a package. He was here to hurt me. With the blade held firmly against my neck, he told me to get up and walked me into the bedroom next to the kitchen, which was my roommate's. He turned and locked the bedroom door,
and threw me to the bed, all while holding the knife against my throat. My mind was racing. I tried to tell myself that he probably just wanted to rob us, and I just let him take whatever he wanted. As I was sitting on the bed, he started looking around and grabbed some phone cables next to it. He began trying to tie my wrists with them. It was not working very well, but he kept on trying. I realized that if he succeeded, this would become a lot scarier for me. I distinctly remember in that moment deciding I'd rather be stabbed by a 1-inch box knife than be ripped or worse. I screamed, pushed him away, and sprinted for the door. The man caught me and threw me down, and again tried to tie my hands with the cords. I was screaming for real now, though, and began smacking at his head with my hands. After a few moments of this, he decided to bail instead. He sprinted out the front door and out of my apartment. I followed the man, screaming for help to the alley behind the house. One of the people who lived in the house underneath our apartment came out within seconds and saw the guy running down the alley. He chased him out into the street. We called the cops together and they came super quickly and took my statement multiple times. We actually went down to the station, where I worked with a police artist on a drawing that they posted on TV. They caught that guy within the same week, and I believe he went to jail for several years. The local police officer who responded to the scene said a local gang required new members to bring the nipples of a white woman when they wanted to join. That was his guess of what this guy wanted. Now, I always tell people to lock their doors no matter how quickly they'll be leaving or how safe they feel. People are always looking for easy opportunities to take advantage, even of a split second. I live in an apartment complex that's pretty upscale. It has plenty of standalone buildings with 4 apartments in each, 2 on the ground floor and 2 on the upper floor. The only thing I don't really like is many of the buildings have basements that connect the buildings to each other from the basement doors. All 3 of the other tenants in my building are single girls, and I'm a single man. Usually we all just keep to ourselves. None of us are really friends or really talk to each other. I suppose you could consider us acquaintances at best. I think all 3 of the girls must have had partners or something, because they would usually be gone on most weekends. This incident happened about 4 weeks ago on one such weekend. On Fridays, I'd usually have a few drinks and play some video games, or have a few of my buddies come over for some fun. This particular night, though, I was all alone. I was playing on my Switch and had had a few strong beers. I was feeling pretty happy, actually. I was just sitting on the couch in that sort of chill, should I have another or do I go to bed now sort of mood. I was playing on my phone for a moment when I heard a pounding at my door. I froze and sat there, not hearing anything else immediately after. "Who the hell is it?" No answer. More pounding, though, in response. "Hey, who is that?" No answer again. I started to get a bit nervous. Slowly, I got up and approached the door. I looked through my peephole, but nobody was there. Since I couldn't see left or right of the door, though, I was not dumb enough to just open it up and look. I put the chain lock on, which I barely did since it was instinct for me to lock the deadbolt as soon as I walked into my apartment. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night, but I semi-sobered up pretty quick after, and didn't fall asleep for quite a while, even though I knew I was now safe. The next week flew by, and I'd sort of forgotten about the incident by then. Maybe it was just the girl and her boyfriend who lived beneath me or something. They were both potheads, and I'd seen them yelling and laughing in the parking lot multiple times before. Perhaps a prank in good fun or something. Another Friday night, I'm there drinking and playing video games once again. I hear the booming hits on my door once more. This time, I was quite annoyed. "Okay, you're fucking done." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen. As I was grabbing it, I heard the pounding get even fiercer. "Come on, man, get out of here, leave me alone." As I walked toward the door, pounding my feet so they knew I meant business, I flung it open. I heard footsteps going down to the main floor, and I decided to follow. Then I heard them descending into the basement. I stopped when I heard that. There was no way I was going into that pitch-black basement by myself. I ran back to my apartment, locked every lock, and went out onto my porch. I knew in a moment I'd see a light come on in one of the apartments next to mine, for whoever it was must have ran home through those basements. But no lights came on in any of them. It was at 2 a.m. when this happened as well. It turned out everyone else was gone that weekend. Nothing happened last week, but it's the weekend again now, and I'm a little freaked out here all by myself. I hope it doesn't happen again tonight. This time I have a baseball bat right by the door, and I plan on confronting them if it happens again. Wish me luck, I guess.
This story happened when I was around 10 years of age and involves 4 of my childhood friends. In case you didn't know, I'm a 28-year-old female, and I'm from a very country southern state. This was the most awful thing I've ever been through, and it takes place back in the mountains. I was always so excited to see the weekend approaching, partly because I had such a cool mom. She would always take me awesome places with my friends, and pretty much just let us have all the freedom we wanted. The other part was I always got to spend my weekends with my best friends. My friend Belinda asked if she could spend the weekend with me this time. I asked my mom, who said yes, of course. I waited until her mom dropped her off at the bottom of my hill and walked down to meet her. She walked excitedly back to my house. My mom then said her best friend Chris, who's also a woman by the way, called and asked if we wanted to come up to their mountain home for a visit. My mom asked if Belinda and I wanted to go with her. We replied with a happy yes. Chris's kids were Alan and Jay, who just so happened to also be 2 of my best friends. Belinda had a huge crush on Alan, and I was secretly in love with Jay. We left our house within 10 minutes and descended to their home. There was very dense forest for miles upon miles around here. After about 20 minutes of driving, we finally arrived. My mom went in and was greeted by Chris. Belinda and I stayed to talk with Alan and Jay. There were also a few other kids around too. We knew everyone there and talked with all of them. Scott was the oldest, Jay was the second oldest, then it was Ray, and Alan was the youngest. They all kept going on and on about this cabin they had built far out into the woods. It was probably about 3 miles into the forest from their home. The boys wanted to take us down to explore it, and we agreed. I was used to roaming half these woods, and I always loved venturing out into them. I grew up there my whole life, but that all changed after this. We told them we had to ask my mom and use the bathroom first. They sniggered, jumped onto their ATVs, and screamed they were going on ahead of us, and told us to follow when we were done. We go into the house, do our business, and asked my mom if we could go. We were in a hurry to catch up. She said yes, but for us to be very careful. So of course we raced out of the house to follow them. We started walking down their hill to descend the main dirt road. We had to walk approximately half a mile to get to the road that led to this supposed cabin. All mostly downhill, thankfully, except for the flat main bottom road. We skipped merrily along, talking about the guys as we were going. They always loved to play pranks and jokes on me in particular. I guess since I was like their sister and had grown up with them. I told Belinda I had a strong feeling they were going to jump out and scare us or something. Little did I know I was in for a much different surprise. We walked around another 2.5 miles to finally reach this cabin. It felt like it took forever. This wasn't even a road, but just kind of a dirt path. When we finally arrived, it seemed no one was there. We walked on to the little porch and knocked on the door. I was waiting for one of the guys to just jump out and try to scare us. We stepped back and marveled at the cabin. Jay had really done a good job on it. He had always been into building, creating, and growing things. We finally just checked the door, only to open it and step into a little room. The cabin only had 2 rooms, it seemed. Not very big at all. No one appeared to be inside or in the general area. All we could hear were the sounds of wildlife. We stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what to do. It was then that we heard an ATV a little ways above the cabin. not back towards the main road, but further out down the path. We followed the sounds and finally saw the guys. They were speeding off down that path. They stopped long enough to yell at us to keep following them, and took off down the path of the woods. We both groaned very audibly. Belinda expressed concern and just wanted to go back the way we came. It was probably around 3 in the evening, and she didn't want to be out in the woods that late. I, on the other hand, was a true-born explorer. I wanted to keep going down this unknown path. I was thinking to myself that if we could find the guys, we'd be able to prank them or something. I really started to regret that in the end. In fact, I really should have kicked their butts after this little escapade. So, we took off after them. We walked for like 2 hours before we realized we were now hopelessly lost. We came upon a fork in the road. There stood a tree with 2 arrows pointing to either side of the split. I forgot to mention it was summertime. It didn't get dark here until around 8ish in the summer. We had walked 2 hours total so far, and seriously didn't know which side to go to. My friend started to panic a bit, and I tried to calm her down. I assured her we should still have some daylight ahead, and that we would make it back with plenty of time. I wasn't too sure about that truthfully though. We were 7 miles into the woods now, and they seemed to be endless. I had no idea of our location. We decided to stick towards the right of the mountain, so we took off. Belinda was laughing and saying we needed to kick their butts later. I laughed and we made plans to get them back. We walked on for what seemed like forever, and somehow ended up back at that split in the road. It was now growing darker, nearing dusk with every passing minute. By this time, my friend and I were totally freaking out. She was sobbing and asking me how we were going to find our way back. I tried to stay calm and reassure her, but on the inside, I was just as scared. We were stuck frozen there at the split, trying to figure out where to go next. And that's when about 15 yards back, I heard a twig snap behind us. I shushed Belinda and asked her if she'd heard that too. She started smiling and was about to call out for our guy friends when I stopped her. I told her to stay quiet for a moment. We continued to hear the footsteps behind us. For some reason, I felt more terrified than I ever had been in my life. I whispered for Belinda to start walking slowly down the left fork. The footsteps kept inching their way closer to our location. We tried to be as quiet as we could, but there were leaves everywhere around us. For some reason, I could just tell that these footsteps did not belong to any of our friends. I had this awful feeling of dread, and my friends started to pick up on that. The footsteps started to get closer and faster. I decided to book it down this path, and my friend followed close behind. I had this feeling in my gut that I was now running for my life, and that if I slowed down, I was never going to make it back home again. We finally reached this embankment off the side of the path, and we decided to climb up it. I tore into the mountainside, and my feet and legs scratched up along the way. We could finally see a barn up ahead of us. It was old and had not been used in a long time. The footsteps still approached us after a brief pause. My guess is they were trying to be quieter as we reached into an area with less foliage. Also, we had descended into these tall grassy fields, which made it easier to mask any sound. I finally realized our surroundings. I remembered this was a family graveyard just up ahead, very old with very large tombstones as well as some crypts. I decided that was probably our best chance to hide and get a view of this person who was now chasing us. We ran through the old iron gate and hid behind the largest tomb we could find. It grew very quiet as we stood there frozen. My mind was racing. My body was shaking. My heart was beating beyond control. Who was this chasing us? What did they want from us? I had so many questions. We sat there for what felt like an eternity. It gave us a chance to calm down and correct our breathing and cool down from our run. We finally decided to stand up and peek out so we could see if anyone was still around us. We crept up slowly, still crouching behind the graves. What we both saw literally just about made us pee our pants. There, at the entrance of the cemetery, stood a man. Someone about 6 foot tall, who appeared to be very heavy set, wearing all dark clothing. His eyes were dark and wild. He was searching the entire graveyard with his eyes, clearly trying to listen for us.
We both immediately ducked back down out of sight. We started to breathe heavy again. We were scared to death he'd just seen us. Belinda shot me a look as the man started to rustle around. I peered up again, only for his gaze to directly meet mine. He turned his body towards our hiding place, locked his gaze upon me, and smiled the most wicked smile. Then he called out, "There you are." I didn't even hesitate. I screamed and we both jumped up and started running back toward the cemetery fence. The man started to chase behind us. Lucky for us, the cemetery had a very short fence, so we hopped over and began to run the direction of their house. It was close by now. We ran out of the clearing and reached the gravel road. We didn't slow down, stop, or look behind us. We ran as fast as we could towards their house. The gravel was loud beneath our feet. We made it part ways there. At the bottom of the road, the boys all stood there looking very worried. We ran up to them so fast they nearly jumped out of their pants. I stumbled into Scott's arms crying, with Belinda right beside me crying too. Both of us looked a hot mess, bleeding from the earlier climb, sweaty with our appearance very disheveled. We suddenly turned, remembering the reason for our panic. It was a man running back towards the graveyard behind us. Scott, Jay, and Alan were all screaming and started chasing after him, but we never saw that man again. The boys tried to chase him into the woods, but they just couldn't catch up with him. They came back and walked us to the house instead. Everyone started crying. They were feeling very bad for trying to mess with us earlier. Our parents were of course waiting on us scared to death. Jay and the boys admitted to leaving us behind and taking off in the woods. They thought it was funny and that we would find our way back on our own. As it grew later though, they began to worry about us and had gone back through to try and search for us, only they couldn't find us. They went to all of our parents and admitted what they did. They went all to search for us and started to panic when they still couldn't find us. Chris had actually been on the phone with 911 when we finally arrived, about to send out search and rescue. We'd been gone for close to 5 hours. We told them the whole story, and about the man who followed us as well. Police showed up to question us all and asked for the man's description. They searched through the woods and the mountain as well, but it seemed there was no trace of him. The boys all got grounded for playing their tricks. They were honestly as shook up about it as we were, though. They thought they'd never see us again. They were scared because it was getting dark, and they felt guilty about that man. Everything seemed to be their fault. Needless to say, though, in the end we forgave them. I never did go back to that cabin, though, or to that part of the woods ever again. A few years ago when I was 11, I'm a girl by the way, and my brother was 6, a new person started being seen in our neighborhood. I know in most places that's not a very big deal, but we lived in a really small town. Everyone knew everyone else, and all the kids played together, even if we were all in different age groups. This guy, though, no one had ever seen him before. He was around 40 years old, had long ratty hair, a scruffy face, and a dirty old jacket. Nothing weird happened at first. It was just strange that no one had ever seen this guy before, and now he just started showing up out of nowhere. A few weeks went by. At least once every other day, my friends and I would see him somewhere, just skulking around the neighborhood while we rode our bikes or played tag up and down the streets. We didn't really think too much was strange about it. Then one day, though, me, my brother, and 2 of the older boys in the neighborhood were walking down the train tracks in the woods that stretched behind all of our houses. We knew we could hear someone walking behind us, but everyone went there to walk their dogs throughout the day, so we didn't really care at first. The footsteps kept getting louder and faster, though, until finally the oldest boy turned around, only to see that man sprinting in our direction. He told us to run down the path towards his backyard and tried to talk to the guy. The guy just kept on jogging past, though, and didn't acknowledge him at all. We ran to the boy's house and told his parents. They called the cops, and shortly after, 2 police officers came, talked to us, and searched around the tracks. They didn't find anyone, but they did find his footprints. He had been running in the other direction, away from the houses. They said we'd done the right thing, and if anything weird happened, to tell adults and call again. A week or so went by and we didn't see him anymore, until one day, my brother and I were just playing in the backyard when I heard something out in the woods. I looked over, only to see the man hidden in the bushes watching us. I screamed. My stepdad ran outside, but the guy had already disappeared into the foliage. My stepdad called the police, of course. They came and pretty much said the same thing as before. A few more days went by, and no one had seen him in the meantime. One afternoon, my stepdad took my brother and I out into the woods to go play on this big rope swing that had been there forever. The rope swing was on the opposite side of the tracks from where our house was. We had been playing for quite a while when we heard some footsteps walking down the tracks. They stopped close to the path of the rope swing, and then we heard some rustling out in the bushes. My stepdad grabbed me, told me very calmly and quietly to take my brother and go down a different path that led to the next street, to run to the store that was close by and wait there for him to return. I took my brother with me. Just before we turned around a bend, I looked back just in time to see my stepdad walking out toward the noise. He pulled something out of his jacket and gave it a bit of a flick. It was a big collapsible metal billy club sort of thing. He kept on walking, and we ran to the store. We went inside and I grabbed some ice cream for my brother and I. I told Linda, the lady who worked there, everything that happened. She told us to go sit down and made a phone call. I thought she called the police at the time, but now I'm not so sure. Thinking about it now, I think she may have actually called my stepdad. She talked to him for a few seconds and hung up. She looked worried, but quite relieved at the same time. She told us to stay put, and everything was going to be okay. About an hour later, my stepdad returned. He hugged us tight, talked to Linda a bit quietly, and then took us home together. When I asked him what happened, all he would say was, "It's all good. Everything's going to be fine now." No one's seen that guy ever since. This was a strange encounter. It was very scary at the time, but when I tell people this story now, they usually don't think it was something to freak out about. Last Thanksgiving, I was driving home from college with my friend. Both 21 at the time and both women. I live in a very isolated part of Arkansas, which requires driving through an hour of hairpin turns through the mountains. There are a lot of blind turns, and the whole time you're driving on the edge of these huge drop-offs with no barriers. I'm usually pretty confident about driving through these mountains, but we were in my friend's car this time. I was going slower than usual to compensate, driving only 5 over the speed limit. Almost as soon as we started the roughest part of the drive, though, another car started tailgating us pretty close. This was really stressing me out. As soon as I saw somewhere to pull over, I did. I pulled into a church parking lot and my friend offered to drive the rest of the way. I declined, though. It was completely dark out now, and she had never driven this route before. We got back on our way, only for me to have to abruptly stop a few minutes later. There was now a car parked across the middle of the road, not on the shoulder at all, just stopped dead in the middle, blocking everything off. My friend suggested they must have broken down but couldn't call a tow because there was no cell service in this area. Immediately, though, I got a bad feeling. I locked up the doors. I told my friend to stay in the car no matter what. She was starting to get scared at this point, and pointed out she thought it was that same car that had been following us. I couldn't quite tell in this lighting, but I was very scared at this point. It was parked just before a hairpin turn, so I couldn't pass it either. My friend started frantically telling me to go ahead and go by, but I didn't want to get hit by a Mack truck or something and fly off the mountain. I honked my horn to get their attention. Nothing happened. No chance of calling for help either, as there was no cell service. We waited there for a while, wondering what to do. My friend was crying and freaking out. I was too scared to try and pass them and end up falling off. I honked a few more times. Eventually, a guy got out of the car. He walked around back and leaned against his car and just stared at us. My friend was freaking out even more. I'm just frozen there, telling her not to make eye contact. I was ready to floor it if he did anything, but he just stood there staring, not checking his car, not doing anything, just staring directly at us. I tried to stay calm and prayed that another car would come along soon. This seemed to go on forever, but was probably 15 minutes or so. He was just casually leaning there looking at us. Eventually, we saw car lights in our rear view. The guy then jogged to his door and hopped back in. He sped off, going dangerously fast. It seemed there had been nothing wrong with his car. I started driving myself, not wanting to cause a wreck or accident. We didn't see anything else for a while. We did pass that same car though, parked along the highway a while later. It pulled back in and started tailing us again. I tried to speed up and get rid of him, but he just kept on following us. We had cell service at this point. I didn't know if we should call the cops, because he hadn't really done anything yet. Instead, I called my home and told my brothers what was going on and to wait on the porch for us. The car followed me all the way home down the really long drive to my house. When we got to my house, my two brothers were waiting on the porch, holding their rifles. I pulled in and the car went to the end of the drive, looped around, and sped back off the way it came. We tried to see its plates, but we couldn't make them out in the darkness. My friend and I were really freaked out, but for some reason, whenever I tell my other friends this story, they don't seem to think it was a very big deal. I'm a female. When I was 16, I lived in the Valley area of Los Angeles, many years ago. As I explained in an earlier story, at this point in time, the best part of my week was Saturday nights, when I would meet my friends at our beloved under 21 nightclub to dance the night away. The vast majority of the time, I'd have to get a ride there and back. I didn't own my own car until a couple of years later, when I was already in college. Occasionally, a family friend would lend me his car, and on one of these Saturday nights, he did just that. I felt so independent and free to be able to take myself to the club and to be able to leave whenever I wanted as well. On the night of this particular story, I drove to the club and had a typically great time, dancing with my group of friends to music like Prince and Earth, Wind and Fire. At the end of the night, I got into my borrowed car and headed toward home. In case you didn't know this, the San Fernando Valley is made up of many suburban towns. None are very small, and some are very nice. As you'd expect though, some are less nice, with a higher crime rate. I lived with my family in a medium town in the northern part of the valley. Neither very nice nor very bad, with medium homes on mostly respectably, if not professionally, manicured lawns. Being the greater Los Angeles area, there were many differing routes I could take to get home. Freeways, highways, city streets. It was well after midnight at this time, but most routes I could take would still be bustling on a Saturday night. I'd had my fill of loud music, laughter, and chattering voices, so I opted to take a quieter route home. I took some busy streets, but then veered off into some quieter neighborhoods that would take me home eventually. If I drove through these quiet house-lined streets, I'd surely get home a little faster with no traffic. I was really tired anyway. GPS had not quite been invented at this time, nor even cell phones really. Instead, I had to rely on a written map, or just knowing the chosen route. I'd heard some bad things about a town called Pacoima, but I'd only really been through it during the day, and maybe once at that. Still though, I knew a route through there would shave a few minutes off my return time. Besides, being someone used to walking or taking buses, I felt blissfully and perfectly safe in a well-running car with plenty of gas in the tank. I was safer at this moment than at any other point in time. At least, that's what I believed. Still, I was a teenage girl alone after midnight, in an area I was unfamiliar with. I was naive enough to think nothing bad could get me in a locked car. This is when I entered a residential street in Pacoima, and only had to go a couple of blocks through to get to the next town, then to my own. As I drove down a dark, quiet avenue of modest homes, there were streetlights illuminating the unknown. This also helped with my feeling of invincibility. As I smiled to myself, enjoying the quiet night, I noticed a few people walking down the street towards me now. At first, I didn't give it too much notice. My left turn out of Pacoima was coming up just ahead anyway, but as they got closer, I realized it was not just a few people. It was a gang of 12 to 20, and they weren't casually walking down the sidewalk either. They were running down the middle of the street, right toward me. I had to suddenly slow down as to not run them over. This is when they all got a real good look at me. I could see they got instantly excited and animated as they realized I was a young girl all alone. Many exchanged smiling glances between them. Others were whooping and whistling as they started to surround me. Smoothly and effortlessly, as if they'd rehearsed this many times, several stopped me completely by standing in front of my car, putting their hands on the hood, as others walked around my driver and passenger doors and tried to pull at the handles to open them. I didn't always remember to lock the doors when I drove, and cars didn't have auto locks back then, but I was thanking God I'd had the foresight to remember on this night. Of course, this all happened very fast. In my shock and terror, though, it felt like slow motion. I quickly adjusted my mind from carefree to possibly being abducted or worse by this large group of people. They had me completely trapped now. I couldn't drive forward, nor could I reverse. This time, the car was completely surrounded, as a couple of them picked up sticks or other objects to try and bust in my windows. I knew I had to do something right now. I did the only thing I could think of. I started to drive forward. Having blocked off my car completely, I could see the surprise on their faces. They knew they had to move out of my way or risk being run over. I immediately decided that if they didn't move now, I would be running them over. All the men standing in front of my car quickly jumped out of the way, and I sped up as I took the left turn out of there. I did make it home safely in the end, but my heart didn't stop beating out of my chest for the rest of the night. Of course, I thought about it for a long time after as well. I was proud of the way I'd handled the situation, but I also kept running through possibilities of what I could have done better next time. What if they hadn't gotten out of the way, and I'd had to run them over with my car? Would I have been able to live with myself? Should I just have sat in place and honked the horn to wake up people in the homes around me? What if the men had pointed a gun at me? I'm very happy it turned out the way it did, but it could have been so much worse. We all have to keep in mind that we're not quite invincible inside a car, no matter how cozy even heated leather seats may make us feel. Dark, quiet shortcuts are not a good idea, especially late at night, and always remember to keep your doors locked when you drive. My family is from a small southern town. They've always lived around here, and in the early 70s, it was the kind of place where everyone knew all their neighbors. My grandpa owned his own grocery store. It was called Bill's Food Center. Everyone in town would come by regularly and grab their groceries, even stay and chat a while with us for a little bit. My mom had worked the cash register regularly from her early teens on, so she knew all the regulars and could always tell when someone hadn't been there before. This meant that when two men came in that she'd never seen in town before, she made sure to welcome them and asked if they needed any help finding anything. She told me she remembered being very unnerved by them from the very beginning. She repeated herself and asked if they needed any help. The older one replied, "Nah, sweetie, we'll let you know when we find what we need." As they checked out, the older man, who she described as mid to late 30s, kept asking her increasingly personal questions. She was polite, of course, but tried to give vague, general answers. The younger man that was with him was in his early 20s or so, and never spoke a word, always just followed what the other person said. After that, they started to come in every day, for about 4 days or so. They always unnerved her because they seemed to be looking after her specifically. She never felt too threatened or weirded out until the very last day they came in, though. The older man said he could use some help now, and explained that they were going on a camping trip and needed some help picking out some supplies. He said they needed some really strong rope and some duct tape as well. He explained he liked to shoot guns and needed the duct tape to wrap around his hands while shooting or something. Of course, she felt that explanation was odd, but but it's not like she could stop him from buying things. She helped him pick out the supplies and check them out as well. She got such bad vibes from them that day that when they left, she made sure to memorize their license plate just in case. Only a few days later, a cashier at another local store down the street from my grandpa's suddenly went missing. After searching for a few days, the police found her body near a local river. She had been beaten, sexually tortured, and stabbed repeatedly. She was bound with duct tape, barbed wire, and rope, the exact same items exactly that my mom had sold the two men. When she read about the murder in the Sunday paper, her stomach dropped. She immediately felt she knew the two men were responsible. She told my grandpa this as well. She knew those two men were somehow involved. Of course, my grandpa was skeptical at first, but my mom was so adamant he eventually caved in, and they went to the police together. My mom was questioned extensively by the lead detective. It took quite some time, but the police eventually caught up with those men, and they were found guilty of that murder. My mom was so shaken up about the whole thing, she refused to work in the store alone from then on. She was even more alarmed when the police informed her that the men had been casing my grandpa's store, before ultimately deciding to take the other woman. My junior high school crush was named Adam. Yes, I'm a guy, and yes, I am gay. I was out at the time, and no one really had much of a problem with it seemed. I mean, there was always going to be some jerks around who'd make some lame comments or throw stupid insults at you for something you had no control over, but for the most part, no one really gave me a hard time. Although I had a huge crush on Adam, I was never disrespectful about it, and I was positive that he never knew. A lot of guys always freak out that they may be in the locker room being stared at by a gay guy or whatever. Well, if you were, it wasn't going to be me. I hated the whole locker room experience. Mostly I'd just do my thing, change, and leave. I tried not to stare too long when I saw him in the hallway either. When you have a crush on someone, it's best to not make them uncomfortable. I was already very happy just having my crush and knowing that he would never know about it. My best friend Tammy, though, thought I should just tell him that I liked him. She told me that everyone in the school knew I was gay anyway, so what could it hurt in the end? If he wanted to kick my ass for being gay or whatever, he would have done it a long time ago. At worst, he'd just tell me that he didn't like me back and wasn't interested. I'd be heartbroken for a little while or whatever, but at least I'd have it out of my system. Well, despite Tammy's encouragement, I never had the courage to go through. She wasn't as shy about it as I was, though. One day in the cafeteria, about a week before Valentine's Day, she actually just went up and told Adam that I liked him. I didn't know what his reaction was. I was too embarrassed and humiliated to stay for it. I very quickly ran out of there. For the next week, I just did my best to avoid him altogether. Tammy told me that Adam hadn't believed her and hadn't said much else. I don't know, seemed like a weak explanation to me. He was obviously uncomfortable with the revelation, and Tammy's idea had backfired. Now I was too shy to even look at him at all. Tammy apologized profusely, of course, but she insisted it was better to know that he was not interested for sure. I wasn't so convinced, though. On Valentine's Day, I left the school right after it let out without talking to anyone, not even Tammy. There was this small wooded area behind the school I used to go through on my way home. As I was walking up to it, though, this time I heard someone call out my name from behind me. Looking back, I was very shocked to see Adam running up to me. My heart started beating rapidly, more out of fear than anything else, honestly. When he got up to me, though, he had this huge smile on his face. "Thanks for stopping," Adam said, smiling at me. "I wanted to give you something." "What is it?" I asked, still thinking it was going to be a knuckle sandwich. Adam reached into his book bag and pulled out a heart-shaped box of Valentine's chocolates. I'd be happy if you'd share some of these with me." I was so overjoyed I couldn't even respond. All I could do was nod with the biggest eating grin in history spread across my face. Adam and I sat down behind a tree. He opened up the box of chocolates and held them out to me. I took one and ate it. He set the box on his lap as he talked to me. Once I was done with the first piece, he offered me another. He talked about more things to me, but at this point I could barely understand a word he was saying. I was so elated. By the time I'd gotten 5 pieces in, I was giddy as hell. It was then that I took note that Adam hadn't eaten a single piece of the candy. I looked over at him as he was talking and realized I really had no idea what he was even saying to me. It wasn't that I was so elated I didn't understand. I could see his lips moving, but I couldn't understand any of the words he was saying. As I laid back against the tree, I saw Adam reach over to me. He grabbed my jacket and began to pull it off me. Everything seemed to disappear for a moment. I can't really explain it. It's like nothing was there. I couldn't tell if it was a short time or a long time or no time at all. I opened my eyes. Adam had taken my shirt off and was pulling my belt off and unbuttoning my jeans. I was confused. Did Adam just slip me a date or drug? He knew I had a crush on him. Why did he think he needed to slip me anything? He began to pull my jeans off, and that was really the last thing I remembered. When I began to come around, I felt very weird. At first, I had no idea where I was, or how I'd even gotten there. There was some pain in my groin, but the confusion was worse. I looked around. I was alone, and it was pitch black. I appeared to be naked as well. As I looked down, my head cleared, and I could see why I was in pain. My crotch was completely covered in ants. Looking at the ground, I saw a huge column of them on their way to and from me. I tried to get up, but I was too groggy at first. I tried to shoo the ants off as well, but I was sticky. I didn't know what they were doing to cause so much pain. I tried to get up, and when I first did, I landed on my arm against the tree, breaking it. The pain helped me become a bit more aware, though. I got up and shooed the ants off me still, although it didn't do any good. It seemed I wasn't too far away from the school. I looked around, but I couldn't find my clothes anywhere. The only thing I had to cover myself with was the leftover Valentine's Day box. I ignored the pain in my crotch and my broken arm, holding the box over me and running to the school. A few people saw me and laughed their asses off. I finally made it, though, and was taken to the nurse's office and then to the hospital. Unfortunately, once I got cleaned off, my crotch was very red and very sore. It looked like there was going to be some permanent scarring once it healed. It didn't seem like there was any major damage to the organs themselves, fortunately. Apparently, Adam and his buddies hadn't planned this out very well. My arm was put into a cast, of course, my first one ever. I was too embarrassed by the whole thing to even tell people Adam had done it. I kept the explanation to myself. For nearly 2 weeks, I was in complete pain whenever I walked around. I had to take the laughs of my peers, but nothing hurt worse than the laughs of Adam and his friends whenever I saw them from then on. The worst part of this all was 5 years later. I saw Adam again, dancing in a gay bar. So I guess he actually was gay, which made this whole gay-bashing incident even worse. I was still pissed at him for what he did. Fortunately, though, I knew some big, strong guys who were good friends of mine, and they weren't opposed to helping me get some revenge on my high school crush. When I was 17, my room was in the basement. Outside of my room was a hall with 2 utility closets and a bathroom. It opened up to a larger area with a couch, TV, pool table, and a computer desk. At night, after my parents would go to bed, their room was upstairs on the main level, so we had the main level in between us. I would stay up late at night surfing the internet in the main area of the basement. This was a pretty normal evening for me so far. My parents had gone to bed hours ago, and now I was sitting at the computer, lights on. By about 2 a.m., I had had enough and decided to finally go to bed. My room was basically just a really large, long rectangle down there. My bed was set up facing the one window, with a space between that and the foot of my bed, probably about 4 feet or so in between. My TV was on top of my dresser right next to it. I'm sitting there in bed, TV on at super low volume. I was slowly drifting off when I heard what sounded like someone landing on the rocks inside the window well. I couldn't see anything except for a very, very vague silhouette just between the tiny lines of the blinds. I could hear a bit of shuffling around now as well. As I regained my senses, there was no mistaking it. There was a grown man in my window well, feet away from me. I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't get up. I couldn't move at all. I couldn't even bring myself to scream. Something inside me was telling me not to move or do anything because he might see me and know I was awake. Maybe in the same way I was seeing him right now. Somehow I was able to reach over for my remote and quietly turn off the TV. I didn't want any light illuminating my form. I didn't even know if he could actually see me. I could tell he was trying to watch me though. I wanted to text my parents, but I knew at night they put their phones on silent. I laid there for 10 minutes, my heart just racing. I was sweating, my eyes wide and not moving off this creep squatting down. I could make out his knees bent to the sides of his body. Finally, I decided I need to at least try and call their landline from my cell phone. As slowly as possible, I grabbed my phone and leaned under the covers so he couldn't make out the light. I dialed the number in. Even though I knew the ringing was coming from me, the loud break in the silence really freaked me out. I could hear the ringing of my parents' phone, and I was praying my dad would answer. Luckily he did. "Dad, there's a man in my window well." I heard him begin hauling down the stairs immediately and run across the main floor right above my room. I could hear a scuffle. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" All of a sudden, the dude sprung out of the window well like he was a frog or something. I ran upstairs and ran right into my mom. I was shaking and worried about what had happened to my dad. We got to the door and my mom had already called the police, who she was on the phone with. My dad came back in about a minute later, saying the man had run off, with no way for him to catch him. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I spent the night on my parents' bedroom floor. Of course, the cops couldn't do anything and didn't find anyone. The next morning, we went outside to check out the window well area. I could see where he'd pulled the screen off, and the dust had been wiped away at his eye level. This probably means he was watching me the entire time. There were also visible spots due to the missing dust, where he had obviously used his fingers to try and pry the window open. My parents got a security system soon after, and metal window well covers. Blackout curtains too within the next few days. I never could go down there again at night though, and moved my room back upstairs the very next day. I went to a college town in a big university, which I also attended. A second school with about 5,000 students and a technical college were there as well. Because of this, there were a lot of people around all the time, mostly young people. For context, I'm a 5'11", slightly overweight female with broad shoulders. Usually people just wouldn't bother with me. I did get the occasional creeper that would say I'm tall as a cool glass of water, or dem legs or what have you. I lived a few blocks from campus, so it wasn't uncommon for me to have to walk to and from classes. One night, however, I had met with a group for a class project after class. We were in a bit later than I'd thought we would be, so I had to walk home around 10 p.m. alone in the dark. I was fine on campus itself, but a block after departing from the campus area, I suddenly got a gut feeling that something was wrong. I could tell there was someone following me now. Most of the town was shut down. It was a small Midwest place, where everything closed at 9 p.m. during the week. There was still a single pizza place open, but I had just passed by it. I looked ahead. There were two girls walking just ahead with a pizza, seemingly carrying it back to their apartment or whatever. I decided it better to embarrass myself than become a victim. I yelled after them, "Hey guys, wait up!" Those girls were total strangers. They turned around, clearly expecting to find a friend of theirs. Instead, what they saw was a strange girl suddenly flagging them down. and just behind her, a guy with a hoodie who had stopped walking as soon as she called out. It seemed they both understood that something wasn't right, because in the moment they decided to play along. "Oh, hey girl, we're on our way to Brandon's party. You want to take a walk with us?" I caught up to them and pretended I needed to get something out of my bag. We stepped off to the side, and they were both giving me a freaked out look. At that same moment, the hooded man passed by us with this look of complete hatred in his eyes. He looked directly into mine, and his gaze almost burned me. He continued walking quite fast. I ended up going to the party with these new friends. Later that night, we got a campus alert message that a student had been attacked a few blocks off campus. The description completely matched the guy who had been following me. We contacted the police, and luckily soon after the guy was caught. I still talk to those girls occasionally, even though we live in different parts of the country now. I'm glad I never had further encounters with that man. I used to go to this bar that was a bit on the seedy side, I guess I'd say. It was one of those bars that was just sort of set in against the side wall of a building. It had a very small inside, a jukebox, and a ton of neon signs. There were also, of course, a bunch of regulars who came in there every night. Very seldom did anyone new come in, actually. I was one of the very few women who did, though I only came in about once a week on Fridays after work just to relax a bit. Around Christmas time one year, a new guy came into the bar. He was attractive enough, and there was some interest right away. I had a boyfriend, though, who I was very happy with. After looking at me across the bar for more than half the night, he finally approached me and offered to buy me a drink. I declined and let him know I was already in a relationship, and I didn't really want to sleep around. He insisted he didn't want to sleep with me. He only wanted my heart. Every week when I made my way over to the bar after work on Friday, he would be there on the spot. I learned that his name was Charlie, and he seemed to be new in town as well. He came up to talk with me each time I was there. He would always ask me if I had broken up with my boyfriend yet, and when I told him we were still together, he would ask why my boyfriend wasn't there with me. I let him know that my boyfriend worked later than I did, and I always came here because I knew the bartender anyway. I don't think he really believed me though. He would just keep on talking to me. It wasn't too irritating at first. I supposed it was kind of flattering he was interested in me, but each and every time I came in for my drink on Friday, he would ask me right away if I'd broken up with my boyfriend yet. And he would always emphasize that part too, yet. It began getting very uncomfortable on Valentine's Day that year. My boyfriend happened to have the day off work, so he decided to go with me to the bar this time. It was actually really nice. The two of us were just having a relaxing drink together. When Charlie came into the bar and saw me with my boyfriend, I could tell right away he was not pleased. Rather than come up to me though, he just kinda glared at us from across the bar. He had the worst look on his face, and even with a couple of drinks in me, I was feeling very uncomfortable. After a few hours had passed by, Charlie finally approached us. With my boyfriend right there beside me, he asked me if I'd broken up with him yet. Brandon, of course, took offense to this, and Charlie began to laugh in his face. He pushed Brandon down onto his bar stool and told me, "Why are you dating this pansy?" Of course, Brandon got up and pushed Charlie, who then pulled out a switchblade. The bouncer was immediately over there and completely manhandled Charlie as he threw him out of the bar. All the while, Charlie just kept screaming that all he wanted was my heart. Even though I was sure Charlie would never be allowed to come back to that bar, I stopped going there altogether. I had been a regular for years, but that experience completely ruined it for me. Many months passed by after, and I'd mostly dismissed the situation with Charlie by now. I'd had a very stressful situation at work though, and I really needed a drink. I figured enough time had passed and it was unlikely Charlie would be allowed back into that bar. So I went to go have a few drinks. The bartender asked me why I hadn't been in for a while, and I just told him I'd been really busy. After having had my fill, I was ready to head on home. Upon arriving, I went to bed pretty quickly. While I was sleeping though, I was suddenly woken up by a strange thumping noise. It was a very rhythmic knocking sound coming through the wall of the house. At first, I tried to ignore it and tried to go back to sleep as well. I had only dozed off for a very short period of time before the noise woke me right back up. I was a little bit too tired at this point to be scared or concerned. I kept on trying to go back to sleep, but it just wouldn't happen. When this repeated rhythmic sound never stopped, I got up and looked over at the window. I screamed. Charlie was standing at my window looking in at me, holding some kind of animal heart in his hand. He was thumping the side of the wall with his other hand, and he had written in blood on the window, "All I want is your heart." I quickly ran to the phone and dialed 911. The police got there quickly as well, but Charlie had already fled. Fortunately, they picked him up only an hour later. He was charged, but there wasn't much they could really get him for. He insisted it was just a sick way of trying to woo me. It wasn't long before he was set free as well. The man made my life a living hell from then on. He would show up all the time, especially when I least expected it. He never really did anything. He would always just indicate he wanted my heart. I was in hell because I couldn't afford to move, and my boyfriend couldn't always be with me. I had to get a concealed carry permit to protect myself, but I always had to watch it anyway. I never knew when he'd just appear, and I never knew when he would actually do something to me either. A lot of times, the anticipation of something happening to you can be worse than it actually happening. So this happened just before my 20th birthday, when I was in the United States Navy. I was stationed at a naval school in South Carolina for pretty much the entirety of my enlistment, close to Charleston, but not actually in the city. It wasn't uncommon for us with cars to drive down into the city, and everyone was friends with someone with a car. Me and my class leader, who was 22, we'll call him P, were awfully close. He was also friends with this 19-year-old New Yorker that I didn't like too much. We'll call him T. T had a car though, so we ended up having to stick together quite a lot. One night, after all three of us had tanked a very important test, I convinced them to go for some ice cream to cheer up. We decided to go to this little mom-and-pop style shop on the far side of Charleston, and we all piled into T's truck. After we had grabbed our ice cream, P went to start giving T directions, since he couldn't find his way out of a damn shoebox. T, though, insisted he knew this special shortcut, and all we needed to do was just enjoy the ride. It wasn't like we had anything early the next day anyway, so I figured, why the fuck not? It'll probably just be a funny story later when T inevitably gets us all lost. So there we are, driving for at least twice as long as it should have taken to get back to base, but T keeps on promising that we're almost there. Meanwhile, we hadn't seen a single building in 10 miles. The road was so dark, it was almost like looking out into the abyss. At this point, T casually mentions that he has to pee, so P and I tell him to just pull over, take a leak real fast, and do his business. The road was lined with forest anyway, so he had plenty of options to save his dignity. For some reason, though, he insisted on pulling all the way off-road. T finds this random dirt road and turns down it. P and I both glance at each other and say that he needs to stop right now. We were both from the South, while T had grown up mostly in New York. We both knew how real shoot first and ask questions later could be out this deep. T, though, kept saying he was just gonna go a little bit further through the trees. At this point, all I could think about was how we're all going to get shot just because I wanted to get some ice cream when we broke through the tree line. About 20 yards in front of us was a big bonfire, so bright compared to the light from the new moon. Immediately, my stomach dropped. P and I both started yelling at T to turn around right now. And that's when we noticed that the figures around the fire had now turned. and were glancing at us. They started to close in. T was like frozen in the driver's seat, so I reached into the front and put the car in reverse, hitting him repeatedly in the shoulder. T turned around to check behind him and make sure the way was clear, only for him to freeze up once again. I turned around too, and saw even more figures closing down on the trail behind us. P, by now, had pulled out a flashlight and was trying to blind the figures, repeatedly telling T to go right now. We needed to get out of here. Slowly, he started to make his way back, while P was flipping his flashlight around in the highest setting. I was making sure all the doors were locked, and rolling up all the windows as well. I even closed the back sliding window. As we backed up, the crowd slowly parted around us, like we were Moses and they were the Red Sea. We made it back onto the road without any further problems, thankfully. We made the rest of the ride in almost complete silence, and the three of us never spoke about it since that day. The only thing that was said on the ride home was when Pete turned to me and whispered that all of those people were wearing masks. I'm a female, and when I was 16, I hung out mostly with a group of small friends. Toby was the gay one. John was a small guy who posed at being real macho, and there was a foreign exchange student from Spain named Maria. At the time, both John and I had a bit of a crush on Maria, since she was bisexual. This meant we both attempted to impress her any time an opportunity arose. This leads directly into the story. One night in October, we were all hanging out at Toby's house, smoking some weed like the fly little shits we were. Maria said that she wished she could do something scary, since Halloween was close by. It was also her first time in the States as well. Me, being the absolute coward that I am, loved the idea of doing scary things like ghost hunts and stuff, but actually doing them was a different thing entirely. Still though, I wanted to impress her with my bravery, or I suppose my stupidity, however you choose to look at it. I suggested going to this place called Spider Gates. It's an old cemetery in Leicester, Massachusetts that's a bit of a hike into the woods, and super old as well. It's also supposed to be really haunted. We drove the half hour in my dad's beat-up Pathfinder, down into the middle of nowhere, until we came to the path that led deeper into the woods where this cemetery was. I parked right across the street from it. The car wouldn't even lock because it was so old and beat up, so we had to just leave it there and take the keys with us. We smoked a bowl or two on our way to the cemetery. Once we got there, we were stoned out of our minds. We walked around for a little while, and while the ambience was quite creepy, nothing really happened. We did hear some rustling occasionally and some stuff that was probably just animals or the wind blowing through the trees and making eerie howling sounds, but it was nothing out of the ordinary for such a place. We went to the part of the cemetery where the ground was raised up a bit, like you were standing on a small stage. There were trees surrounding it basically in a circle, and we smoked another bowl there together. We had been there for what must have been 20 minutes or so, just talking, smoking, and laughing about dumb stuff, when we heard these loud, heavy crunches through the leaves and twigs, coming from deeper into the woods, the opposite direction we had come from. It didn't sound like an animal either. We all quieted down and looked over, but it stopped as we did so. We shrugged it off quick. Looking back, this was stupid even if it wasn't a person. The area we live in had some bears, so it could have been quite bad still. We went back to smoking. John and I attempted to pathetically flirt with Maria, while Toby flirted with John, and it was generally just a good vibe. Maria stopped, though, and told us to look into the woods suddenly. Right where she was pointing, about 50 to 100 yards away, there was a light. Basically, it looked like someone was holding a flashlight pointed right at us. They were so far away, though, that it didn't seem the beam was reaching us. A few seconds later, though, it went out, and we could hear this really weird, high-pitched, hyena-like laughing. I'm talking some real crazed, maniacal clown laughing. What the fuck was that? We were miles away from any houses. Before anybody had the chance to say anything else, another light flashed on, this time closer, 50 or so yards to the left of the first one. We could hear sprinting through the woods from the direction of the first light when the second went out with the same creepy laughter. We communally decided to get the hell out of there and started pretty hastily back down the trail. It was an extremely dark night. The clouds were heavy set in front of the moon, so seeing anything besides what our cell phones illuminated in the night was basically impossible. A couple minutes down the path, we started to calm down a bit and discuss what was going on. After a few seconds of calm, though, the heavy footsteps started up behind us in the leaves. We stopped and turned. About 50 feet behind us, only barely visible in the darkness, was the outline of something in the middle of the path. Honestly, I probably would have shit myself if I hadn't been so high. John, being the brave macho guy, stepped out in front and yelled at whatever it was to leave us alone. A light switched on, I'm assuming in the person's hand, and they didn't move. They just stood there holding the light and shining it down on us. John yelled at the person for another 30 seconds or so before they turned off the light and just started to walk away. All the while, that same crazy laughing started coming from far in the woods. We quickly made our way out of there and went back to the car. We got ready to drive as far away as we could, but when we turned the key, nothing. Not even a slow turnover. Nothing at all. John liked to think he knew something about cars, so we all got out while he looked under the hood. The 2 cables that connected the battery were hanging free, and the screws that attached them around the posts or terminals were missing. He didn't know if we could reconnect them without the screws, and honestly, I had no idea either. We decided to try and call for help, only to find there was now no cell service. What the hell were we supposed to do now? We were in the middle of the woods with a dead car and no way to contact anybody. Those creeps surely weren't far behind, because we could still hear them laughing like hyenas, playing a manhunt in the forest. Lucky for us, only a minute or so after, a car came down the road, and seeing our hood up, pulled to the side to see if we needed help. I was really happy to see it was 2 older women, and not some maniacal laughing freak that was also in on it. We gladly accepted the ride from them to the nearest place with cell service, and called my parents to come pick us up. Needless to say, they were sort of upset with us for going to the cemetery in the first place, since it was technically trespassing. Also, for abandoning the car there. Overall, they were just glad we were fine after getting in the car with strangers, however nice and innocent they seemed to be. The next day, my dad, Toby, and I went back to get the car. Weirdly, this time we both had cell service. I'm not sure what was going on out there. I'm just glad those 2 old women came by and offered a ride when they did. I'm not exactly sure if they were just having some twisted version of fun, or if they were out to do some actual harm, but I'm glad we didn't have to find out that night. When I was around 9 or so, I visited my aunt with my family, because we hadn't seen her for a while. We figured visiting her sometime would be nice. My aunt was from my dad's side of the family, and their entire side was super religious Christian. My dad hadn't jumped on this particular bandwagon though. Fast forward a couple of hours of boring car driving. We arrive, we talk to her for a bit, and since her 2 kids and husband were gone because they were going to a Lego convention, it didn't take too long for that little chat to end. After we'd had dinner with her, she asked us if we would be interested in visiting the church across the street. The town she lived in was kinda small, so things were very tidy and together, hence the church literally being right across from her house. We said yes because we figured we didn't really have anything else to do. She smiled and grabbed up her church keys, as she was part of the staff that worked there. After a 5-minute walk or so, we arrived and went inside. Around the time we got there, it was already around 8 p.m., since we'd had dinner pretty late, an hour later than usual, I supposed. Because it was so late, the church was actually closed. Only staff was allowed in there after the open hours, so walking into a closed church at night with all but a couple of lights on was creepy enough on its own already. We arrived in the center part of the church that overlooked the organ. We saw that the priest was still sitting there in one of those praying benches, or however you call them. Our aunt approached the priest, who looked surprised since no one but staff was supposed to be allowed in this time. This meant bringing your family was also not allowed. He didn't seem to make a big deal of it though. He actually seemed quite happy and insisted on all of us staying for us to look around however much we wanted. My mom and dad told to my brother and I that we were allowed to explore the center part alone. It wasn't that big since this church was cramped into a community building, so there was no real reason to have any concern, it seemed. My first interest was the room in one of the small side towers you were never normally allowed into. I went to go check that out and see what was in there. At this point, the priest began to follow me everywhere. I figured he was just checking up on me to make sure I was not stealing anything or something like that. He walked into the small room with me and started asking me all these weird questions like, "Are you a virgin?" I was around 9, so of course I was. That's also how I responded as well. He then began to ask me about my sexuality and various things about my personal life. At this point, I started getting creeped out. I asked him why he was asking me all these weird questions about my sexual interests. I had just met this guy. I didn't even know his name. He told me not to question him ever. At this point, he started touching my shoulders and slowly walked up behind me. He started to massage my back. Out of fear, I smacked his hand away. He smacked me on the back of my cheek before grabbing me from behind and dragging me away to the emergency exit in the room. If you're wondering how my parents hadn't seen or heard any of this, they had followed my aunt into the doping room because they had never seen one, and their interest had been piqued. I struggled from this guy's grip. It was a bit hard, but the priest was an old man in his 60s or 70s, so he wasn't really that strong anymore. I sprinted out of the room and headed straight for the exit. As I reached it, though, I found the exit was now locked. Here I was, stuck in the center part of the church, with this creepy priest that wanted to do something bad to me. I quickly sprinted down random rooms on the left side of the hall. Luckily, I managed to find what turned out to be the doping room. My parents were inside, confused. They didn't even believe me when I told them what the priest had done, because I tended to over-exaggerate situations a lot as a child. I insisted on leaving the church right now, so eventually my aunt unlocked the door and we all left. The priest simply walked into the room and returned to his prayer bench, pretending nothing had ever happened. I wanted to confront him, but I knew no one was going to believe me now. It was best to just leave the place as soon as possible. After returning to my aunt's home, we talked for a bit more, but it seemed convincing my family was going to be impossible. I had to just accept the fact they'd never believe me, and bottled up all my emotions. I live in Florida, and I have for quite a long time now. I love animals, and I have a lot of rescue cats in my life. I appreciate any animals very much, and would do anything to protect them. My neighbor has a German Shepherd, and it really is a beautiful dog. She was a nurse and often worked late and even during the middle of the night. She'd leave her kids at her husband's house often, and had the dog tied up outside. That was because she couldn't just come home and let her out when she needed to do her business. On the night in question, it was just past midnight. I was sitting out on the patio, just enjoying the night air. I don't tend to get a lot of good sleep often, so I'm often stuck awake late at night. It was such a hot and humid night out, so I went out wearing shorts and even still sweating in the heat. That was when something weird began to happen. The neighbor's dog was getting really worked up all of a sudden. I could see her and hear her, and she was acting very strange. She was growling and barking and trying to run around, stretching the leash as far as she could. This was quite unusual behavior for her, and it bothered me. This dog was usually very well behaved and calm, and would just kinda sit there. This gave me a bad feeling. Something in my gut told me I should go over and check to make sure everything was okay there. When I got over to the yard, I noticed that the leash had been tied around the patio tables and chairs. I figured she must have gotten tangled up and wrapped the leash around her on accident, and that was upsetting her. We all know a dog that's done that once or twice. That had to be the problem, right? I untangled the dog, fully expecting her to return to normal immediately, but that just didn't happen. The dog was now even more upset, growling, jumping, and barking. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what was bothering her. I thought I would just bring her over to my patio and try to keep her company until her owner came home. I knew my neighbor quite well, so I knew this would be okay with her. That night, there was supposed to be this meteor shower or something. I thought it would be nice to just have a little smoke and watch it with the dog laying next to me. I would remain awake and return the dog when the owner got home. I think it may have been about a half hour of us sitting there together when I heard the most horrifying, bizarre noise I'd ever heard. At first, I thought it was a motorcycle backfiring or something like that, but I lived in a subdivision, and the sound was a lot closer to me than the street had been. I wish I could tell you exactly what the noise was. Both before and after, I've never heard anything quite as terrifying. As I listened further, I realized it was some sort of animal growl. It was a nastier growl than anything I'd ever heard before. I took out my phone and shined the flashlight. My heart jumped in my chest when I found out just what had made that noise and why the dog was so upset. There was a 10-foot-long gator skulking about the yard, and it was very close to us. I don't know if you've ever been close to a gator that big, but I'm not Crocodile Kevney. I wanted no part in this. I grabbed the dog off my lap immediately. She must have known that gator was hiding there the whole time. I was scared to make any moves. Not the best response to a gator to try and run away. My fight or flight played rock, paper, scissors, and flight won in that moment though. I held the dog and sprinted to the sliding glass door. I got in and slammed it shut, without daring to look back at that gator. As I locked everything up though, I took a little glance back just to see. That gator was right there on my porch in front of the door. It had tried to chase us as we ran for safety, and I only just barely made it. That night, the dog slept in my house. My cats weren't the happiest about it, of course, but there was no way I was going to let him outside with that gator out there. You hear all kinds of stories about scary humans, ghosts, demons, witches, and things like that on YouTube. But be that close to a gator, and trust me, it will scare the shit out of you much worse than any of those things. This is a close call with a stranger I had when I was younger. It's something I didn't fully realize the severity of until I was much older. My mom had left me and my brother home alone this day. It was around midday, I think. My brother was 12, maybe 13, and I was 9 years old. I was just kinda watching him play Xbox in our living room. He had his headset on and was talking to his friends when there was a knock on the door from our carport. I ran over and answered the door without even looking. It was a grown man I had never seen before. We were still separated by the screen door, but at the time it was unlocked. "Hey there, Missy. Are your parents home?" A bit of horror washed over me. First of all, he was knocking from the carport, which was strange in and of itself. Wouldn't a stranger go knock on your front door? Our carport was empty as well. We only had one car, and my mother had taken it out. The man definitely knew my parents weren't home. I was afraid. I wasn't quite sure why yet, but I knew I was scared. Immediately, my brother in the other room came to mind. I never had a father figure growing up. My brother had always been the one to make me feel safe. The strongest person in the entire world to me. Someone who could protect me in any situation. But he was doing something else right now. I began to feel as though I could barely speak. Wide-eyed, I managed to at least stutter out, My big brother's here." Without even a moment's pause, though, the man reached for the screen door and started to pull it open. Like an act of divine intervention, an arm reached out behind me over my shoulder and grabbed the door. My brother rushed past me, holding the door and forcing the man back. The man sprinted out of the carport and closed the door behind him. The man came back around to the front and told my brother he was looking to buy some shitty old swing set that was in our front yard at the time. My brother came back in without saying anything to me. He put on his headset and continued playing. I sat down as well and continued to watch him, and the man left soon after. I don't believe we ever told our mom. Luckily, I never encountered this person again, and it almost faded from my memory. As I got older and started to understand more, though, it became one of the scariest things that ever happened to me. Maybe creepy not so much because of what actually happened, but what easily could have. It was unnerving how absolutely oblivious both of us were. I like to think the man was planning to just lock me in a room, rob the place, and leave immediately after. But who knows? People can be so evil. This happened to me when I was in high school. My boyfriend and I would often send texts to each other at night when we were supposed to be asleep. It was mostly harmless, and teenagers stay up later than they're supposed to all the time anyway. I mean, technically neither of us actually had a bedtime. We were 17 years old after all. On school nights though, we were still expected to at least try and get some reasonable amount of sleep each night. This happened after about 1 in the morning or so. The two of us hadn't really been talking that night, as I'd had a lot of homework to get done. It was due pretty soon as well, and that just wouldn't happen if we'd been talking all night. I got a text message from him, though, telling me his parents weren't at home. He asked me if I could sneak out of the house and come over to his place to meet up with him. I was half asleep at the moment. I told him it sounded like a lot of fun, but I was way too tired right now. I would have to wait and just see him at school the following day. At first, he kept on trying to change my mind. He told me we could have something to drink together because the liqueur cabinet was not locked. We could have the run of the entire house if I just came over right now. I kept turning him down, though. I really was exhausted, and the only thing I could think about was going right to sleep. Then he started begging. I figured he must have been really horny or something, and that was the reason he was so persistent. Normally, he knew that when I said no, I could sometimes change my mind with a little convincing. I didn't blame him too much for continuing to try. I did tell him, though, that I couldn't that night, and that was that. I would see him the next day. I turned over and very quickly fell asleep. A loud smashing noise woke me up out of my dreams out of nowhere. It took me a moment to clear my head and figure out what was going on around me, but something had just broken my bedroom window. My bed was right next to this window, and now it was covered with shattered glass. I looked out, only to see someone standing outside in the yard. They were wearing dark clothing, and I couldn't make out who it was, but I knew they didn't look familiar in any way. I only saw the figure for a brief moment, before he noticed me up in bed and took off running down the street. The next thing I heard was my parents knocking on the door. I told them to come in, and they turned on the lights. My dad had to help me get out of bed to avoid getting myself all slashed up by the glass all over the place. My mom called the police, and my dad found a huge rock laying amongst all the glass. When the police came over, after looking around for a bit, they found a phone laying in the yard. I recognized that case right away. It was my boyfriend's phone, and it was the one he had to have been texting me with earlier in the night. I told them about the texts earlier. They immediately assumed my boyfriend had gotten mad at me and broke the window or something. However, I was sure that guy I had seen in the yard running away was not my boyfriend at all. The body shape and size were nothing alike. The police had to go over to their house just to make sure, and surprisingly, no one was home at all. Not even my boyfriend. They found signs of a break-in at the home. When contact was made with my boyfriend's parents, we found out that his grandma had suffered a stroke that night, and the family had rushed to visit her in the hospital. My boyfriend had gone with them, of course. He was in such a hurry, though, that he'd forgotten to bring his phone with him. They were all worried about getting to see his grandma. Whoever had been texting me, later confirmed, was not my boyfriend. Someone had broken into his house and used his phone to try and lure me over alone. There were also things stolen too, which was probably the original reason for the break-in. This is where the whole story gets even creepier. Someone had to know several things in order to do this. They had to know the house was empty, meaning they would likely have had to see the whole family leave. That must mean either someone was casing the place out or they lived in the immediate area close by them. At first, I thought it had to be someone who knew me and knew I was his girlfriend. I guess that could have been figured out just by looking through our messages, though. My boyfriend grew up in that house all his life and knew all of his neighbors as well. Several of them were schoolmates, but there were a couple of houses around occupied by older people. Any of them could have been awake and seen that family leave. A lot of people were questioned by the police, but no one was ever arrested for the break-in, and we never found out who really did it in the end.
I remember one night I just couldn't sleep for some reason. Every time I laid down to rest, I got this overwhelming feeling. I almost thought I could even hear a voice urging me to get up. I grabbed a book and stayed up, just listening to the thunderstorm, while feeling a bit silly. 4 hours later, at about 2 a.m., I felt like something was telling me to go get a glass of water. This was also weird, but as long as I was already staying up until 2 a.m. because of a feeling, I might as well just follow what it said. As I walked down the stairs, I began to hear a sound coming from the office. A flip of the light switch revealed it was the first couple of drops of a coming leak. The roof had just been redone the week before, so of course I was a bit pissed off. Forgetting about grabbing a drink, I grabbed a bucket and was walking back into the room when the sound of the leak changed. Suddenly, it was like a hose pouring straight into the middle of the room. I threw the bucket underneath. As I was running back with trash bags to cover the computers, it changed. There were now sparks shooting off the floor, and the stream of water looked like a ribbon of glowing plasma. I stared in shock for a moment, before dropping the plastic to hit the light switch and sprinted to the circuit breaker. The rest of the night was waking up my family, climbing into the attic to make sure nothing was on fire. Scorch marks, yes. Flames or coals, no. And moving electronics out of the office. It turned out the storm had loosened and tore free a piece of flashing. The angle of the roof had then funneled all that water straight onto the heater and electrical wiring for that section of the house. Because I was in just the right place at the right time, I was able to protect the floor from the electrified water and contain it. I shut off the power just before it scorched the wood and ignited the house. In the end, because of that urge to stay up and walk past the office door, all that night cost us was a coat of paint for the ceiling. The roofing crew came back and fixed up the roof at no cost because it was only a week old. It still made my skin crawl to look at the scorched wood inside the attic and all over the ceiling. To think about how my parents, sister, and even dogs slept through everything until I shook them awake. Well, technically, I tripped over the dog while waking up my parents, but close enough. What an extremely helpful auditory hallucination. So my boyfriend recently moved to the city and got this room in this student building. To explain, we have 3 different levels and each level is exactly the same. 4 individual doors with individual locks. Each door is a separate room you can rent. So, you share shower, toilet, and kitchen. Overall, it's kinda like having your own place though. More like an apartment than a house really. He lives on the 3rd floor, and we recently bought a cabinet for his place. We were lifting the cabinet through the front door when this guy comes into the building with us. We politely let him pass us by, because lifting this damn thing up the stairs was going to take a hell of a lot of time. I smiled at the man and waved hello. Then I saw his face.
Legit, all my stranger danger alarms started going off right away. He had this strange smile, like a smug, satisfied thing. He towered over me. I could see his dirty mustache, which was barely even considered one. It was the kind of thing 14-year-olds would grow. Nothing really there yet, just some dirty hairs. We noticed that he'd gone to the second floor, so lucky for us. My boyfriend and I tried to ignore him. Once we got upstairs, though, we both agreed he creeped us out quite a bit. We tried not to judge and just let it pass us over. A week or so later, we had a dog over. We go and walk him in the evening. It was still light outside at this time. Anyway, we started to walk back to the building when we spotted that same creepy guy from before. He was kinda just walking in slow motion, not a care in the world, completely oblivious to everything. That's not what creeped us out, though. Looking at his face, there was no way he was sober. He was completely away from this world, very visibly on drugs. In that moment, the way he walked and the way he looked, I got really bad vibes from him. I didn't want to get close to him at all. My boyfriend and I decided to not walk back with him to the building. We took another route instead, just to avoid being close to him. We sure took our time, too, to make sure he was in his room before we entered. This is the real creepy part. I have to give you some background information now. 3 weeks before our first encounter with this guy, someone had been randomly murdered while jogging near the school campus. Stabbed in the back. Died instantly. The suspect had been seen at the time near the campus, so a drawing had been released. They didn't have him, though, and didn't really have much to work with. It was all very vague. Just today, my boyfriend and I got back from his work at 4 in the afternoon when we noticed someone in a suit standing outside. Didn't really think much of it at first. Later that night, though, the guy who lived next door caught me as I got back from the bathroom and asked me if we already had a key of the front door. I said yes we did and asked why. The police had had to break the door down apparently, so he was in charge of getting everyone new keys. My boyfriend at the time joined us, together with the person who lived on the other side, and asked what happened. Apparently that guy who killed the person near campus was that guy living on the second floor. I asked if I could see how he looked. He told me he was tall, black hair, weird mustache, looked kinda dirty. My boyfriend and I were in utter shock. We'd lived so close to a murderer. Someone who'd been around us at night, who cooked his dinner in the shared kitchen while he took someone else's life. Someone I smiled and waved hello to, and later tried to avoid.
This is a hard story to tell for a couple of reasons. First off, I was really young when this occurred, so the memory is not the clearest in the world. My parents have retold me the story to refresh my memory, but they tell it differently even between each other. The second reason I will tell you at the end of the story. I was 6 years old, and I was definitely a mama's boy. I followed my mom everywhere and always wanted her attention. I remained like this throughout her entire life. Well, when I was 6 years old, a cousin of mine named Ethan moved in with us. His parents had recently died in a fire, and his mom was my mom's sister. My mom took him in, and when she did, everything changed very dramatically. Ethan barely ever talked. I guess that's pretty normal for a kid who just lost his parents. Not only that, but he also lived in town, whereas we lived out in the country. I imagine he had friends that he could go out and play with all the time back there, but we lived far away in a house that wasn't close enough to other houses to know anyone around. I was the only one that Ethan really had to play with, but Ethan would not play. He wouldn't go outside or try to climb trees or anything like that. He wouldn't even play board games, really. What he did do, however, was something I definitely did not like. Ethan was super obsessed with my mother. I didn't like that at all. Being a mama's boy, I wanted all her attention. But Ethan would follow her around. Sometimes he would grab her skirt with his hand and hold it up, as if he was trying to keep her from getting away. If my mom or I tried to stop him from doing this, he would start screaming and crying. Everyone thought it was just easier to let him do what he was doing, and the entire time it made me really mad. I was really young though, and probably too young to go out and explore the woods, but with Ethan being around my mom all the time, it was really the only thing I had to do. One day, which actually turned out being a pretty weird one, I went out into the woods to have a quick look around. Being out there was a lot more enjoyable than I thought it would be. The sky was covered with dark thunder clouds, and I was in danger of getting caught up in a storm. I really loved the atmosphere of the darkness during the day though. The wind and the occasional bolt of lightning or crack of thunder that would pierce the darkness of that storm. I don't know how long I was out there really, and at first I didn't really care. I just wanted to be by myself. However, when I decided to go home, I realized I had no idea how to get there. I tried walking back the way I came, but I couldn't be sure which way I'd come from. I hadn't taken the time to look at any landmarks that would remind me of the way out of this place. I was too young at the time to even think of that. The only Lost in the Woods story I ever heard was Hansel and Gretel, and I didn't have any crumbs of bread to lay down so I could remember my path. I was worried. I thought it would be easy to find my way home. I only had to keep walking the same amount of time I'd walked into the woods, and surely that would lead me back out. My 6-year-old mind accepted that as solid fact, as silly as it might seem nowadays. Well, as you might imagine, my idea didn't quite work, and the storm kept brewing and brewing. I was expecting it to break at any moment, and that scared me too. I'm not scared of storms themselves, but I've never been stuck out in one before. The idea of doing that is what scared me. Fortunately, despite the fact it seemed like it would storm any moment, it didn't start raining. For that, I was thankful. I kept thinking I would get even more lost by the minute, and I would never find my way home. I thought about bobcats, coyotes, animals that were in the area, and the idea scared the hell out of me. Even if the animals didn't get me first, I didn't have any food or water. My young mind was convinced I was definitely going to die out there. Then I saw something in the distance. It was smoke. I immediately thought that someone, possibly even my own father, had made some sort of bonfire. Maybe they could help take me back to my family. So I walked in the direction of that smoke. I was a lot less scared than I had been before. I knew I was going to get out of those woods and everything would be okay. I even remember smiling and running a little toward the smoke. As I got closer, I realized that smoke was definitely coming from my yard. I thought maybe my parents were worried I'd gotten lost in the woods and made a smoke signal to help me get home. I sprinted the rest of the way back into the yard of my house. My heart dropped, though, when I got close enough to see what was actually going on. No one had built a bonfire to help me find my way out of the woods. The house I'd lived in for my entire life was on fire, and not just any small fire either. The entire house was engulfed in flames. I stopped in the woods, looking at the most horrifying scene I had ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think until I saw my family standing in the yard. My parents were there, and Ethan was standing beside my mom as always. I ran out of the woods directly toward them. My mom grabbed me and hugged me. She didn't know I had gone out into the woods. She thought I had been left behind in the house somewhere. She thought I might be dead, and she was absolutely terrified until she noticed me emerging from the woods. The fire department came quickly, but it didn't really matter much. There wasn't a lot they could do, as there were no hydrants out this far in the country. The truck had a tank of water if I remember right, but that didn't stop our home from burning right down to its foundation. The official report was that the house was burned down by an accident. However, even being 6 years old, I did not accept that. It seemed too weird to me. Ethan's parents died in a house fire, and less than 3 months after he came to live with us, our house caught fire as well. It seemed like an awfully weird coincidence to me. Yeah, I think Ethan burned down his own house and killed his parents. I think he burned down our house too, and maybe tried to kill us. I kept that thought to myself for many years. Ethan is on the autistic spectrum, which I think might explain his behavior with my mom. I don't think that has anything to do with him burning down houses though, so please don't think that. I think completely separate from his disability, he's just kind of an evil little My grandma took him in and adopted him basically after that. I only saw Ethan when we went to visit my maternal grandma, and I was glad he was gone. No other houses burned down as far as I know, so maybe I was wrong about him, but it just seems a little bit weird that it happened so close together. I guess it's important to know I'm a female before going any further into this story. I had a bit of bad luck when I bought a battery for my last car. No more than a month after I'd purchased it, the engine somehow got a crack in it. I couldn't afford to fix it at the time, and honestly, the car was so old anyway, it probably wouldn't have even been worth the money to do so. It wasn't like I desperately needed a car at the moment, so I wasn't in too much of a hurry to get it replaced right away. It did bug me, however, that I'd recently paid $80 for a car battery that could no longer be used. Because of this, I decided to put that battery up for sale on Craigslist. I didn't get too many bites on it though until I lowered it all the way down to $30. It seemed like a big waste, but I guess it would have been an even bigger waste to not get anything for it. A guy who lived much closer to Chicago than I did answered the ad. He told me he would drive up to the town I lived in to come get the battery from me. I got my multimeter out because I wanted to show the buyer that the battery was still in good shape. Then I waited for him to show up. Honestly, I was nervous about the entire thing. It was so much more personal than selling something on eBay. In fact, I'd only ever sold things on there because it was so impersonal. With eBay, no one ever had to come to my house to pick something up. I was kind of uncomfortable knowing someone would actually have to come to my home. It took the guy an awfully long time to get there, too. I was waiting nearly 2.5 hours for him to make a drive that should have taken less than 40 minutes. Of course, when the guy finally showed up, he gave me the creeps right away. He pulled up in this rickety pickup truck that looked like he'd pulled it straight out of a hillbilly horror flick, and he looked just as bad as his truck did. It was almost impossible for me to tell how old he was. He was dressed very shoddily and looked and smelled like he hadn't bathed in over a year. The moment he saw me, he started giving me the eye. You know, the once-over. You know it. You name it, and he was giving it to me. He didn't shy away from making it very obvious he was interested. The man walked up and I took out the multimeter because I wanted to show him the battery was still working fine. He told me I didn't really have to do that, but still I insisted. He made me very uncomfortable, and I wanted to have as few reasons as possible for him to try and come back. I took the meter. The battery registered as over 12.6 volts, indicating that everything was fine. The entire time, though, I could see this man was paying much more attention to me than to what I was doing. The man then had the nerve to try and talk me down from the $30 I had on the price. He told me he had driven a long way through traffic just to get there, and it had cost him a lot of gas and money. I insisted, though, that 30 was the absolute lowest I was willing to go. I was already losing money on this. That's when the man winked at me and leaned in. Well, maybe I could work the rest of the money off another way. Never before had the words, "I'm not gay, but I guess I'll learn," wanted to come out of my mouth so badly. Instead, I politely declined and did everything I could to get the man to just leave. I decided the only way I was going to get away from this was to simply walk away and see what happened. I went into the house. The man actually stood outside for several minutes before he got into that disgusting truck and drove off. I was relieved he was gone now. Now I would never have to see this creepy guy ever again. At first, I thought maybe I was just being too hard. Maybe I judged the guy too much based on his looks alone.
His attitude later changed my opinion though. I was not being hard on him at all. In fact, I was being quite easy. The guy was a creep. About 2 hours later, my cell phone blew up. I looked and there was a notification that I got an email from the guy. It read, "The battery was dead. Gonna bring it back for a refund." The battery had most certainly not been dead. He knew it and I knew it. I realized the only reason he was claiming it had to be because he wanted to come back and see me again. I texted him that I wasn't comfortable with him coming to my house. Besides, he saw the test and it had worked just fine. I sent the email and waited for a response. I didn't get one. I was quite relieved because the creep must have realized his ploy did not work. A few weeks passed by after, and I pretty much forgot about the encounter. I was really craving some ice cream and thought I'd stroll on to the gas station and get myself an ice cream sandwich. Yeah, it was really dark, but I'd made that walk hundreds of times before. It wasn't too big of a deal. I got my ice cream bar and left the gas station. While I was walking home, I walked along the main road until I got to the entrance to the subdivision my house was in. I froze when I turned onto that street and saw that same old truck that creep had driven several weeks before. This time, though, he wasn't in it. It was parked off to the side of the road, but it was undoubtedly his truck. I started to turn around and walk back to the store when I realized I didn't know if that man was in front of or behind me. I looked back and forth, freaked out and confused as to what I should do. Finally, I realized I had only the choice to go forward. I cautiously crept past that truck, my eyes darting from side to side as I expected something to happen. When I was just past it, I kept shooting glances back behind me to see if he was following me. I was agitated the entire walk home. Rather stupidly, I decided not to bring my cell phone with me this night, so I couldn't call anyone for help, and I couldn't use the flashlight either. Walking down the street towards my house in the darkness was the worst part. When I got closer to my home, I noticed that something was amiss. I ran up to the house, only to find my front window had been smashed in by something. Freaked out, I ran around to the door, which was still locked. When I went inside, I saw what had been used to break the window was the same car battery that guy had taken with him. There was a note scrawled to it, which read this: "I've been watching you every day for 3 weeks, and I'm gonna get my money back for this dead battery before I rip the hell out of you." Scared to death, I went and grabbed a knife out of the kitchen, then proceeded to call the police. They got there before anything happened, but the truck had already left by then. I felt stupid for not taking down the license plate, because all I had was an email and that wouldn't do any good. The police couldn't do anything. That happened about 3 months ago. I kept on wondering what was going to happen to me and if I would ever see that man again. Whenever I'm in my house, I keep the kitchen knife with me just in case. I still feel sick to my stomach whenever this memory pops back up. I was maybe 15 years old at the time, and my family had taken a trip to a ski resort in West Virginia. I'm the oldest out of 2 boys and a girl. The girl was maybe 6 at the time. She was adorable, big blue eyes and this crazy blonde hair. Bold and mature for her age because she'd grown up around all the big kids. My younger brother, who was maybe 8, and my aforementioned little sister decided to hang out in the sauna with me. We had been to the resort a few times before, and I was 15 years old. That seemed like a reasonable age to go off for an hour or so with just me and my siblings. Well, stupidly, while in the sauna, we wanted something from the hotel room, or I think wanted to tell our parents something maybe. This was before you brought a cell phone everywhere you went. In our idiocy, we decided to send my little sister to go do it. Thinking back, I really can't believe we decided to do that. But you know how immature kids think. You get the one who's the youngest to do the tedious stuff. Well, some time had passed by, and we heard my sister come pounding down the hallway in her pink bathing suit, sprinting, with an older man chasing behind her. I'll never forget how he looked. He lunged forward, walking as quickly as he could,
His eyes bore into my little sister. There was a tight frown on his face, framed by his white mustache. My brother and I watched in absolute shock, trying to understand what was going on. The sauna had a glass door looking down the hallway. I rushed out and grabbed my sister, pulling her into the sauna and staring at the man with wide eyes, scared but doing my best to be defensive. The man instantly froze when he saw us and began slowing down. Then he walked by the sauna like nothing had ever happened. It was at the end of the hallway though, so there was nowhere else really to go. Because of this, he stopped for a moment, then looked to a door right on the other side of the sauna that led to the gym, and mimed an "oh," as if that was what he'd been looking for the entire time. Mind you, he was wearing a collared shirt and slacks. He actually looked like he was shaking a bit. Needless to say, I asked my sister what exactly had happened. She said shortly after leaving the hotel room, the man had come out of nowhere and started following her all over the place. She got really scared and began running. He started running after her. I told my mom what happened, and of course she was so pissed we'd sent a little girl out in a bathing suit through this big hotel all by herself. I still get sick when I think about what could have happened. If he'd grabbed her before she made it to the sauna, I can still see his gross mustache in my mind, and get so angry when my mind replays his sheepish "oh," as if chasing a small girl down a hallway is a normal thing to do while looking for the gym. I felt guilty for a long time for sending her out, and guilty for not saying something to him or reporting him. I sometimes wonder if he had done this before or after. In those moments, I try to remind myself just how young I was. I'm just glad I was there with them. Had it been just her and my little brother, who knows what could have happened. So let me start off by saying I move around a lot in between SoCal and Arizona. At the time of this story, December 2015, I was still living in Southern California at my grandma's apartments. I'd gotten a seasonal job at Toys R Us to do something with my time and learn some people skills. I'm a 24-year-old girl and have pretty extreme social anxiety. I find it really hard to talk to people sometimes, so I figured this job would help me out a bit. Another important thing to mention: my grandmother is on a government program with reduced housing cost and has a 2-bedroom apartment ever since my grandfather passed away. Due to the annual check at her complex though, she's supposed to be the only inhabitant of her dwelling. Technically, I was not supposed to be living there with her, but she liked the help and company, and I liked being rent-free. Since I wasn't supposed to be there though, I technically had to sneak around, and most definitely could not park on the parking grounds for the complex, as it would draw quite a bit of attention. Luckily, there was a cemetery just across the street from the complex, then a half-mile of houses leading down the street next to the cemetery, along which most of the visitors for the houses and apartments nearby parked. I was getting rent-free and staying with my grandma, which was awesome to me, even if it meant I had to park half a mile away and walk. So, all was well for a few months, from when I got the job in October, minus a scary incident with a stalker at work. Eventually though, they started putting me on night shifts, which I definitely didn't mind since I tended to be a night owl anyway. Also, if you've ever been on closing shift at any retail store, you know you can easily stay an hour or two overtime after the store closes, doing reshop during holiday season. It was early December at the time, so I ended up getting off work past 2 a.m. Around this hour at this time of year in this part of SoCal, the mist gets unbearably thick, to the point of having to drive 30 miles per hour down the freeway with brights on, and still being unable to see even a foot or two in front of your car. Tonight was one of those nights. I wasn't too bothered by it at the time though. It did set off my anxiety a little bit, so by the time I got home it took me nearly 20 minutes to find a parking space. I was pretty anxious. Of course, with my luck, I had to park at the very end of the half-mile stretch. Now, it was kind of a tradition of mine when I got out of the car, to close the door and linger nearby for a minute while I audibly stretched a bit,
and sometimes complained about my day. Just a little habit thing I did. Tonight was no different. I immediately tucked my purse under my arm, turned on my phone flashlight, and stuck it in front of my face to see where the hell I was going. The fog was so thick I couldn't even see my hand right in front of me. I had walked in this weather many times before, so I knew my way home by heart. A straight shot walk for half a mile, and a sharp turn left at the very end of the cemetery, then crossing the street and into the gated complex. I was on my merry way, until I heard it. A loud, almost obnoxious cough, and footsteps approaching. My alert mode set in right away. I started walking faster instantly, trying to be a lot quieter about my movements. Call me paranoid, but I've had my fair number of creepy moments. I certainly wasn't keen about meeting this stranger walking behind me. Especially so, given I couldn't even see a foot in front of my face even with the streetlights and my cell phone flashlight. This continued for a few minutes, with an occasional cough from behind me. Then I'd hear a whistle, the kind cat callers do. This bewildered me because 1, you can't see fish, and 2, since you can't see fish in this weather, I assumed this person must be purposefully intimidating me. At this point, I gave up on walking altogether and broke into a sprint. I could hear the person behind me break into a full-blown run as well. I could hear panting now. Clearly, this person was not in the best shape. Neither was I, honestly, but the run didn't win me out nearly as bad. By now, I was speed-walking next to the cemetery. For some godforsaken reason, my panicked mind told me it would be better to duck in there and hide, instead of just walking straight home. Had there been no fog, I would have had a clear view of my grandma's apartment from the area where I stood. I quickly hid by crouching behind the entrance post to the cemetery gates. I knew I fucked up right away. His footsteps stopped too. I could tell he knew I was hiding, because he couldn't hear me walking anymore. I crouched there for what seemed like 10 minutes, too scared to turn on my phone, for fear of him being close enough to see the light and find me. Too scared to make a run for it, for fear that he was still listening out for my steps. I had figured out he was standing probably 5 to 10 feet from where I was at the entrance driveway to the cemetery, right before the gates, which was confirmed when minutes later, I heard him call out, "I know you're there, sweetheart." I heard the distinct sound of a lighter being struck, and then smelled cigarette smoke. I figured this guy was now focused on his cigarette, so I made a run for it across the cemetery, somehow not tripping over any graves. The cemetery's main entrance was wrought iron fencing, but the back and right end were wooden, and served as a separator between the cemetery and backyards of various houses. The other side, which was in front of my grandmother's apartment, was chain link. There was no other entrance or exit. I did know, though, that the chain link fence didn't go all the way to the ground. I laid down on my stomach, pushed the fence up and out, and wriggled across. I ran directly across the street to my grandma's house, pounding on the door until she opened. I don't know how this dude even found me. He must have been standing around nearby as I parked, and heard me complaining to myself loudly when I got out of the car. Either way, that was one of the most terrifying experiences I ever had. I was about 15 when I got my first real job in West New York, New Jersey. My mom had sent me to live with my sister, who was 13 years older than me. She and I had recently gotten into a huge argument. So much so, in fact, that we hadn't spoken in well over a week. Because of our argument, I ended up taking the bus to work that week instead of letting her drive me there. This place always had a lot of people coming in and out. I mostly served coffee and pastries for the customers. I had just moved from New Jersey to Florida, and I've always been a relatively nice and polite person. Smile, be conversationally friendly. Well, apparently I left an impression on some man who hung around during the day to talk to me, and generally would just wait for me to get off. Again, I was 15, and this guy must have been well into his 40s. I kept on working, and as the hours passed, he would come and go, always checking in and asking if I was almost done. I remember specifically him asking a lot of questions about when I was getting off. Did I live close by? Who was picking me up? The man seemed friendly enough though, and I really didn't know better, so I kept on small talking throughout the day. I really didn't want to be rude to a customer and lose my first job. Well, I had a relatively short shift since I was so young. When my time to clock out came, I tried to leave without making a big deal about it. This guy was keeping a real close eye on me though, and started to follow me out of the establishment. He wanted to accompany me to my bus. He just wanted to make sure I'd get there okay, he said. The man grabbed me by the arm and told me to come with him. He basically stalked me the entire day, and now he saw his chance to make his move. At this point, I started to get pretty scared, since this was back before I had a cell phone, or even really before texting was invented. I didn't have a beeper either, so I had no way to call for help. I hadn't made it that far from my job yet. I was still in the parking lot. Like a bat out of hell though, my sister suddenly sped into the parking lot mad as hell. Needless to say, when she saw this guy tugging me in the opposite direction, she got even more mad. Of course, she yelled at me and told me to get the fuck in the car. Then she proceeded to yell at and threaten the man who was very obviously trying to abuse me. He hauled ass away, and when she got me in the car, she started throwing out all kinds of expletives. What the fuck were you doing with him? Etc., etc. When I finally got the opportunity to tell her what actually happened, she gave me the tightest hug, and we both started crying together. To this day, this is the part we both couldn't really understand. She told me that she had been coming home from work that day, when she had a sudden nagging sensation she had to pick me up from work right now. She didn't even know I was working that day, but she had the sensation that she just needed to come get me. I worked a good 20 to 30 minutes away from our home. She proceeded to ignore this persistence at first. She parked, got into the elevator, and as soon as the doors closed, something inside of her screamed, and all of the alarms went off. She came back to get me, got into her car mad as hell that she was listening to this suspicious feeling or intuition or whatever that was alarming her. She didn't even think I was out of the house. But sure enough, she got there just in time. She's never experienced something like that since or ever before. I really don't know what to make of all of that. All I know is that she saved me that day. The guy kept trying to hang around, so I quit that job shortly thereafter, and she never allowed me to ride the bus there again or leave work alone. I live in rural Wyoming. I used to live in New York City, so living in the middle of nowhere was quite a big change of pace for me. I quite liked it actually though. I gotten a good job and moved into a nice house with my girlfriend. If you've never been to Wyoming, the best way to describe it is a whole lot of nothing. Lots of empty space, trees, woods, and mountains in some parts. We were driving home from a long night out at about 2 in the morning or so. While we were out, we had been making quite a few sexual innuendos towards one another, and being in the middle of nowhere and at least an hour from home, we decided to pull off to the side of the road into a little nature preserve for some quick fun times. We got into the back seat of my truck together and started making out a bit. Eventually, my girlfriend took her shirt off and more sexual things ensued. We were about 20 minutes into our fun time when we saw lights behind us now. It was quite strange in the first place to see another truck on the road at this hour, let alone in the middle of nowhere. But even worse was that they had stopped just behind us. The truck had its brights on, and it had a light rack on top that made it hard to see. At first, it just stopped behind us. Freaked out, we frantically put our clothes back on. Then the truck backed up though, and looked like it was going to pull away. We both sighed a bit in relief, but what the truck did next still gives me chills to think about to this day. The truck had backed up, but instead of turning around, it moved and boxed us in. We were parked facing a large tree, with no room to go left or right. Our only way out would have been to back up. Now, this big truck with its brights still on, was facing the back window of my own. At this point, my girlfriend was freaking out. I jumped up to the front seat, ready to back us out into this guy's truck if necessary. Out of the corner of my eye, though, I saw a cop now approaching my window. I rolled it down a bit and was actually somewhat relieved. Hi there. Is there a problem, officer?" The cop told me my vehicle matched the description of a vehicle involved in an armed robbery that had just happened nearby. He was going to arrest us both right now. Something about this, though, really didn't seem right. The roads were deserted, and the cop's mannerisms were not lining up. I'm not law enforcement or anything like that, but I do have some family that are. From meeting their co-workers and just generally available knowledge, I could tell something was not right here. Why did he turn his regular lights on like he did, but not his police lights if he was after us? It was almost like he had just wanted to wait there watching us. Then it hit me. I glanced out over the window to behind my truck to look at his own. Now, without the fogged-up windows, I could see his truck clearly. No police lights, no markings, nothing. Just an ordinary truck. I tried to play it cool and asked to see the officer's badge, as I now noticed there was not one on his chest. He told me I had no right to ask for that, and to step out of the vehicle now or he was going to execute me. I knew right then and there that this guy was a phony without a doubt. I started the truck and told my girlfriend, who was still in the back seat, to hold on best she could. I slammed it in reverse and pushed into the front of the guy's truck. It didn't budge for a moment. The man ran back to it in a hurry. I put my truck into four-wheel drive, though, and his started to move out of the way. We pulled out and sped off, pedal to the metal. My girlfriend was freaking out even more, asking all kinds of questions. I had to ignore her in the moment, though, and keep on driving best I could. The man pulled out a few seconds later. I saw him in the rear view, trying to follow us. After a mile, though, he gave up and turned off onto a random side road. I have no clue what the guy intended to do with us if we got into his truck, but I sure am glad I didn't have to find out. We don't go down that road anymore, and that's probably the scariest experience of my life. When I was in 4th grade, my family was still living in Denver, Colorado, in a small condo near my school. My brother, a kindergartner at the time, and I only had to cross the street and walk between a couple of apartment buildings to get to the football field attached to our school. It was normally a pretty quick and safe trip to and from. My mother was taking night classes at NAU at the time, and her boyfriend, who we lived with, would usually watch us in the evenings. He usually wouldn't get off work until about 6:30 p.m. though. We grew up as latchkey kids, so this wasn't that big of a deal. One day, my brother and I were walking home together after school, like we'd usually do. We had just gotten onto the street in front of our home when a white car pulled right up in front of us. The man driving the car didn't seem like your typical weirdo. Maybe in his late 20s, he looked fairly clean-cut. Looking back, the fact he was driving such a fancy car, a Benz I believe, and wearing such a crisp outfit, didn't really fit with our neighborhood. The man asked my brother and I if our parents were home. Immediately, I got a serious sensation of stranger danger from this dude. I looked at our apartment across the street, then back at him. In the most "I'm not stupid" tone I could find, I asked him, "Why?" The man didn't even try to hide it. "It doesn't matter," he replied dismissively. "Are they home or not?" He seemed a little more insistent with his question, and glanced around nervously. "Yeah," I said, despite knowing fully well they were not home, and my mom's boyfriend wouldn't be for another 2 hours. I figured it was better to lie in this situation. "Oh yeah? What are they doing?" he asked, really looking us over. I turned to my brother and ordered him to go with me, but he wouldn't follow me. I went to grab his hand, and he quickly withdrew it with a sharp no and looked back at the man. The guy then looked at both of us, then back at my brother. He made a facial expression that made my hair stand on end. He grinned and said, "Come closer. I have something for you." My brother started walking to the door of the car. The man was just reaching his hand out, like he was about to grab him.
I grabbed my brother's coat and started hauling him towards our apartment as fast as I could manage. He was screaming at me to let him go, but I was so terrified I just kept dragging him along. The guy quickly put his car into gear and looked like he was thinking about going after us before peeling out of there as quickly as possible. My mother's friends started picking us up from school after that, and a PSA was issued to the community. I still get a little bit creeped out when cars slow down near me when I'm outside walking. I really hate getting things on Craigslist. I decided to browse OfferUp this time and give it a chance because I'd seen some really awesome stuff on there before. I browsed the beauty section a bit to see who was selling and what they were selling as well. Clothes, makeup, accessories, tons of other cute stuff as well. I found a particular seller who was selling some MAC makeup and Urban Decay. These are really expensive brands, so I was very excited to see I could get some MAC lipstick for $10 and the Naked palette for $20. This is where it gets screwed up though. I contacted the seller to inquire about these pieces being sold. There was a bit of a language barrier because I didn't speak Spanish. A few hours later though, the user messaged me, now texting in fluent English. I asked the person to meet up so I could pick up the makeup and have the cash ready. No response. Sometimes OfferUp can be a little annoying when people don't answer back, or when people waste your time often. A few days later though, she messaged me back, asking me for directions to a meetup spot. I agreed to meet her at a local Walgreens in my area. We met at around 11 a.m. in the morning. She was a short Hispanic woman and didn't look at all like her profile photo on the app. She told me to sit in the front seat of her car and look at the makeup there. What bothered me was her attitude as well. It was like she was trying to rush me in. As I approached, I almost didn't believe what I was seeing. She had this huge MAC palette for $20 and all kinds of lipsticks as well. I asked her to wait a moment for me while I went to the ATM in my Walgreens. I took out a $50 and purchased a palette and a few MAC lipsticks. When I got home, I tried on the makeup and went out for the evening. I was extremely lucky to get such a deal, or so I thought. After using it for a few weeks, I told my friend about the app and showed her my new purchase. My friend gave me some heartbreaking news though. It seemed I had been ripped off. I wanted to know how the hell that happened. She explained to me that the makeup was clearly counterfeit and that MAC never made such huge palettes with so many bright, loud colors. It was made in China or sold off Alibaba or something and resold for under retail. The lipsticks, counterfeit as well. So you're asking, what's the horror in this story? Well, let me tell you. A few weeks after I started using this makeup, I started to notice an odd rash developing just above my eyelid. After a while, it progressively got worse and worse until my face ended up swelling so much I could barely see out of my eyelids. I looked like I had been stung all over by a hive of bees. Of course, I messaged the user asking why she'd sold me this fake product. They started ranting that it was my fault. I was dumb enough to buy. She would never sell fake makeup. I argued with this person until they blocked me. I found her Facebook page though, and told her I would be calling the police and wanted my money back. Again, she blocked me and told me to fuck off, that she didn't need to refund me anything. While this was going on though, my symptoms were getting even worse. I ended up getting some sort of pink eye, and my eyelids were now so swollen they were completely shut. I was pissed off. I reported her everywhere I could. Within a few hours, the profile was taken down, and I wanted to pursue this in court. It's still an ongoing thing because it's being investigated. I guess OfferUp is not responsible for any damage done by buyers or sellers. To any ladies out there, don't buy any makeup pretending to be from some high-end expensive brand, especially since it's so cheap. My swelling has luckily gone down now, but there's a permanent scar above my eyelid, and pus has been coming out as well. Please be careful when you purchase some products. About 2 years ago, I worked at a movie store inside a mall. I've had tons of strange experiences with customers, but this one definitely tops them all. I was about 20 at the time. This guy over 6 foot, late 40s, very hefty, and always with this weird zombified expression on his face, came in about once a week. One of my coworkers even warned me about him, how he was a little bit off. I still treated him with as much respect as I did everyone else though. One day he came in and we talked for a bit. It got a bit awkward, of course, and I kept trying to end the conversation and looked busy by tagging items behind the counter. When he couldn't find anything else to say to continue the conversation, he just stood there in silence, watching me for 30 minutes, then finally left. A few days later he came back in and walked right up to me, holding a large container. "I made 4 pounds of enchiladas at home today, just for you. I remembered you like Mexican food." Funny thing is, I didn't remember telling him that I liked that. I did go to the Mexican restaurant across the way every lunch break though. I just politely accepted and put it in the back office. I was convinced he'd used his dish for it or something. Another few days later, he came back in and had a drawing for me. A drawing of a dragon. Now, dragons are my favorite thing in the world, but of course, I'd never told him that either. This drawing looked like it took hours to make. At this point, I was a little bit freaked out. I had him leave it on the counter so I could just throw it away later. Further on, I was given about a week of vacation. During that week, I cut my hair about 12 inches. The day I came back, I got a shift with my manager. I told her all about that guy, and immediately she was weirded out for me. No shh. A few minutes later, I see that guy wandering around the mall. He was going towards the exit and didn't look at me once. My manager told me to go to the back office. I went and waited until she came to get me. When she did, she told me I needed to make a report to mall security immediately. Apparently, when I ran back there, he turned around to come in and walked all throughout the store. When she asked him if he needed help with something, he said, "I can't believe she cut her hair," and walked briskly out. I got to the mall security office to make a report, and we went through all the videos from the cameras of when the guy came to visit me. There was one particular video that really stood out that I'd never noticed before. It still sends chills throughout my body just thinking about it. The video showed him pulling into the parking lot of the mall, about 3 minutes before I arrived. This was really early in the morning, and no customers were there yet. I didn't notice the man at all. It showed him walking towards the entrance, and then him following behind me. Right as I was opening the entrance door, the man started sprinting towards me. I just so happened to walk inside right in time. It showed him stopping behind me, just standing silently in front of the door and watching me through the glass before walking around the corner. He waited for about 5 minutes, then walked normally back inside the mall. I'd never noticed him behind me. That part really fucked me up. It was like watching the last footage before a kidnapping or murder on Dateline or something. The video gave security every reason to ban him from the mall, and they did. They also later told me they gave him a background check, and he had 4 counts of child pornography on his person. He happened to be on probation.
Let me preface this encounter with a bit of background, as I'll most likely post more of my encounters later. You see, I'm in my mid-20s, but due to my father's work, I've been all over the globe. In the space of 11 years, from 8-ish to around 19, I lived for varying amounts of time in 5 different countries, while visiting about 6 or 7 more. All of this is not even including my home country, and very short holidays as well. Coupled with my bipolarity, type 1 with rare MDEs, and functioning insomnia, it made me keep a meticulous journal from the moment I could write. This has also allowed me to have a whole truckload of experiences that make me feel very fortunate. Of course, for all the good, there's some bad ones mixed in every now and then. For the past 10 months or so, I've worked as a night porter in a pretty well-known hotel in a medium-sized city in the UK. This place has been around for decades and is immensely popular for its funeral teas and wakes. as morbid as that might be. This is because it's right across the road from one of the larger local cemeteries, about a kilometer from one of the larger churches, and to top it off, less than 3 kilometers from the crematorium. It's perfectly situated for the mourner's business, to say. So, a couple of weeks ago, I had almost finished up my shift when the sweet old guy that's the cemetery's groundkeeper came in, on the verge of tears. His name is Jacob, and he was the epitome of an adorable, kind old man. He even volunteered to work there, even though he was retired. That's just how nice he was. Yeah, Jacob came in about 7:50, as I was waiting for the morning shift folks to turn up so I could go home. He started blabbering incoherently, as emotionally overwhelmed people tend to do. I tried to calm him down, and asked if he wanted a cuppa. Obviously, that was a yes. 5 minutes later, he was sat down with a cup of tea, telling me about what was wrong. Some idiot had jumped the fence and overturned a bunch of headstones and spray-painted vile bark on the epitaphs, even partially dug into some graves. By the time he'd calmed down fully, I said my shift was finished now, and I told him I'd help him get them upright at the very least. The man was just too nice, but I couldn't just leave him like this. Roll on a couple of hours and all the stones were back in order. I went home shattered. Those things are heavy as hell. I was happy to have helped, though. I told my work I'd probably be a little late the next morning, and they understood. Anyway, I get to my shift a couple hours late. Turns out I'm going to be on my own after 2, as my colleague's second job needed him in early as hell. 2 a.m. comes around. Everything was almost in order. I was just adding the finishing touches to a large funeral tea in one of our function suites when I heard a knocking noise. At first, I thought it was someone in the room upstairs walking the halls or something, and dismissed it. But the knocking happened again, and became slowly louder. 3rd time's the charm, I suppose. I found the source, one of the fire exits next to the function suite. More specifically, the fire exit directly across from the cemetery. Obviously, I was not going to open that door. I couldn't even if I wanted to. They were all alarmed at night. That didn't matter, though, as the knocking suddenly stopped. Not for long, though. It started again from another fire exit, closer to the car park and front exit. It was much louder now, so I knew exactly where it was coming from straight away. It stopped again. In a minor panic, I sprinted my way towards the front door and made sure it was locked. Then I grabbed the night porter's best friend from behind reception, a walking stick. I could see my visitor's silhouette in the car park, walking slowly towards the entrance in the darkness. Definitely a man, at least a foot taller and a little bit broader than I was. He was wearing one of those stupid ankle-length goth trench coats with a hood and buckles by the billionfold. The man stopped just outside the light. He was obviously staring at me. I could faintly make out a creepy, shit-eating grin on his face. He started to take something from behind his back. I braced, wondering what he was going to do. It looked like he had a very large brick or something. I thought he was about to smash the front door open and attack me, but instead he did something far stranger. He placed this brick-like thing on the ground slowly at his feet. Then, with a very weirdly chipper demeanor, he waved and flashed a toothy grin at me before fading away into the darkness towards the cemetery side entrance. Needless to say, I waited and checked the cameras around the building before venturing out to see what he'd left there. It ended up being one of those small headstone markers with the words, "You forgot this one," sprayed all over it in bright green paint. To add even more creep factor, the stone was for a bloody baby's grave, and an old one at that. Not cool at all. I locked up again and phoned the police. A couple hours later, and a lot of footage from the CCTV scanned, the police left with only a fuzzy frame shot of him that was basically a shape of darkness on darkness, and nothing else to go by. First off, I suppose I'll give some backstory. When I was younger, I worked for my lake community during the summer season, for about as long as I can remember. The jobs ranged from anything from dishwasher, maintenance worker, boat tender. My last job, and the longest one, was beach security. The lake had this small beach with a building that had a game room. a deck overlooking the beach, a restaurant, a small motel, and a lobby for guests of the hotel and restaurant. I was assigned to check in the guests of the beach and make sure they were members in good standing who paid their community dues as well. I also had to enforce the rules beset upon the whole area. As you can imagine, I would get quite a lot of flack at this job from Karens, crusty teens, and other idiots who were up there for the summer. It came with almost as much drama as you might see on a CW teen drama show. This story took place during the summer and fall of 2011. I had graduated college at this point and promised myself this would be my last year of doing this work. I was so tired of the drama, and I was ready to find a real job now. To bank some more money this year, I also took the position of doing night duty on beach security. For this, I would monitor the property for 3 more hours after the game room and restaurant closed at 11 p.m. and make sure nobody was trespassing during the night. This mostly meant I just walk the property, stay in the lobby area, watch some TV, and play my Nintendo DS until my shift was over. 98% of the time, it would come and go by real fast, but sometimes I'd see the occasional deer, raccoon, fox, or black bear walking on the deck. I would also have to occasionally ask people to leave or call community security for assistance. I was an unarmed security guard, and I didn't have any weapons or anything for self-defense at the time of the story. One night in July, I was watching Adult Swim on the TV with a sliding glass door behind me that led to the deck. The show that I was watching went to commercial break, and the screen went black. As this happened, I noticed in the reflection of the TV screen, someone appeared to be standing on the deck behind me, looking into the door at me. Immediately, I jolted up and turned to this figure. I just stared at him. There was a 5'8" man wearing a dirty black hoodie with a white Adidas logo on it, navy blue basketball shorts, and white sneakers. He had his hood up all the way, and I couldn't make out his face at all. I could tell he appeared to have red dyed hair underneath his hood though, and seemed to be a bit younger than I was. He was just standing there, swaying back and forth with his hands in his pockets. He was staring at me, but it was almost like he was looking through me. I took a second to collect myself, then I walked to the glass door and talked through it. Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but the beach and deck are closed for the night. I'll have to ask you to leave the property and come back when we're open in the morning.
And when would that be?
He was very monotone and seemed tired and jittery. That would be at about 8 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, well, can I come in and use the bathroom for a moment?
At this point, I felt something much more off about this guy. I had dealt with drunks and people being super high, but this guy seemed to be on something else that I didn't want any part of. I'm sorry, but no one's allowed in here unless they're a guest of the hotel or restaurant, which are both closed for the night. If you could, sir, please vacate the beach. He seemed a bit annoyed in his voice, but his body language barely changed.
Fine, I guess I'll go somewhere else.
He then walked off. I made it a point to follow him off the deck and watch him walk away to make sure he left. Instead of heading up the road, though, he veered off into the woods. He was out of sight, but I could hear him dragging his feet through the brush and sticks. After that, I walked back into the lobby and locked the door behind me. I called dispatch and reported the incident and asked them to keep an eye out for this guy. 2 o'clock swiftly came by, and I locked everything up. I armed the security system and left. I started to drive out of the beach area. As I started to turn left, a balloon full of red liquid flew from the woods and slammed against my passenger side window. I got startled and floored it out of there. I wasn't going to get out and see what had just happened. I only lived 5 minutes away anyway. I got home and checked the damage. My passenger door was covered in red paintball paint. The impact had been enough to actually put a dent in it. I called this in and asked them to keep their eyes out and check the area for suspicious persons. The next day, I was told they hadn't seen anybody there, but I did get reports of the same thing happening to other residents' cars and houses throughout the night. I was pissed off and also unnerved that this had happened in the first place. Time passed by though, and now it was fall. The beach had closed for the season, but they still needed a night guard to make sure no one vandalized the property. It was the week of Halloween, and it was also my last night there. I'd gotten a job working at a much better place with better pay. I had also put in my last 2 weeks' notice. I went to a Halloween party during the day and went out as Jason Voorhees with a machete from Walmart as well. I was wrapping up for the night, sitting outside my car and talking my friend's ear off on my cell phone. As I was talking, though, I began to hear leaves rustling and twigs snapping in the woods behind the dumpster. I told my friend I had to go and hung up. I guess this was my dumb white person in a horror movie moment, because I walked slightly closer to where the noise was coming from. It was dark, but slightly lit from the parking lot's lights. As I was looking, from behind the dumpster emerged that very same guy I'd seen in July. His hood was down still, and I could see his hair had grown much longer. He began to swiftly walk up to me, growling, his face plastered with rage. He had a black iron pipe in his right hand and swung it as he came at me. He covered a lot of ground quickly. I dodged and ran to my car. I threw open my back passenger side door I was facing and grabbed the machete. I raised it over my head and stood my ground as bravely as I could. I don't remember what I said to the man. I was filled with so much adrenaline I was throwing out curses non-stop. The man seemed to stop and gauge our positions. I yelled and shook the machete a bit more. He simply turned around and disappeared back into the woods where he'd come from. As soon as he cleared the dumpster, I got the hell out of there. I was going way too fast for the winding roads my community had. I called not only security, but the police as well. Of course, by the time they got there, he was nowhere to be seen yet again. 4 years later, I moved away from my community and hadn't heard anything new about the man or anything related to the incident either. I now carry a knife on me at all times, and I still have that same lucky machete in my car, just in case. My last experience on Craigslist was not a particularly nice one. The last time I used it to sell something, I had to phone the police because the man kept showing up to my door, asking for anything else I had for sale. I only sold a few items, but he always just kept appearing around my property. And that's a mistake I made when I gave out my address. I needed to sell some baby clothes now though, since my daughter had outgrown them. I had stopped using Craigslist around this time and found a new app instead. I posted them on OfferUp and got a lot of offers. Mostly they were no-shows, until Wednesday, when I got a message from another person asking about the clothes. I agreed to meet them somewhere nearby. It seemed they were only 2 miles away. That's the beauty of this app, you see. You get to see who's close by, and you also get to see a face because you can log in through Facebook. Anyway, I agreed to meet at a Toys R Us store in the parking lot. As I was waiting, I got a message through OfferUp. Another good thing, I didn't have to give out my phone number on this app. The car that pulled up was not what I had expected. There were 5 people stuffed into this car. I expected the woman to get out because that's who I assumed wanted the clothes. Instead, she just sat there, staring at me, then looking to each of the other people. She didn't get out of the car. Instead, it was a buff 6'5" dude, all tatted up and bald with a nasty goatee. He walked right up to my window and asked if I had the baby clothes. I'm a very small woman, and I didn't have any protection on me. Imagine this guy approaching me. He proceeded to jiggle the handle of my car, asking me to hurry up and show him. I was terrified at this point. Like, what the f***? Don't just touch my door. He did it again, though, and I politely told him to just step back and give me a moment. As I opened the trunk of my car to retrieve those clothes, the next thing that happened surprised me. As I went around back to retrieve them, I was shoved face first into the trunk of my own car. "What the hell?" I yelled, as the man proceeded to shove me into my car trunk. It felt like someone else was behind me as well. I heard the rustling of bags and someone else taking the clothes. I heard the big guy telling whoever was with him to hurry up. I yelled as loud as I could for help and tried to get the license plate number as well. The description of the car was an old Honda from the early 2000s, green with tinted windows. My baby clothes were gone as well. I filed the police report and told them the make and model of this vehicle. I also gave them the Facebook profile of the person who had asked about the clothes. When the police followed up with me, they'd arrested 3 people, including that big ignorant sack that took my baby clothes. The clothes were never recovered, and I have yet to get back on OfferUp. It seems like I just can never get a break on these things. Please be careful when you use these sorts of services. I'm not saying don't use them at all, but I've had some pretty rough experiences. There's a lot of shady stuff going on there. I guess the good thing is it's easy enough to be traced if you sign in through Facebook.
This is something really bizarre that happened to me last winter. I live by myself in a smaller one-story home. The neighborhood I live in is somewhat typical. However, I know most of the neighbors pretty well and get along with all of them. Last winter, we had a pretty bad snowstorm at one point. It was over a weekend and started one night at roughly 5 o'clock. The snow was supposed to last until early the next morning, and we were going to be getting several inches of it. Everything was normal other than the snowstorm. I went to bed at around 11 p.m. or so. I woke up the next morning at probably 7:30 or 8. My bedroom is at the front side of the house. As soon as I sat up and looked out the window, something really shocked me. There was a snowman that had been built outside, looking directly into my bedroom window. The snowman was very detailed and well done. It had eyes and a mouth made from buttons. It was probably about 5 feet away from my window. It really spooked me at first, until I realized what it actually was. Then I got spooked again, wondering how it even got there in the first place. I know I certainly hadn't made it. It had to have been my next-door neighbor's kids. My next-door neighbors were a husband and wife who had kids in their early teens and middle school ages. They were the only kids in the immediate area of the neighborhood. Still, it seemed kind of unlike them to do that. Why wouldn't they just build it in their own yard? Plus, they were really well behaved, and I didn't think they would go into my yard without permission. I went outside to snowplow my driveway. When I got out there, I saw my next-door neighbor. His name is Todd. He was already out using the snowblower. I walked over to him at the end of his driveway and waved. He stopped his snowblower and said that I had a nice snowman in the front yard. I told him I had no idea how it even got there and asked him if maybe his kids had made it during the night. He said no. He told me he had been inside with them watching a movie the night before. He assumed I'd made it myself. We joked a bit after that. Though it was a funny thing, it was also a little bit strange. After that, I finished clearing my driveway and went back inside. The temperatures we were having were in the high 20s, all the way and up to the mid-30s. This created a good snowball or snowman type of snow. Fast forward to the next morning, I woke up and went into the kitchen. The kitchen is at the back side of my house. There's a window out to the backyard. When I looked out of it, there was a new snowman that hadn't been there the day before, facing the back window and looking right at me. It was just a few feet away. Somebody had made another one. This one, just like the first, was very well made, but unlike the other one, it had more props. Instead of just a face out of buttons, it had a gardening shovel used as its hand, and it was made to look like it was holding a pitchfork. That was when I realized this shovel and pitchfork had come from my garage. I went outside, then went to the garage. The door had been left open. Nobody was inside of it, though. I got really creeped out now. Somebody was going into my yard in the middle of the night and making snowmen. This time, they'd actually entered my garage. I had left the door unlocked by accident, I guess. I made sure to lock it usually. When whoever it was made that snowman in the front yard, I thought it was kind of funny. But now that it was in the backyard and they'd gone inside my property without permission, this was too far. Still though, I had no idea who was doing it. It was always in the middle of the night, and no matter how long I stayed awake, I never saw or heard anything. I looked out the windows multiple times that night before going to bed. I didn't see anybody. When I got up the next morning, both of the snowmen had been destroyed. They were just gone, nowhere to be seen. Somebody had torn them down and stolen the tools as well. I was really weirded out by the whole situation. After that, there were no more strange occurrences though. No more snowmen, no more strange things happening. Still to this day, I wonder who was doing these things to me.